At one of the city's construction sites, a normal, unremarkable day shift was in full swing. Work was going on as usual under a clear sky. Among the workers was a dark-haired guy named Marco. Just at that moment, a message came on his phone. The message stated that he had been rejected again during a recruitment process at yet another company. He had experience in the required field, but due to internal recruitment restrictions, he was unable to secure an interview. The phone rang immediately, and Marco had to hide the phone. Wesley's colleague called to ask if Marco was playing phone games again instead of working. Marco immediately put the phone away, and, with an innocent look, declared that he had already dealt with his part of the work and was just killing time. Wesley asked doubtfully how a guy who had only been on the team for a year managed to show such results. But he didn't mention that Marco himself had once admitted over a glass of beer that he had been doing this since his school days. Marco just chuckled and noted that Wesley's memory was always impaired after drinking. The man's answer clearly did not please him. After that, Marco climbed up the ladder to paint the walls, mentioning as he went that Wesley could take a break and have a smoke for now. And then a strange, terrible pain shot through his whole body. Wesley noticed it and asked what happened. Marco instinctively grabbed something behind him, reassuring himself that everything was fine, even though his body continued to tremble. He decided to himself that the painkiller had apparently stopped working. The hard work was clearly taking its toll. My back was becoming more and more twisted. Since he dropped the charges 6 months ago, the pain attacks have become more frequent. In the evening, when the workers had already left the construction site, one of the elders, Valdis, approached them and asked why Marco was doing all the work here alone. Valdis turned to Wesley, who was clearly not in a good mood because his partner was doing all the work for him. Then Wesley couldn't resist asking the boss what it was about Marco that he liked so much. The man replied that he appreciated Marco precisely because he tried to do everything on time. But Wesley seemed not to hear him. After that, the boss approached Marco to check on his back. He replied that everything was fine and thanked him for his attention. Clayton asked if he was taking on too much work, and Marco, after a moment's hesitation, admitted that perhaps he was taking on too much work. Clayton offered to have a drink, but Marco explained that he needed to go to the hospital. He'd run out of painkillers. Clayton said goodbye, wishing them a safe journey. Soon, Marco was already sitting in a taxi, heading about his business. While the car was driving, he thought about how his life had turned out. He wouldn't be able to work without pills. That thought was spinning around in his head. I would like to find a calmer job, one where at least the body does not suffer. But no matter how many vacancies he applied for, no one hired him. After some time, he reached the hospital, still wondering why he had such bad luck. Perhaps it was because he was aiming exclusively for administrative positions, he thought. He was also afraid that because of his back, he might no longer be able to carry out physical work with heavy weights. Soon a doctor named Rodney approached, and as soon as he touched his back, Marco cried out in pain, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Rodney explained that the intervertebral disc between the 4th and 5th vertebrae had worn out, and lifting heavy objects was now contraindicated. Marco didn't argue, but he noted that without work he would simply die of hunger. The doctor replied that this was not the first time he had heard this from him. Rodney asked directly, "Does he really want to repeat his father's path?" These words brought back painful memories for Marco. 13 years ago, while moving, his father died in a car accident. That day, my father was working at a height and suddenly fell down. The company placed all the blame on the contractor, and its director soon disappeared without a trace. Only thanks to lawyers did the family manage to secure 25 million won in compensation. But since then, they have been struggling to make ends meet. Clayton asked how Marco's mother would react if she knew about everything, and asked him to think carefully. Painkillers only mask the pain for a while, and a person only has one spine. Marco admitted that finding a job with the same salary would be extremely difficult. The doctor just threw up his hands. He had nothing more to add. Then the woman suddenly started screaming, declaring that if things continued like this, it would be better for her not to see him again. He asked the nurse to take him home, adding that with this attitude, he did not intend to see him in his office again. As soon as Marco left the office, Rodney took out his phone, logged into his banking app, and transferred 2 million won to a woman named Deborah. After that, he leaned back in his chair and thought with a sigh. Deborah's life had gone downhill precisely from the moment she met her husband. Soon Marco reached another hospital, where his mother Deborah was lying in one of the rooms. He sat by his bed, thinking he was a complete idiot. He then asked the woman if the whole procedure had caused her any pain. Deborah said she was fine and didn't want her son to worry. Then asked if he had recently sent her money, adding that she was fine and didn't need that amount. When Marco asked her how much money it was, she showed him her phone screen, which showed an incoming transfer of 2 million won. The guy didn't know what to answer. He didn't understand who had made the transfer and suspected it could have been the construction manager, the foreman, or Uncle Rodney. Deborah then asked her son how he was doing at the company, to which the boy replied that he was not having any difficulties at all, that he was doing well, despite the fact that he had just finished school. The woman sighed and said that she was very sorry that her son was going through a difficult time, and that she could not even support him because of her illness. Then Marco suggested that she go to bed, as she was already quite tired, to which Deborah replied that she really did get tired very quickly lately, but now that she had her son next to her, she couldn't just go to bed. Marco said that he would be with her and she could rest. Then he took her hand, and the woman agreed to get some sleep. After some time, she discovered that Marco had fallen asleep on the bench next to her bed. Then she got out of bed and covered him with a blanket. She thought to herself that her son was completely stupid. He smelled exactly like his father had in life, the smell of a builder, so he couldn't help but notice what he had been doing all this time. She promised herself that she would definitely overcome the disease and help her son, who unfortunately was now trying to cope with everything on his own, for which she was immensely grateful. Soon a new day dawned, and Marco returned to the construction site. Some of the workers have already settled into one of the workrooms. A gray-haired man, one of the bosses, noticed two men approaching the building. It was Marco and Wesley. The hero greeted Lucas, his boss, and asked him what had happened to Wesley since he hadn't washed up. The man said he had been drinking a little yesterday, so Lucas told him to come to work as soon as possible, and also added that if they saw any of the Elsung Group employees today, they should avoid them. Then she turned to Marco and asked him to bring her a cup of coffee with a spoonful of sugar. When they sat down at the table, he asked the boy how he was feeling. The boy replied that everything was the same, but only getting worse. Then Lucas asked him if he wanted to become a carpenter. They missed him very much. He said that in this case, instead of 110,000 won, he would receive 150,000 won. Marco replied that he didn't mind, but he was afraid that his back wouldn't be able to handle it. Lucas praised him, saying that he would work until the end of his duties, and highly appreciated this quality of his. Marco thought that the money clearly didn't belong to his boss. Then he remembered how hard he had to work, but he knew what he was doing, pacing back and forth and causing himself pain and discomfort. And now some unknown person is sending money to her mother, so he decided to call Uncle Rodney. She thanked him for his help and said that she guessed that it was he who sent the money to her mother. He said he would definitely repay her kindness. And then Clayton asked her if she really never left the construction site. When the doctor realized that the boy was still working there, he yelled at him, demanding that he finally listen and quit. After that, he hung up. And at that moment, Marco's back was again pierced by pain. The boy was irritated because his uncle constantly scolded him. At that moment, a strange message appeared on his phone. He was extremely surprised by what he saw. It was exactly what he expected after 200 refusals. The message stated that Elsung congratulated Marco on making it to the second round of interviews, and that they were expecting him in the office in a few days. At that moment, a strange blue screen appeared in front of the young man. Looking up, he saw a strange inscription on the screen, saying that his wish had come true. The hero didn't understand how to react to all this. He reached out his fingers to the screen, but his hand barely touched it. The boy didn't understand why the screen wouldn't disappear and why he was seeing such things. He suspected he was starting to go crazy. Suddenly, the system informed him that he had signed up for a course for Elsung employees and asked if he wanted to start training. At that moment, he approached one of the workers and asked him for a favor. The man thought that she just wanted to ask him for a cigarette. He pointed ahead and asked if he could see the sign hovering above him. Then the man suddenly screamed, asking if he was crazy or just drunk somewhere early in the morning. Marco quickly apologized to him and left. Why did he run inside the building? He realized no one could see it. He understood why the man had reacted that way. He himself would have been surprised if anyone had told him about such a thing, since he was the only one who saw this nonsense. Then he went to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. The screen was also not reflected in the reflection, but remained suspended above it. Marco thought it was complete madness. He believed that he was just dreaming the whole thing. He wanted to join this company, but this strange training was foreign to him. He'd seen it on TV series, but he still found it hard to accept. However, becoming part of a major company was his dream, so he decided to go through this training, no matter what the cost. The system warned him that if he abandoned the course midway, he would lose his memories of it, but Marco was determined. He said he was willing to take the risk, and then the system informed him that as a reward, he would receive a job and acquire a skill called potential employee vision. When Marco moved away from the mirror, He realized that everything around him was floating before his eyes. While he was trying to recover, the system informed him that the skill assessment and performance skill could reveal potential problems with prolonged use. A drawback called insufficiency would appear, so Marco should only use this skill when necessary. After some time, the hero went to a bookstore, still not understanding how such an ability could affect the environment. He then decided that he could see something using this ability and walked up to the book counter. He closed his eyes, preparing to use this ability, and soon decided to give it a try. He opened his eyes, mentally trying to activate the gaze of a potential employee. However, the longer she looked at the books, the more clearly she realized that nothing special was happening. Soon the system appeared in front of him again, informing him that this feature was only available in Elsung Group building. He then shouted loudly that this system was too demanding. He ended up buying a lot of books from that store. However, before unpacking them, he went to the construction site to test his skills. When he opened it, he saw that in 2 of the 12 books, some paragraphs were glowing brightly green. He returned the rest of the books to the store, and those with notes he read all night. Soon the day of the interview arrived, and Marco opened his closet to find suitable clothes. The system told him that the best option would be an elegant and classic suit. The hero was trembling, but he understood that in such a situation, the main thing was not to get nervous. He soon came out. It was a beautiful sunny day outside. The hero sat down at the bus stop and continued reading the book on which the notes were made. He continued reading it even on the bus. While the constant pop-up messages irritated him, on the other hand, he realized that they were of little help to him. Soon after, one of the company's employees informed him that the interview room was on the 2nd floor. However, Marco suddenly heard the company employees, a man and a woman, quietly talking behind him. The woman told him that this guy's measurements were 90, 80, 61, which was excellent. The system informed him that he had passed the appearance assessment. Marco sighed resignedly and said that the general interview information indicated that appearance was irrelevant. Elsung Group gave candidates complete freedom of action, but at the same time, carefully assessed every stage of their work. The company held significant positions in every field, including fashion, logistics, real estate, tourism, etc., and was simply terrifying in its scale. Soon Marco and the other candidates went to the interview room, where they took their seats and had to take the exam. Many of those present were very nervous, not knowing how to answer the questions. There is a big difference between those who know the answers to questions and those who don't. At least in this respect, Marco had the advantage. Soon, men and women entered the office. The woman introduced herself as Rosalind, saying she had joined the company in 2017 and would be assessing skills today. The man's name was Byron. He said he had been with the company since 2014 and would be assisting candidates with testing. They knew some candidates had traveled long distances, so they asked if anyone had encountered any difficulties getting to the interview. Then one of the candidates raised her hand. She wanted to ask something. He said he was traveling from a distance and added that many companies covered all travel expenses, so he wanted to know if his company would pay for the trip. Marco believed that no company would want to hire a candidate with such an attitude towards work. The next moment, the system informed them that the girl, who was a potential employee, had been excluded from the list of candidates. He then realized that he needed to keep recording his results, but he thought there were 200 questions on the test and wondered whether he should answer them all or whether it was better to make mistakes. He was given half an hour to complete 200 questions, and Marco soon realized he had only 1 minute left. He decided he didn't need to take the entire exam. He didn't know who had given him this ability, but he decided it would be a sin not to use it. He had to do everything in his power. When the test was over, he went to one of the establishments to meet his colleagues from the construction site, and then Clayton asked him why he hadn't come to work yesterday. Since Marco never missed work, Clayton assumed he had a girlfriend and offered to take her somewhere decent. Marco apologized and thought that if he said that he had gone to an interview at a large company, he would be considered a snit. Clayton laughed, said he was just a young guy, and then added that he now realized where he was spending all the money he worked so hard to earn. Marco didn't think about the fact that he had become very close to the foreman and the others, and that if it weren't for the back pain, he would have continued working there. At that moment, the blue screen appeared in front of him again. The system advised him to prepare for the interview results. The system reported a specific task related to the interview. The general task was to prepare for the final interview. You were awaiting an interview, during which you would have to answer the director's questions. Marco was a little angry. He couldn't believe that the system was offering him a meeting with the director himself. But the penalty for not showing up was moving the construction site. Clayton was distracted from his dinner by the sound of his cell phone. It turned out that it was his boss, Lucas, who was calling him. He asked her to arrange a meeting for him and Marco. Clayton said he would send the boy immediately. He then turned to Marco and told him that the boss wanted to talk to him. She smiled and asked what happened, as Marco didn't seem surprised at all. Marco sighed and said that his boss was paying him, so there was no point in avoiding him. He then left the establishment, realizing that he needed to meet and talk to the boss. Soon Marco arrived at the construction site. The atmosphere between him and Lucas was quite tense. The man then said that he had done all he could, and that was why Marco would be working as a carpenter for the foreman the next day. The hero asked him why he made such a sudden decision. Lucas then shouted, asking where else he could find someone like Marco, and asked what he would do without the carpenter, to which the hero replied that he was perfectly fine with it. Lucas said he would find someone to paint the walls, but finding a carpenter was not so easy. I couldn't lose someone like Marco. The hero was very upset that his boss yelled at him for so long that he couldn't speak. At that moment, the system informed him of an additional task. He needed to listen to the boss's story to the end, since the boss considered him a good person. The hero was unhappy with this task, but he had no choice. He turned to Lucas, asked him to calm down a little, said that he would listen to him, and that later he himself would have to say something to his boss. Lucas then said that now that he didn't have a second carpenter, he couldn't complete the building plan. For this reason, he loses millions of won every day. Then he shouted again, saying that Marco couldn't leave. The hero thought about it. He was just guessing, but in his opinion, it was 100% his fault. He decided he had to retreat, so Lucas asked him to help him for at least a week. Marco was initially reluctant to agree but decided to help, but only for 1 week. Lucas was immediately happy and thanked him, saying that he was trying to take care of him. He thanked the boy for coming to him. He then said that it was the only time he ever asked her for something like that. He took his phone out of his pocket and called the president, informing him that everything had been decided and that he would be able to complete the plan in a week, and the construction would be finished in 7 days. Soon night fell, and the workers asked the boss how things were going, to which he replied that everything was fine. Soon 2 men approached Marco, one of whom was his boss Clayton, and next to him stood a man he did not know. Clayton asked him to come down and tell him to say hello to the director of Elsung Group. Marco didn't come down the stairs and shook the man's hand, saying it was their first meeting. The director introduced himself as Barry. She became worried when she learned that the building plans were in jeopardy, and thanked Marco again for his help. And although the hero smiled, saying that he was glad to help, he thought to himself that he would only stay here for a week, since his back had already begun to give out. Barry then said that he would come to the office the day after tomorrow, and since this was his last visit, he offered the men a drink. However, Marco looked away embarrassedly and said that he could not go because he had a meeting the next day. After work, he returned to the hospital to visit his uncle Rodney. As soon as he walked into the doctor's office, everyone else in the hospital heard a terrifying scream. The doctor tried to treat his back, but the situation was already so serious that any touch caused Marco incredible pain. He then told her to go up to the second floor for physical therapy. Marco's eyes filled with tears of pain. He was very worried about the upcoming interview, and the doctor constantly reproached him for not caring about his health at all. The next day, Marco went to Elsung Group for an interview. He and 2 other candidates introduced themselves to the directors, and the hero introduced himself, calling himself Marco. Looking up, he saw a familiar man standing in front of it. It was Barry, the same company director she had encountered the previous evening. Barry chuckled and said that this wasn't the first time they had met, so the boy could sit down. After all the candidates had taken their places, management decided to begin interviews. Barry volunteered to go first, and the others followed him. Then he walked up to one of the candidates and asked him to stand up. She noticed the man's clothing. He was wearing white socks and black pants. She then asked him what he thought of his appearance. The candidate replied that he didn't think the clothes went very well together. Marco wondered if his system was warning him that the pressure would be high at this stage. Barry then asked her why she still wore those clothes, as he himself thought they didn't suit her very well. Marco realized that the atmosphere in the room was now causing great discomfort to the candidates. This atmosphere reveals all its hidden features. The candidate was unable to answer Barry's question, so Barry asked him why he remained silent if he could not control his emotions. Marco knew that in this situation, the first thing he had to do was calm down. This interview was testing his composure and ability to control his emotions, so he had to accept it. Seeing the confusion on the candidate's face, Barry sighed in disgust. The man was too excited to utter a word. He couldn't handle the situation, and when everyone realized this, Barry asked him to sit down and began interviewing the next candidate. It soon became clear that the girl had no experience in the social sector, And although she tried to justify herself by saying that she had been studying all this time, Barry said that this was not what his company needed. When he asked her how she was going to work with clients, tears came to her eyes, and the girl didn't know what to answer. Soon the girl's interview ended. She left the room in tears. Marco realized that Director Barry had asked this question first to confuse everyone, because the other questions required mental preparation. Soon it was Marco's turn. He stood up from his chair and proudly introduced himself. The hero had no intention of leaving there empty-handed. Barry then asked him what his education was. The hero replied that he was a banking specialist, but Barry knew that he had not attended university. Marco said that he doesn't actually have a higher education. Barry then asked him if he wanted to say anything else. The hero thought that if he said something wrong, he would be excluded from the list of candidates, so he decided to be honest. She knew she had to get his attention, so she said she needed to earn money. Barry said they were doing the same thing, and that he had come there for the same reason, but asked why he had chosen to work rather than go to university. Marco said he didn't regret his decision one bit. Instead of studying, he began working on a construction site and devoted all his free time in the evenings to self-improvement. He said he never neglected it. He may not have gone to university like everyone else, but he got his engineering education through online courses. He tried in every possible way to compensate for the lack of university, and as a result was able to obtain an education in the economic field. Barry was very surprised by this answer. He turned, looked at his companions and smiled, saying that this was wonderful. Thus, he concluded his part of the interview and handed the floor over to his colleagues. The man asked the hero how he could help his company. Marco knew that this was a difficult question for the average person, but he was prepared for it. She wants to work here because the job is not too stressful and pays well. This way, she will be able to pay her mother's hospital bills, and she won't have to worry about what she will eat or her health. She will be free. He then stated that he was ready to do anything as long as it did not contradict the laws and norms of society. The man then asked him why he had offered such conditions. Marco stated that otherwise, the image and future of the company that placed the order with him would be destroyed, and he supports the company's integrity and its contribution to the country's development. Only by fulfilling these conditions will the Elsung Group be able to move in the right direction in line with its goals. The hero understood that this wasn't the perfect answer. He simply needed to convince them that perfect answers don't exist, because this interview was designed to find out how people behave in stressful situations. Then the man decided to ask her the next question. Does she have a girlfriend? Marco said he doesn't have a girlfriend. It just so happens that there are practically no women around him. He said that if a man had a suitable girl, he would be glad to meet her, to which Barry laughed. He then reported that Marco had done an excellent job in the interview. He said that the interview was over, and all candidates could leave. Soon night fell, and Marco returned to the construction site. Clayton walked up to him, surprised that the boy had come there. He gestured with his hand that he had a lot of work ahead of him in the control room today. She noticed that Marco was acting a little strange, so she asked him what was wrong. The hero wanted to tell her what was really going on, but at that moment their conversation was interrupted by a strange sound. It turned out that Wesley decided to approach them, but tripped over a beam and fell. The hero thought that Wesley was in trouble again, but he had too much work to worry about such things. Clayton then said that they would have dinner together that day and invited Marco to go with them. However, the hero said that he would like to talk to the boss. Clayton, like everyone else, was curious to know what they wanted to tell Marco. The boy then said that he was finishing his last week there, which greatly surprised the men. At that moment, the system sent her a new task. She had to attend a storytelling event. There was no reward or punishment for refusing, which was extremely surprising, given the system's instructions. Marco then asked his boss what they would have for dinner, and Clayton chuckled and said that they would have soup today. Marco then said that if the boss fed him meat, he would go over to the manager's side. Wesley and his partner were thrilled that Marco had made this decision. Moreover, they wanted to try the meat too. Clayton tried to feign displeasure, declaring that he would only agree because everyone asked him to. Soon the men arrived at the establishment and decided to raise a toast to such a wonderful day. Clayton said this week has been very difficult. Lately, people are becoming less and less interested in becoming engineers. His brother works at a gas plant, and he himself has worked in his specialty for 20 years. He didn't understand the point of studying if it was so difficult to earn good money, so he decided not to study anymore, considering it useless. Juan said there was a reason for all this. The manager said it was because he was too old. At that moment, Marco thought that even when drunk, he didn't say stupid things, and that the technical staff had a hard time doing that. Today, the development of the industry is driven by science, technology, and pharmaceuticals. When everyone was so drunk that they couldn't think clearly, The hero turned to the window and began to look at the city at night. A whole week has passed since that night. Marco was at Elsung Group when his boss called him and asked why he hadn't shown up for work. Then Marco said that yesterday he discussed the possibility of taking the day off because he needed to rest. However, Clayton insisted and asked Marco to come to work, as he had not slept all night and did not want to work alone. However, Marco said that he couldn't leave and wouldn't come tomorrow, and before the manager could answer, he hung up. At that moment, a company employee approached him and said that she would take him to the venue of the debate. He said that the second interview is a discussion between 10 people, and Marco may join the discussion depending on what the speaker says. The panel discussion will focus on OECD countries, of which South Korea is a member, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Participants will discuss the problem of high education costs and ways to address it. When all the candidates had gathered in the room, the host announced that when answering, they should raise their hand, state their number and name, and only then speak. Marco then realized that this was precisely what had been bothering him, as the issue required extensive training in social work. He mentally thanked the group leader for the invaluable experience. Soon the debate moderator took notes on his tablet and said it was time for them to begin. Marco looked up confidently, preparing for the group interview. He was assigned number 2. Soon the discussion began, and a third participant entered the debate by raising his hand and stating that he believed the economic situation in recent years had had a serious impact on the country. As a result, the cost of education has risen significantly, and to be among the top 10 economically strongest countries, they cannot skimp on human resources. If the cost of education were to decrease, they would be able to attract more talented people. Marco looked at him in surprise, deciding that this guy was a real idiot. The discussion had already covered the reasons for the tuition increase and how to solve it, but this guy simply repeated the question and didn't give any answer. He thought it was a good thing he had decided not to answer first, as now he had time to think about his answer. The discussion soon turned to participant number 7, who said that his parents spent 300 million won on his good education, and that such amounts lead to a decrease in the birth rate, since not all parents can afford to spend that much on several children. And he believes that it is necessary to stimulate population growth and increase payments to families with children. The third agreed with her and said that families are breaking up. The birth rate is declining. The cost of education is rising every year, and that encouraging people to have more children is a great way out of the situation. Marco thought it sounded good, but the company had nothing to do with it since it was not state-owned, so they didn't have to worry about these issues. Then he raised his hand, suggesting that the situation be looked at from a different perspective. This statement greatly surprised speakers number 3 and 7. Marco said his country ranks first in the world in terms of the cost of education, and second in terms of the number of applicants. He then stood up and walked to the board, saying they should discuss the quality of education. He asked everyone present to look at the OECD's education rankings. The quality of the education system ranks 75th. From an early age, they have the opportunity to choose whether to continue their education after school. Unlike in Germany, where education is compulsory, here they have the right to choose where to study, at university, in high school, or independently. As a result, the number of jobs fully corresponds to demand, and although the average salary there is higher than in Korea, the difference in income across different professions is not that great. However, his country suffers from a talent imbalance. There is insufficient support for fields such as science, computer science, and other technologies, and most engineering positions are filled by foreign specialists. Marco believed that simplifying his education system along the lines of the German one would bring results, lowering the cost of education in the country and contributing to its overall development. Looking at the other debaters, he saw doubt in their eyes and realized that they were confused by the way he connected the facts. Participant number 10 was then asked if he really thought so. He felt that the second participant was dissatisfied with the education system in his country. Marco was extremely surprised by this statement. He didn't expect an open attack here, but he understood that in such situations, the main thing is not to panic. He then apologized if he had offended anyone, saying he had not intended to defame his country. Participant number 10 said that he really didn't like his words. The foreign education system doesn't take into account the traditions of his country, and he thinks that introducing something like this is a big mistake. They already have enough outstanding and talented people. Everyone present had been educated in Seoul or abroad, and were there only for the sake of knowledge. But he didn't understand why the second man considered them inferior to the Germans. The debate moderator then turned to contestant number 10 and asked his name. The man replied that his name was Corbin. The manager then thanked him for his participation and told him he was free to leave. Hearing this, she blushed, either from misunderstanding or from anger. The manager said he didn't think he was right for his company, but thanked him for his good work. Marco reflected on how companies today need talented employees who can seamlessly fit into the team, while Corbin looked down on others, considering himself superior to them because, given the company's demands, he was the worst person he had ever met. There is no point in hiring someone who wants to be the center of attention and pushing everyone else out. After this, Corbin left the room, slamming the door behind him. The management representative then stated that they had a second topic, which was national pension reform. The participants discussed this topic for a long time, and the hero began to think that this would never end. 25 minutes passed, and the differences were still not resolved. I wanted all this to end as soon as possible. Judging by the examiner's expression, he was also fed up with all this. Then Marco decided to speak up and said that at this rate, they would not be able to reach a consensus. But by summarizing each speech, two prevailing points of view could be identified. Participant number 1 stated that the national and occupational pensions should be combined, following the example of Japan. And participant number 6 responded that the shortfall in the national pension could be compensated for by private payments. He then proposed to hear from one more person and to sum up the results by voting. The examiner noticed that a heated discussion had broken out in the group, but this man remained silent. Typically, people like him act as mediators in disputes, and this is exactly the kind of specialist your company needs. He then thanked all the participants for the work they had done and said that the work was completed for today. After everyone left, he made a note next to Marco's name, writing that this guy definitely did it. When the hero left the office, he heard shouts. The man said that he had been treated unfairly. Turning around, he saw participant number 10 arguing with the examiner, claiming he had been unfairly excluded. Then the hero realized that even here, there were those who refused to admit their mistakes. When the hero blinked, he saw that the examiner was enveloped in a green aura. Marco didn't understand why his ability was activated. Now every person seems completely different to him. He looked around and saw the rest of the people in the hallway. Behind him were a man and a woman. The woman had an orange aura, and the man had a yellow one. Today's interview was helpful. I learned a few new things. First, if you blink 3 times in a row, it activates automatically. Second, each color is specific to a specific person. It can be red, orange, or green. He suggested that the red group included people under 20, the orange group included people over 20, and the green group included people over 30, but doubted that they were divided by age. After some time, the hero returned to work at the construction site. While he was busy working, a new message arrived on his phone. He said he had already passed an interview at Elsung Group. The final interview with the directors would take place tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the company's headquarters. The hero was overjoyed by this news. He was happy that the day of the final interrogation had finally arrived, but he understood that surveillance would not do him any harm for now. She decided that she had to stay calm and pass the final interview to achieve her dream. After this, she approached Wesley and decided to give him some advice, saying that he was putting too much paint on the roller, which was causing it to run out faster. However, the guy did not listen, and again took a large amount of paint and then directed it upwards to paint the walls. When Marco looked up, he saw a gigantic amount of paint flying straight towards his face. With all the paint on his head, Wesley immediately went down the stairs and apologized to his partner. And although Marco was very unhappy, he said that he shouldn't worry about such trifles. Wesley kept changing, apologizing, but the hero reassured him, saying that everything was fine. He then headed to the showers and ran into his boss, Clayton, on the way. The man asked him what had happened, to which the hero replied that nothing special, just work-related matters, and said that he would go to the bedroom to wash up. Clayton said it was a long way off, so I should use the restrooms on the ground floor, which were opening today. Marco had no doubts. He was sure of the reaction of the other workers, but Clayton said that they themselves sent out a message asking everyone to come and wash up after work today, so that there would be no misunderstandings. The hero then went downstairs to wash off the paint. He found it very comfortable to walk on, even with his hair stuck to it. Soon he came to the right door. Entering the bathroom, she immediately took off all her dirty clothes and headed to the shower. After that, she took a hot shower, washing off all the paint. Then he walked a little towards the middle, where the man was already, and asked him what he was doing. Marco told her that he was a builder. The man suggested that it must be a very hard job since he came here covered in paint from head to toe. After which the hero smiled and asked if this man was really the boss here. When the man replied that he was indeed the boss, the hero immediately became happy, saying that his bathhouse was simply amazing, that it was a wonderful job, and then asked if he was paid well. The man said he had been paid enough not to envy others, after which the hero thanked him again for his efforts. After this, the man suddenly dove sharply under the water. Marco panicked, thinking that the man had suddenly become ill and drowned. He immediately rushed to his aid, intending to pull him out from under the water. At that moment, a man appeared, laughed, and asked if she really thought he was dead. Then he said that he was cursed. She said she always had to strain to go to the toilet, especially after sweating heavily. Marco said it was very interesting, and he thought he was doing the right thing. It was impossible to identify potential downsides for clients without trying it out for yourself. He said that the man was an excellent specialist in his field and looked very healthy, to which his friend replied that he too should take care of his health by not forgetting to exercise and eat right while he was still young. Then he suddenly stood up and said it was time to leave. Marco wished him luck and health, saying that he hoped that everything would go well for him. The man smiled and said that he also hoped the boy was okay. When Marco left the bathhouse, a man in a suit followed him. He immediately entered the bathhouse. Once inside, he called the president, who turned out to be the same man. He said the closing ceremony would start in 40 minutes and asked if I could attend. It turned out that President Lennox had indeed been cursed after the construction. If he had not washed there, some kind of accident would certainly have occurred within a year. The man hoped that everything would be fine this year. Soon the day of the final interview arrived, and the hero tried to remain as calm and composed as possible. The system told him that he only needed to pass the final interview, but Marco was dissatisfied and said that it was not that easy. When the system convinced him that he simply had to trust it, he sighed in disgust and said that since it wouldn't help, he would do it himself. I had to remember everything, from the company's past to today's events. He quickly agreed to the proposal and greeted everyone present, thanking them for the opportunity. The committee chairman then asked Marco to sit down. The hero thought the system was telling him not to worry, but luck didn't smile on him at the meeting with the directors. Then he decided it was time to put this skill into practice. Looking at the directors, he saw that one of them was emitting a blue aura and the other a purple one. They all looked over 50 years old, and he doubted that they were really directors. Then the only man said that Marco had applied for a management position related to lending and banking. The man approached another director and told him that the boy had not attended university. He then asked her how she managed to get an education. The man said that the boy must be very bright to have made it this far, and asked the assistant to show him the results of the previous interviews. Soon, all the directors saw that Marco received the best marks in the interview. They were extremely surprised to learn that he was doing better than graduates of the country's most prestigious universities. The assistant leaned over to one of the directors and told him that he thought the guy qualified as an SSS, Social Security Service, employee. This group usually includes relatives and descendants of the president's family, or ordinary people who have reached his level. The director then turned to Marco and asked him what kind of job he would like to do. The hero said that he would prefer an office job, but no matter what task he was given, he would be happy. When the director said that Marco would not be able to go, the hero was extremely surprised. The directors then announced the end of the interview and thanked the boy for his work. When he came out, they began to discuss whether he was a relative of the president or someone from his inner circle, and decided to thoroughly check this information. One of the directors suggested that he had deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary economist to avoid suspicion. Another man agreed with him, saying that the president's policy was precisely to start from the bottom. It all seemed suspicious because HR noticed it first. They shouldn't have made any mistakes either. They assumed that they had been approached by a person from the SSS group. The action moves to an expensive building, where a young man comes to his father's office, extremely unhappy that his son decided to show up there after such a long break. He said he had failed, despite having prepared for so long. Such a disgrace had never happened in his family. The young man said he was very sorry and asked his father to give him another chance. When the man started yelling at him, saying that he had not shown up for the interview and had failed it, the young man clenched his fists in anger. The man then turned to his son Marco and told him to speak openly and not hide anything from him. The action shifts back to the construction site. It was another day at work for Marco. Another message arrived on his phone, saying that he had been hired by Elsung Group. The hero understood that passing the interview with the directors would not be easy, and he felt that it was a waste of time. He then received another message that he needed to undergo a mandatory medical examination at a regional hospital, but he could also provide medical certificates from another hospital. The hero didn't know what to do. He wanted to get a job at the company behind her back, but now he doubted that this wouldn't become an obstacle. Then he decided to go to the hospital to visit Uncle Rodney. When he entered the doctor's office, The doctor asked him if his back was hurting again. Marco scratched the back of his head and said that he was fine today. He said that he had successfully passed the final interview for a position in a large company. Rodney was very happy for him and said that now he would finally not have to put unnecessary strain on his spine. However, I had a feeling that something was wrong here. Then Marco lowered his head in embarrassment and said that it was nonsense. He knew that he could only ask his uncle, but he could not utter a word. He then said he wanted me to write him a prescription for painkillers, and Rodney said he thought that was why he was there. Looking at him, he noticed that Marco had a very sad expression on his face, which surprised the man, since he usually had a very confident demeanor. He didn't understand what the problem was. He remembered Marco's words about how he successfully passed the final interview at a large company. Then the doctor thought that in order to get a job, he needed to undergo a medical examination. And then he realized what this man wanted from him. He understood that if he was caught, his driver's license would easily be revoked. However, Rodney suddenly started typing something on the computer, thinking that this guy was an exact copy of his father, and that is why everyone was worried about him. Soon after, the hero went downstairs to get a prescription from the nurse, and then he handed her something else. In the end, this became a record. At that moment, the hero heard Rodney's voice behind him and decided to congratulate him once again. He said that the boy would pay for his medicine as soon as he received his first salary. Marco smiled, realizing how much his uncle had helped him. Soon, the hero returned home. He received another message from the company, stating that he had successfully passed the general personnel selection at Elsung Group. The hero realized that he survived only thanks to the help of his uncle, and this made him very happy. At that moment, the system window appeared over his head again, informing him that Marco had access to the employee store and that his current balance was 5 points. The system informed you that the store is a great tool that can help you solve problems that arise during your work. You can use the points you earn for completing tasks to purchase special items. When the hero was given the opportunity to open a store for employees, he immediately agreed. The system's capabilities soon expanded. Among the items available to new employees were a pill that instantly eliminated alcohol from the body, glasses that allowed one to see through walls within a 2-meter radius for 1 minute, a candy that, when taken within 6 hours, eliminated drowsiness, and a charming aroma that made the wearer attractive. The effect was doubled for the opposite sex. Marco couldn't believe his eyes. It all seemed like a game or some kind of magic. The system then asked him if he wanted to lose his memory, and the hero quickly explained that he didn't want that. The system claimed that it existed to help him succeed, and he rejected it. So Marco apologized for expressing his thoughts incorrectly and asked the system not to take him too seriously. The system then said that it understood the user's words, but that he needed to be careful with the third point. And this statement made Marco very angry. Why did the system give him a task in which he had to talk to his mother, calm her down by telling her that he had found a job at a new company, receive 6 points as a reward, and open an additional task? And as a punishment, the additional task would remain closed. The hero thought that even if it weren't for this system, he would still go with his mother, which he did in the near future. He came to her room and knocked on the door. When Deborah realized that her son had arrived, she smiled. She said she was feeling better, so her son had nothing to worry about. Then Marco decided to tell her that he'd been hired by Elsung Group. Deborah was overjoyed and said it was great news. The boy then said that in that case she needed to get better and that they would go home together. Deborah then said that her aunt had bought and brought her a whole box of apples that day, and she offered to take some for her son. Marco was glad to finally see a smile on his mother's face. The woman said that her son studied hard and got a job at a good company, so she was very happy for him. Then Marco stood up and said that he would go to the nurse for a stroller. He asked his mother to wait for him and went out into the corridor. When he left the room, the system informed him that the mission was completed. He then informed her that Rodney was very worried about his mother, so Marco should call him and ask him to go to the hospital. He would get 5 stitches, and there would be no punishment. When the hero saw the title of the mission, which was called First Love, he was surprised. He did not understand what it meant, because Rodney was his father's best friend. His father and Uncle Rodney were best friends in their youth. This was the same friend who came and scolded my father every time he did not take care of his health. Marco remembered these moments from his childhood well. Now the hero realized that all this time, Rodney had not been married. She still couldn't come to terms with the fact that her father's best friend was in love with her mother. He then turned to the system and asked if all this was true, to which the system replied that it could not lie. The hero asked why he was given this task, and the system replied that it was doing it for the sake of the success of a user named Marco. The hero did not understand who was behind this entire system. However, the system responded that this information was not available to him. The hero looked around, not understanding what to do, since this task had a limited time. He had about half an hour left. He returned to his mother's room and stopped at the door. When he entered the house, his mother asked him where he had been for so long, and Marco replied that he needed to make a call. Deborah said that if he was busy, he could come, and her son replied that everything was fine. So he decided to ask his mother if she remembered Uncle Rodney. Deborah was surprised when her son asked her this question, and Marco was also surprised by her reaction. His mother's tone gave him a strange feeling, perhaps because his father was dead. Then he stood up and said that he would call her, and then come back to her. The hero headed towards the exit of the room, taking his phone out of his pocket along the way. Then he dialed Uncle Rodney's number. The doctor hadn't expected the call. Then the hero decided to ask him directly if he liked his mother. The doctor did not know what to answer, so he asked if something had happened to Deborah. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately jumped up from his seat and asked which hospital they were in. Marco replied that they were at Seoul Central Hospital 403 and hung up. At that moment, the system appeared next to him again, informing him that the hero had made an excellent choice. But Marco was extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of this strange creature. He asked again what it was, but the system still didn't respond. Uncle Rodney showed up at the hospital 15 minutes after the call. He ran quickly down the corridor, not paying attention to anyone, including Marco. She ran all the way here without even taking off her hospital gown. He finally met Deborah. It was their first meeting after the death of the hero's father. Soon, the system informed Marco that the search was complete, and he received 5 points as a reward. Once the hero calmed down and soberly considered the situation, he concluded that this was the only correct decision. He looked at the system window and wondered if all of this could be true. He then asked if his father was behind this system. The system provided him with one-sided assistance, which sometimes turned into threats, but did everything possible to help him. However, the system reported that it could not answer this question. The hero again assumed that his father was behind this, and therefore did not answer directly. However, the system did not respond, and so the hero decided that he was still interested in finding out what kind of creature it was, and therefore would study it gradually. But now, something else was bothering him. She wondered what her mother and Uncle Rodney were doing now. Looking out the window in the door, he saw that they were talking to each other. The hero did not hear the conversation, but he saw a smile on his mother's face. Uncle Rodney was smiling too, and the hero had never seen such a sincere smile on his face. The system again informed the hero that he had made the right decision. Soon it was 10 p.m., and at that time all the guests had to leave the hospital. Rodney left the room and saw Marco standing outside the door. He assumed he was eavesdropping on their conversation, but the hero said he was just dropping by. Then the doctor came up to him and apologized for his behavior. However, the hero stated that he had nothing to apologize for. Rodney said that in any case he was grateful to them for their help and for the call, and now it was time to leave. Finally, Marco asked him again if he liked his mother. Then Rodney looked away, embarrassed, and said he didn't know how to answer that question. Marco looked down in disgust. He expected a clearer answer. He told his uncle he'd be spending the next 3 days at the training center. His aunt came to visit his mother occasionally, but she wanted his uncle to come too. He paid his mother's medical bills and sent him to the company for a physical, and now the hero realized that all this had happened not because of his friendship with his father, but because of his mother. He couldn't understand her feelings, so he told Rodney to decide for himself. One way or another, only he and she could take care of Deborah. Rodney said he understood what the man meant, and promised to think about it because it was not an easy decision. Marco spent the next 3 days at the training center. Returning to the construction site, he heard the manager announce that they would be moving to a new construction site tomorrow. He asked the workers to go to bed early so that they could start work as soon as possible. Then Marco turned to him and said he needed to say something. Clayton assumed he wanted to take another day off. He said that the boy had to leave. The boss took a long weekend, so there was no one to work. And then the hero said that he found a new job, and so he had to leave. Clayton shouted, asking how much he would have to pay to talk him out of the idea, and asked if it would be enough for him to earn $4 million a month here. Marco then apologized for what he said earlier. He said that he had successfully passed the final interview at Elsung Group. At first, Clayton couldn't believe his ears. When she realized that Marco was completely serious, her face contorted in shock. Then Marco said that he wouldn't be able to go to work tomorrow. Clayton was extremely surprised that, even without a university education, he still managed to get an interview at such a large company. The hero looked away in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Valdis then said that he needed to work hard to avoid losing his prestige. Marco didn't look up and said he was very sorry. At that moment, Juan and his companion approached them. Wesley asked if it was time to go get something to eat since Marco was leaving. Clayton yelled at him because they were talking about this guy leaving, and all he could think about was food. Then one of the workers said that his wife had called him and that he needed to go home. Clayton was very unhappy because the man wanted to leave early. However, the worker said that he spends all day at work and that sometimes he wants to be at home. He said that even Marco decided to leave here. There was an awkward pause between the men. Then Clayton turned to the hero. Marco assumed he would start nagging him again. However, Clayton invited him to go to dinner with them, and he replied that he had offered it not because he liked him, but because he felt awkward. Marco smiled, realizing that despite the leader's words, he remained himself until the very end. When the men arrived at the restaurant, Clayton said that Marco would not leave until he had eaten properly, because office work was not as easy as it seemed at first glance. However, the hero stated that he was ready for such work. Clayton replied that he had not gone to university, that it would be easy for him, and that others would laugh at him if they knew the whole truth. Then Marco looked at him and said that he understood it all. However, he also understood that he had to do it. Clayton said that if he didn't succeed in this matter, he could come back to them. They would always be glad to see him. There would always be a place for Marco here. The hero thanked his boss for such kind words. Then his companion cleared his throat, took something out of his pocket and said that if he had known in advance, he would have prepared a better gift. Then he took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Marco. The boy was surprised and asked what it was. The man asked her to open the envelope and accept it without questions, like an adult, saying that the amount would be enough for several pairs of shoes. The hero immediately raised his hands, declaring that he could not accept such an amount, and asked the man to return the envelope. At that moment, Juan took the envelope and said that in that case, he would take the money. The man immediately shouted at him, ordering him to return the envelope to Marco. Wesley was surprised by this sudden reaction and returned the money to the man. Marco smiled and said he would accept them anyway. He was glad that, even though he was no longer there, the men had been kind to him on the day he last saw his former colleagues. The next day he got a job at the Elsung group of companies. The hero took a large black suitcase and headed towards the bus. He greeted the man who was regulating boarding of the bus and gave his name. The man immediately looked at his tablet to check the data. He told Marco to take the first bus. However, he suddenly stopped the boy and asked him if he was really born in 1992. However, Marco replied that this was not the year of his birth. It turned out that he was born in 1994. Hearing this, the man said that in that case he needed to take the third bus, leave his luggage in the cargo hold, and go inside. Marco thought about the fact that apparently there was someone here with the same name as him. As I was getting on the bus, I couldn't help but think about this. My name wasn't the most common, so this situation really surprised me. He finally found his seat and sat down, breathing a sigh of relief. The bus staff then said that since everyone had taken their seats, they were heading to the training center for new employees. Marco smiled, realizing that he was now a new employee of the company. He was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of the phone lying in his pocket. He received a message from Rodney, who advised him not to worry about his mother and to work hard. At that moment, one of the men sitting on the bus suddenly stood up in the middle of the aisle. He greeted everyone present, introducing himself as Oswald, the deputy director of the sales department of the Elsung Group branch in one of the cities, and responsible for the third bus, and thanked everyone for their work. All the passengers on the bus also thanked him. Oswald said that he would be their supervisor for the next 4 weeks at the training center, and asked if they had decided yet what work they would do. All the passengers on the bus looked at each other awkwardly, not understanding what the man was talking about. He then said that he had worded the question incorrectly, and asked those who already knew which department they wanted to work in to raise their hands. It turned out that no one present raised their hand. Oswald said that training and retraining new employees is an important process at the company. The company monitors employees, evaluates their performance, and offers them positions based on their training results. He joined the company immediately after this training. He was transferred to the sales department, where he is now doing an excellent job. Then one of the employees asked what would happen if he was offered a job he didn't like. Oswald said that first and foremost, they need to maintain high grades, as the top 10 students will be given the opportunity to choose their own position. The remaining 90% will be distributed by managers, but even with the first option, there is a chance that the position will not be suitable for the employee. However, he noted that there was a legal loophole. After a year, they could apply to change their profession, although he did not recommend this route, as such applications could simply be rejected, and his former team would no longer accept them. Marco was very surprised when he heard this. He realized that from the very beginning of the company's existence, Each of his employees was under close surveillance. He wondered what a problem person would look like if problems existed within a team. She didn't know what to do if her health deteriorated and she needed emergency surgery. She was afraid that it would mean quitting her job, losing everything, and starting over. Then the hero firmly decided that he must resist to the end. Soon the buses arrived at the desired city. For Marco, all of this was new. He felt a little strange, but at the same time he felt that a bright future awaited him. After some time, the buses arrived at the company's training center. Oswald looked at all the workers, making sure that everyone had gotten off the buses. He said that all employees will now receive the necessary items. Tracksuits of appropriate sizes and name badges have been prepared. Soon, everyone arrived at the center, where their luggage was checked and they were given the necessary clothes. One of the staff greeted Marco, informed him that he had been assigned room B13 on the 3rd floor, and asked him to change clothes and inspect the meeting area. Raising his head, the hero saw that the floors were numbered, starting from the 2nd, with the letters A, B, C, and was surprised to discover that men and women lived together. However, at the time, one of the workers said that the men were in rooms 1 through 25, and the women were in rooms 26 through 50. Marco noted that they had very cleverly divided the workers by gender. After some time, she was already in her apartment. Before she started getting ready, she needed to change her clothes. Soon he found the room he needed. Upon entering, he found a double bed. The hero sighed with relief. He had expected to share the room with 3 other people. Then he took out the clothes that were given to him at the entrance. It was a fairly simple tracksuit, and he wondered why they had decided to use that particular uniform for everyone. At that moment, a young man in a suit and glasses entered the room. Marco turned around and looked at who had arrived. The boy chuckled and said the room was rather small. Marco disagreed and introduced himself. The man scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said his name was Finley. Marco realized that Finley gave the impression of being a pleasant person. He looked older than his age, so the hero wondered if he should bow to him. She approached him and said that he looked older than his age, to which Finley replied that he was 29. Marco chuckled and said that he was 25 and hoped that wouldn't be a problem for them. He asked him where he'd prefer to sleep and suggested the 2nd floor. Finley said that in that case, he'd stay on the 1st floor and thanked the boy for his concern, as the 2nd floor was too much trouble. Marco said it was no problem since they would have to live together for a whole month. Finley was surprised that Marco got a job so early, since he was only 25 years old. And he was also surprised that Marco graduated from college in 3 years. The hero then said that he had received a degree in lending and banking, meaning that he had indeed received an education before everyone else. At that moment, loudspeakers throughout the building turned on, and a voice was heard announcing that the prisoners were to be in the main lobby of the building in 10 minutes. The man said that they had little time left. Finley chuckled and said he felt like they were in the army. Marco agreed with him and suggested that they go to the gym. Otherwise, they would be late. After some time, the hero noticed that the first day had gone quite well. Management apparently wanted to check attendance. More than 260 people gathered in the hall to listen to the speech. The man speaking on stage said that before the company's new employees began training, the training director would like to say a few words to them. At that moment, another man came onto the stage. The man greeted him on stage, bowed, and stepped aside to take his seat. The man in glasses leaned toward the microphone, smiled broadly, and greeted the interns. The prisoners returned his greeting. Then the man said that for some reason there was silence there. He then shouted into the microphone, asking if this was how new employees at the company were supposed to behave, and greeted them again, this time very loudly. This time the prisoners met the man as strong as he was. The director said that until last year he was the general manager of the Elsung Group head office. His name is Leonard, and at the beginning of this year, he was appointed to the Elsung Group Training Center. He said his group is one of the top 5 largest companies in South Korea, but they were ranked last at the beginning. The 1960s were difficult. Leonard went to Japan to hone his skills, then asked his students if they knew where in South Korea the first refrigerator was made. One of the interns raised his hand and said that the products were manufactured at the Elsung Group electronics plant. Leonard said that was the correct answer. It took them 4 years to design and build the first refrigerator. They went through a process of trial and error. In those days, refrigerators were very expensive, but now every home has one. Marco reflected on the fact that the training center director's speech was based on the company's history. In particular, he spoke about his past and his future. At that moment, Leonard declared that from this day on, the students were not just new employees, but the future of the entire Elsung Group. From the moment they entered this training center and throughout their professional development, they would be part of the Elsung Group. So he encouraged them, starting tomorrow, to strive with all their might for the company's future. Soon the prisoners met Oswald again. He said lights out began at 10 p.m., and after 10 p.m. each prisoner would take turns on duty on the floor. He said that the prisoners should elect a duty officer who would be responsible for organizing their work, and then asked those who wanted to take on this responsibility to raise their hands. Marco decided that he should try his hand at being a boss. Some other prisoners also raised their hands. Marco looked around and saw that besides him, several other people also wanted to try their hand at being a boss. Turning his head the other way, he saw that his roommate Finley had also raised his hand. The decision was made soon after, and all the prisoners went to their rooms. However, Marco was a little dissatisfied. It was his first day here, and he was already dying of boredom. He had no one to talk to since his roommate had become the floor leader, and he was left completely alone. It turned out that Oswald chose Finley as the best student, and thanked everyone else for their participation. He said that the manager's job lasts for 1 week, after which all the pros and cons of his work will be discussed, and this role can be voluntarily resigned if the person feels that he is not coping with the tasks set. The students said they understood everything, so Marco decided to leave his room and thought about what he should do. He looked around and saw that the prisoners were talking to their cellmates. He thought that perhaps he should take a shower, since there was no toilet, kitchen, or shower in the rooms. There was a shared laundry room, shared shower, shared toilet, etc. There were cameras installed in the corridors, so everything was under surveillance. However, the hero decided that he needed to take a shower. He decided that it was all a trifle. While working on a construction site, he encountered much worse conditions. Often they had nowhere to wash their clothes, so they slept in them on the floor. He ate bean noodles in the dusty rooms, so it wasn't much of a problem for him. Once she found the shower, she realized there weren't as many people there as she thought. The others looked uncomfortable. Perhaps they had never been in such conditions before. But one thing was certain. There were many people there who were unfamiliar with this way of life and the need to share something with others. The leaders secretly observed and evaluated each student. Soon after, Marco returned to his room and continued reading books. He realized that it was already 8:30 in the evening. At that moment, Finley entered the room. Marco didn't ask him if he had finished his duties, to which the man replied that he still had things to do. He then handed her the papers and asked her to fill them out. He said he was asked to hand out these forms to everyone, and then Marco said he would definitely fill them out and asked if Finley needed help. The man downplayed the seriousness of the situation, saying that everything was fine and the boy just needed to go to bed, that he still had things to do but he could handle everything himself. Marco looked at his neighbor with disbelief, but agreed with his decision. After some time, night fell. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Marco woke up from strange sounds. Opening her eyes, she saw Finley standing in the middle of the room. She sat down on the bed and asked if he was free. Finley smiled and said he had more work than he thought, then asked if she had filled out the application. Marco said he filled it as soon as he received it, and Finley was very surprised by this answer. The hero looked closely at his neighbor's face and noticed something strange. Finley seemed to be moving slower, and for some reason it made Marco uncomfortable. At that moment, Oswald entered his room and called out to Finley. He said he had asked her to bring the forms at 10 p.m., and that he didn't understand what she was doing in his room now. Finley looked away awkwardly and said that many people were sleeping now, and he couldn't disturb them, so he would collect all the forms tomorrow morning. Oswald yelled at him, asking if he really wanted to cause him trouble from day one, after which Finley bowed and apologized, saying he would bring everything tomorrow at 7 a.m. Then Oswald exhaled, saying that for the first time he forgave him, and added that he must definitely see him again in the morning. As he left the room, Marco wanted to ask his neighbor if he was okay, but decided it wasn't worth it. I've asked him about it twice already, and both times Finley said he was fine. She knew that a few words from her would be enough for them to get along. The next morning, Marco was leaving his room, when suddenly someone called out to him from behind. It was Oswald. He asked where Finley had gone, but the hero replied that he didn't know, because he had just woken up. Oswald then asked where to find him, said that he would be in a small conference room at 7:30, and if Marco saw him, he should take Finley there, after which the hero asked the man for his phone number just in case. After this, the hero thought about the fact that he and Finley hadn't even exchanged phone numbers. He had no idea that something like this could happen. However, she quickly realized that there was no time for this, since Finley had been very busy the day before. A scream from somewhere nearby distracted him from his thoughts. The boy immediately ran towards the source of the noise to find out what was happening. It turned out that something was happening near room B19. One of the men who lived there was unhappy because Finley gave him a form at 6:30 and asked him to fill it out at 7, as that was impossible since he was busy with the morning procedures, And since the man had volunteered to be the boss, he needed to be in control from the start. Finley bowed to him and said that he would definitely get better, but now he needed to fill out a full form. After that, he left, muttering under his breath how sorry he was. The neighbor of the man who had just yelled at Finley asked him if he was being too hard on him. The man said there was no need to feel sorry for him, because that was the boss's destiny. Whoever was appointed to this position would be able to earn 20 extra points upon completion of training. He said he had read about it in a leaflet, but it was the only way to actually earn points, and if the class president failed, he could be replaced. Then he said that in any case, it is not he who will evaluate his work, but the management will do that. Marco believed that it would be beneficial for the company if new employees learned to communicate with each other from the very beginning. As a result, aggression and negativity were in the air, and the heroes wondered what Finley thought about it. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him of a new assignment. He needed to read the company's training center brochure, absorb all the information it contained, and be prepared for anything. He also needed to manage the team like a boss. He had to make a good impression and establish authority. The hero was extremely surprised that the system asked him to complete such a task. Suddenly, he saw Finley in front of him, who was again asking other prisoners to hand over the completed questionnaire. Then he walked up to him and said hello. Finley asked what was wrong. Marco said the manager was looking for him and waiting in a small conference room on the second floor, and asked Finley to come there before 7:30. Finley cursed as he realized he had 15 minutes left and still hadn't finished his work. Marco wanted to offer his help, but Finley had already run ahead down the corridor, saying that he could handle it himself. He then went back to knocking on the doors of other interns to get their completed forms. Finley couldn't figure out if he was doing all this for any specific reasons, but he knew that in his place, he wouldn't want to share them with others either. Or maybe he was just uncomfortable accepting support from others. However, there is a possibility that he was so blinded by the desire to improve his reputation that he forgot about human relationships, and there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to stop helping others and focus on himself. He then called Oswald and told him that he had found Finley and passed on his words to him. When Oswald realized that they had not yet had breakfast, he called him into the conference room and said that they would have breakfast together since they were on the same team. Sometime later, Marco arrived in the room where Oswald was already sitting, waiting for Finley with his prepared statements, but he had not yet arrived. The hero sat down in a free seat and began to read the brochure. She wondered why Finley had accepted a job he couldn't handle. He should have at least written a preliminary report. At that moment, the boss entered the room and apologized for being late. He said some people declined to participate because he was late. All but 11 people completed the questionnaire, and he included a list of all those who did not. Oswald then yelled at him and asked why everyone else agreed to participate except them, and said that it was the group leader's problem. He also didn't understand how the total number of team members could be calculated if 11 people hadn't filled out the application, and he was extremely unhappy that Finley hadn't been able to complete such a simple task. Finley looked down in embarrassment and didn't know what to say. Then Oswald said that it was late, and he needed to go and eat. Marco was surprised that Finley simply walked away, leaving the manager waiting for him, and did not start eating. I was very disappointed with Finley's behavior. Apparently, Finley noticed that Marco was also in the office, and this made him very angry. So when he left the office, he slammed the door behind him. After reading the brochure, Marco approached Oswald and asked if he had anything else to do, as he needed breakfast. Oswald replied that he still needed to review the forms for Team B. The hero asked if other teams filled out these forms. Oswald replied that it was mandatory, a form for new employees. The hero then said that since he had so much work to do that he couldn't help him, he was sorry that such a situation happened to his team. He said that he had such a good dinner yesterday that he didn't need breakfast. Oswald accepted the help, and then Marco said that the forms for Team A and Team C were different, and asked the man what the priority was, to which Oswald replied that it didn't matter. The problem was that more than a dozen people didn't fill out the forms, and that skewed all the statistics. Oswald asked him to check the wording on the team's forms, and he was about to go and find those who had not yet sent their forms to fill them out. But at that moment, Marco stopped him. He said they had a list compiled by their student advisor, so there was no need to go from class to class. It would be easier to just call everyone and let them know they hadn't filled out the form yet. It would be much easier, and Oswald wouldn't have to work so hard. After some time, the interns began to come to the conference room with completed questionnaires. They apologized for the late submission of documents, and Oswald watched the whole thing with a slight smile on his face. In the end, they managed to quickly complete the work thanks to Marco's help. But the hero denied his significant contribution. In fact, The entire work was delayed precisely because of his team. However, Oswald insisted and said that the hero even had to skip breakfast because of this work. Marco said that was okay, pulled a protein bar out of his pocket, and offered Oswald one, as the snack would give them both energy. He said it was a good alternative to breakfast, and that he had plenty of them in his room. Oswald took a chocolate bar, and said that office work is really fun. Some people adapt to such life right away, but for others it is very difficult. They then left the hallway and went upstairs. Oswald said that despite the number of interviews and tests potential employees undergo, this situation repeats itself every time, although perhaps that's for the best. In this way, they managed to eliminate one more person. Then he smiled again and said that he had to go to work in the morning, but he wasn't even hungry, so he and Marco decided to say goodbye. In the end, Oswald asked him to make sure to take a few more of these bars with him, and if he came empty-handed, he would give him a penalty point. After this, the manager said something else to the young intern. Sometime later, Oswald was presenting a presentation, and the interns gathered in the room to listen to what he had to say. He asked everyone to remain quiet, as there was a meeting for Team B going on at the time, so the late trainees had to return to their teams. He then asked his boss about the upcoming evening, clarifying the number of people in case anyone didn't show up. Finley replied that everyone was in place. Oswald looked at the guy incredulously and said that in that case they should get started. He invited the interns to learn about the history of the company's origins and development, when suddenly Marco entered the room. Everyone present immediately turned their attention to the dead intern. The hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized for being late. Finley was surprised to see that his roommate actually showed up for the conference. Seeing the intern, Oswald smiled warmly at him. Then she extended her hand to him and asked him to come closer. As Marco approached, he turned to the audience and said that before he continued, he needed to say something. He said that from now on, Marco would be in charge of the children's department, and asked if anyone had any objections. The hero himself was very surprised by this decision, but the system informed him that he had completed the task and received a reward of 5 points, and the store's reputation had increased to 20. His goal was to become a boss, but he didn't think it would turn out like this. He didn't do anything, but he still felt guilty. Finley was clearly unhappy with this decision, but they would have to share a room, so the hero didn't know what to do. The conference ended. Oswald asked everyone to write down their thoughts about the conference on pieces of paper and hand them to him, and the leader of Team B was to take all the papers to the conference room before the lights went out. Before the prisoners left the room, Marco asked them to stay for a minute because he needed to say something. He asked everyone to bring their notes to his room by 9:30 p.m. He also said he would create a group chat for all interns to join, and that all notifications would be sent through this chat. All the prisoners agreed to this, and then Marco suggested that they all have lunch and rest a little. The only one who was dissatisfied was Finley. Soon the hero began creating the very chat he had spoken of, noting that this chat was intended only for important messages, and suggesting that the interns use it only in special cases. At that moment, Oswald entered the office where he was sitting, and asked what he was doing there. Marco said the cafeteria was overcrowded, so he decided to talk to the person working there. He asked if it wouldn't be better if the team ate in shifts, to which Oswald replied that it was a good idea, and they should think about it. He also said that the prisoners had classes in the afternoon, and the professor really didn't like it when phones rang during class, so if they didn't want to be punished, Marco should warn his team to turn them on silent. The hero said that he would definitely warn everyone, and thanked the man for the advice. Oswald smiled and said that he was doing a great job of taking care of his team members, but he shouldn't forget that he was a trainee. He then said goodbye to the intern, and continued about his business. Marco smiled, thinking that he could handle this since he was pretty good at it. He soon returned to his room and continued working, noting to himself that, as class president, he had no time for anything else. At that moment, Finley entered the room, sat down at the table next to his neighbor, and began to look at him with disgust. Then he suddenly asked her if she wanted to tell him something. However, noticing that Marco was silent, she again forgot her question. The hero stated that his appointment to this position was solely the leader's decision, and that he had nothing to do with it, so Finley had no reason to be angry with him. Then suddenly Finley jumped out of his chair and shouted that he knew she had betrayed him to her boss that morning. However, Marco said that wasn't true at all. The manager was waiting for Finley so they could work together and then have breakfast. But his neighbor didn't believe him. He couldn't believe the manager would have breakfast with ordinary interns. He wanted to continue expressing his indignation, but Marco stopped him, saying that he was absolutely not ready to talk about it now. He said that if Finley wanted, he could play the role again, but he would only be told about it when he calmed down. After this, the hero left his room, despite his neighbor's indignation. He soon arrived in the conference room where Oswald and other leaders were already present. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door, and Oswald let the man in. It turned out it was Finley. He said he wanted to change his number. He explained that under the circumstances, he could not get along with his neighbor. So Oswald asked him if Marco was really his neighbor. Finley later confirmed that Marco was indeed his roommate, and that he wanted to change rooms, or wanted Marco to do so. Oswald asked what the reason was, and if it was because he had become the team leader. Finley then said he was disappointed in the traitor, and that Marco had only come here now to lick the soles of the leader's feet. At that moment, one of the leaders rose from the table and approached him, trying to calm him down. Oswald was surprised to hear Marco called a traitor, after which Finley shouted that stealing someone else's work was real treason. He dreamed of the job and tried to prove himself as the boss, but Marco remained close to Oswald and took the role himself. Then the hero got up from the table and went to his neighbor, asking him to calm down and talk about this problem in private. He apologized to the managers and opened the door so Finley could leave with him, but his neighbor was not going to leave, saying that he was currently talking to the manager. Oswald then stood up from the table and asked Marco to stay, saying that Finley had contacted him. He smiled and said that in that case they really should talk, but he himself had practically nothing to say. He suggested starting by telling Finley the reason for his replacement. Yesterday, Oswald told me to pick up the forms before 10 p.m. and bring them to him. Although Finley had not finished the work by that time, Oswald suggested that they do everything before 7 a.m. But Finley could not bear that either. The manager then gave him another 30 minutes, but even that didn't help. Finley tried to justify himself by saying that he had brought them anyway, but Oswald insisted, claiming that there were those who had not turned in the forms. And even though some people have a hard time getting cooperation, Finley could have at least compiled some basic statistics. But instead, he only produced a list of those who didn't send in questionnaires. And such a person is not fit to lead a team. It was his first job as a village chief, but he couldn't even handle it. Therefore, Oswald could not allow someone like him to take this position. At this point, other executives approached him and tried to calm him down since he had already crossed the line. But Oswald said that he would not tolerate this, since Finley did not even think about his own mistakes, but instead blamed everything on Marco. He then told her that, although he called his neighbor a traitor, he tried in every way to protect him. The day Marco shared the candy bar with Oswald, he asked for Finley to have another chance. Oswald said that he asked for a chance until the very end, and supported him until the end. He also recalled an incident at a conference, when he asked Finley if everyone in the room was present, to which he replied that no one was missing. However, Oswald himself knew very well that Marco was not in the office at that moment. He then yelled at Finley again, saying that if he had been honest, he would have kept his job. But he had made a mistake, and even if he fell at his feet and begged for forgiveness, it would not be enough. She said Finley doesn't even realize what a wonderful person he shares a room with. Finley and Marco stared at the manager in shock, not knowing what to say. Oswald then walked up to Finley and asked him if he still wanted to change rooms, because since he had come to ask him to continue, he was willing to listen to him. He said the student had until lunch the next day to pack his things, as he would be leaving the training center and heading home. After this, Finley and Marco left the office. The hero approached his neighbor and told him that this was exactly what he'd been talking about, that he needed to learn to listen to others, that the manager needed to calm down, and that Finley should go with him after dinner and apologize. He said that the leader is also human, and he just needs to calm down a little. Then suddenly, Finley stopped and apologized to his neighbor. She took a deep breath and thanked Marco. Marco said that it was just the team leader's advice, and although there was an age difference between them, they were all trainees here, so he wanted Finley to treat him as a colleague from now on. As evening fell, he gathered his team at the entrance to the training center, apologizing for calling them so early in the day. He asked them if anyone was familiar with the Elsung Group gymnastics group. At this point, there was a dead silence. Apparently, none of the prisoners knew about it. Marco then said that as soon as he read the company brochure, he realized it was very important. Of the 1,000 points that trainees can earn during their training, 50 can only be obtained in one way. Teams A, B, and C compete against each other, and those with the best results receive 50 points. He reminded them again that only the best trainees have the opportunity to choose their profession, so it would be useful for them to practice so that their team could win. Luckily, Marco himself knows gymnastics and can record a video for them, so he asked his team to dedicate some time to it after dinner. As the team leader, he promised to work hard to provide the best conditions for his team. He apologized to the prisoners again for being late, and asked them to return by 9:30, and to remember to prepare the necessary reports. When the interns left, they began discussing the meeting among themselves. They thought they'd only get 50 points if they were really lucky, but most agreed that they'd chosen an excellent class representative this time. Hearing this, Marco smiled warmly, mentally thanking the boys for following him. However, he suddenly realized that he was already very late and ran inside the building. There was only one person left on the street, and that person was Finley. Despite having apologized to his neighbor a few hours earlier, he again looked extremely unhappy. Soon the hero arrived at the office where Oswald was supposed to be, but did not see the man there. Taking a closer look at the office, he saw that Oswald was still there, squatting with his colleague and looking at something. Marco immediately realized it was a signal booster, so he asked the man if he could take a look at it. He also handed her sheets of paper that she was to collect from her group. He said that after the last lesson, when the former class monitor was late, the rest of the students did everything quite quickly, but two still did not hand in their work. A few moments later, Marco said that he had sorted everything out, which surprised the other men as they had no idea what to do in this situation. So Oswald decided to try speaking out loud and wrote a test message. He approached the two who had not yet submitted their documents and asked them to take them to a small conference room. After this, the prisoners who had not yet had time to submit their questionnaires immediately rushed to the designated room. Immediately upon arrival, they apologized for being late and handed over the completed forms. Marco thanked them for their cooperation and asked if they had heard the alerts, to which the boys replied in the affirmative. Oswald's colleague, Byron, asked where he found the guy, to which Oswald smiled slyly and said that he had him at gunpoint and was not going to give him up to anyone. The hero then asked Oswald to allow him to make one more announcement. He addressed the students on his team and told them that he was expecting them all to attend an afternoon gymnastics practice in the training center's gym. Soon, night fell, and Marco headed to the appointed place. Only 5 people showed up for the gymnastics competition. The hero hoped that his message would be heard over the loudspeaker by more people, but decided to accept the number that had already arrived. The prisoners then asked him how he knew about the Elsung group's gymnastics, to which the hero replied that he had worked on a construction site long before coming here. This work belonged to the same company. He soon decided to start with gymnastics, saying that he would first show them the exercises, and then they would all learn the movements together. First, they needed to warm up well so that no one would get injured. Oswald watched all this carefully. She noted that she liked Marco's approach. He doesn't worry and does everything gradually. Marlon couldn't even imagine that there would be someone so capable in this training center, so he decided to tell everyone about this boy. After this, he decided to continue observing the work of the interns. I silently hoped that after training, Marco would decide to move to the sales department, because for them, such a specialist would be worth his weight in gold. Late in the evening, Marco went to the men's shower. He was very tired after grueling gymnastics. He realized that the main thing was not to be stingy with the class monitor's points. He needed to ask other interns for help more often. After his shower, he went to his room, but heard his roommate talking to his mother, who really wanted to visit him. The hero decided not to distract Finley from the conversation and simply silently left the room. Apparently, Finley complained to his mother about being fired from his position as boss, which the woman was very unhappy about and wanted to personally go to the company and reprimand all the employees. Marco walked out of his room, sat down on the floor, and dialed someone's number on the phone. It turned out that she decided to call her mother and ask how her treatment was going. She then asked if Uncle Rodney had come to see her, and realizing that the man was still in her mother's room, she asked to speak to him and thanked the doctor for the help he had given her. After everyone finished talking on the phone with their families, Marco returned to his room and lay down on his bed. He decided to check the chat he'd created and realized that everyone in it was very pleased with his boss and his work. He thanked all the interns for their kind words and said that they should continue to work hard in the future. After this, the hero suddenly fell asleep. However, in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a strange glow. It turned out that the system had sent him another notification, stating that the official start date was June 1st, and Marco would begin receiving his salary the following day, since he had accepted a job. Marco still couldn't believe that he was actually a new employee, when suddenly the system informed him of a new task. He needed to improve his vision to increase his chances of success. The hero was very worried, but still decided to accept this task. The system gave him the ability to enhance his gaze, which he could use 10 times. But Marco didn't even understand how to use it. The system told him that he only needed to mentally pronounce the name of the product and the word use, and then suddenly a bottle of purple liquid flew out of the system window. The hero was very surprised by what happened, but still reached out and took the bottle. At that moment, Finley woke up from some strange sounds. He immediately got angry and yelled at Marco to let him sleep. After this, the hero fell asleep. But 5 minutes before 6 a.m., he got out of bed and left the room. 2 prisoners who'd been on duty that night were already waiting for him outside the door. He asked how their shift had gone, as he'd heard it was quite cold here in the morning. Then he asked the men to open the windows and go get some rest, saying he'd take care of the rest. When it was his turn, he decided it would be best to check if there were any problems anywhere. He then decided to activate his ability, and at that moment his eyes turned purple. There was another meeting in the morning, and one of the managers said that the interns would be informed of their preliminary grades this Friday, which would affect the distribution of grades after completing their training at the center. Grades are influenced by many factors, so he asked the guys to work hard. Marco decided that now was the best time to use his abilities. He analyzed everything he could, and if the activity is properly studied, then there will be no problems with the assessments. Soon after, his team gathered on the court for gymnastics practice. The woman who taught gymnastics to the students was surprised at how well Team B performed, especially the 6 people who were ahead of everyone else. If they continue in the same spirit, they will get extra points. She said she would personally give the 6 people top marks because they worked so hard. Marco thanked his guys for their work, saying that they did an excellent job. Soon after, the hero went to his office to prepare for an exam. He needed excellent grades to get into his desired department. His classmates were terribly tired, but Marco continued to study tirelessly. Soon after, students from Group B began arriving at the office, also wanting to practice with their supervisor. The midterm exam results came in on Friday, and Oswald said the trainees had to demonstrate all their skills on the test. The interns from Team B immediately realized that the test would be very easy for them. Marco also completed the task without any difficulty. Soon the test results were posted at one of the points, and the trainees became a little nervous. In the end, it turned out that Marco arrived first. Turning around, he saw Finley behind him looking extremely depressed, so the hero decided to look for his name on the list, because this boy studied hard, and he couldn't believe that he could have a bad grade. It turned out he was practically at the bottom of the list. Marco had heard he'd done well, so he couldn't understand how he could have ended up so low. However, she quickly concluded that Finley's assessment was not her problem. At that moment, the boys from his group approached him, proud that their leader had taken first place. The prisoners said that they too had made it into the top 10 thanks to their wonderful director. But Marco replied that it was all his doing, and there was no need to thank him. He then reminded one of the interns, Kyle, that it was his turn to be on duty today, so he should get a good night's sleep. As he walked down the hallway, Marco thought the assignment the manager had prepared was quite good. He hoped to take first place simply by using his skills. However, he did not believe that the outcome depended on a public demonstration, as this could create problems for him. At that moment, a girl with short dark hair appeared behind Marco. She was trying to make sure that it was really Marco standing in front of her. She noticed that he looked a little different when he was younger, but decided she would find out later. As Marco headed to his room, the system appeared in front of him again. She told him something that greatly interested the hero. When she entered the room, Finley was already sitting inside, looking extremely depressed. At first, Marco didn't pay attention to it, but then he felt a strange feeling in the atmosphere. He then turned to Finley and said he was going to bed, to which his roommate asked if he was happy with himself. Marco didn't understand what he was asking, so Finley repeated his question. The hero looked at his neighbor with disgust, realizing that now he would again begin to blame him for all his problems. However, Finley seemed to genuinely believe that Marco was to blame for his failures. The hero then sighed in disgust and said that they had agreed not to fight anymore, so he would pretend he hadn't heard anything. At that moment, Finley got out of bed and demonstratively apologized to him. He then angrily asked if he needed to apologize at all. She approached him and said that in that case, she would repeat his words in a more polite form. He said that Marco was not content with simply stealing his position, but was also determined to take the top spot in the rankings. The hero retorted that he had some of the lowest grades. Finley had the worst result on the team, but Marco and his place had nothing to do with it. Finley said this wouldn't have happened if he had remained a prefect, and perhaps he only ended up at the bottom of the list because his superiors weren't happy with him. Then he suddenly shouted and declared that the leader was blind. He turned to Marco without asking what their relationship was. He assumed they were friends or something, since he personally appointed him as the team leader. He then suggested that Marco simply give him the money. The hero was so shocked by his words that he asked him to stop talking nonsense. When Finley tried to point his finger at him again, They suddenly reached out and hit Finley on the arm. He asked how long they intended to continue to slander him, and then added that it had nothing to do with personal connections or bribes, and that if they were accusing him, he would like to see evidence. Then Finley suddenly grabbed his arm and said that Marco had just hit him. He hunched over, pretending to be in severe pain, and began screaming throughout the room. He then fell to the ground and began rolling on the floor, describing the pain he was experiencing. Marco closed his eyes in disgust and said that he was patient, but there was a limit to everything. Then Finley stood up and asked her again if she had just told him she had crossed the line. Once again, he blamed Marco for ending up at rock bottom. The hero tried to object, declaring that he had nothing to do with it. Finley then yelled at him, calling him a real jerk, and saying that now was his chance to get him kicked out of there because of him. Then he suddenly started screaming, declaring that he was not going to give up just like that. After this, he started screaming again, claiming that Marco was hitting him. The hero, who no longer wanted to listen to this nonsense, left the academy building. He sat down on one of the benches and decided to listen to music. However, he was in a very bad mood, so he soon took off his headphones and sat down in silence. At that moment, an unfamiliar woman in a suit approached him and asked if this was the same Marco. The hero looked at the woman and asked who she was. The girl bared her teeth, declaring that he was behaving extremely insolently. However, the hero still did not understand what he meant. The girl then asked him if he had bribed the leader Oswald, and if he was really so eager to take the position of leader. When the hero realized why she was doing this, he immediately got up from the bench and said that he didn't know where she heard this nonsense from, but he himself didn't do that. The girl later said she suspected Principal Oswald of rigging the test results. Marco simply walked past her indifferently, saying that he understood where this situation came from. He assumed that the woman was a relative of Finley. The woman then threatened him, telling him to be careful with his words because she could get him kicked out of the training center. Marco said it was a midterm test for employees. The manager had no reason to influence the results, since he was loyal to the company. The girl then said that this could harm the Elsung Group company, and that they have circumstantial evidence, and that perhaps it is just a hoax, but it could have serious consequences. She asked how she could be kind to Marco in such a situation. The man then turned to her and said he didn't know who she was, but he wanted her to stop attacking him. The girl said that he, like no one else, does not know what an attack is. Marco then asked what the manager had to do with it, because if he understood the reason for his complaints correctly, then he had nothing to do with it. The manipulation of results and the beating of Finley are nothing more than his sick fabrications. All of this is obvious nonsense for which there is not a shred of evidence. He was absolutely sure that they had no good reason to accuse him of lying. The girl then yelled at him, saying that she could easily knock him out of the game without even saying a word. He said that it was Marco's own fault for getting involved in all this, and frankly, it was very tactless. And even if this whole situation is just a rumor, no one will believe him, because everyone knows what Finley's parents are up to. A guy with no money or experience shouldn't mess with someone who has plenty of both. So he has every reason to blame Mark. The hero reiterated that he had no problem with information leakage, and that the results of the midterm assessment were merely an assessment of his skills. They have nothing to do with manager Oswald. They first met at the training center, and as for the bribe, he simply doesn't have the money. He barely got a degree in lending and banking. He asked if a person with his education couldn't get better grades, and if he just studied hard and improved his skills, why would he need to bribe anyone? And if a woman talks so often about bribes and information leaks, it turns out that only those who do this can stay in the company. In that case, you shouldn't stay here, because everyone here is allowed to throw dirt at each other. He said he would give up his dream and then left, declaring he was tired of this conversation. The girl shouted at him not to leave under any circumstances, and then asked if he knew who she was. At that moment, a black car pulled up to the training center. A woman in a long orange dress came out of the house and started screaming that her son had been beaten and no one had done anything. And this unknown woman immediately ran towards her. He took the woman by the hand and asked her to think about her reputation. But the woman in the dress insisted on showing him the monster that had beaten her son, and she asked her subordinate to look after her beloved son. But the dark-haired woman insisted that he not scream there, because it was a training center. Marco immediately realized what was happening. The dark-haired woman stared at him. Marco froze, wondering what kind of sick family had befallen him. Meanwhile, Oswald was resting after an incredibly hard day's work. At that moment, Marco walked past his office and stopped, noticing that the manager looked rather unhappy. Seeing a large suitcase next to his desk, he asked where he was going. Oswald said there was a disciplinary committee meeting coming up soon, and it turned out that Finley's father was a member of parliament, so he had no choice but to go home. Marco assumed it was because Oswald had given him a perfect score on the exam, but the manager said it had nothing to do with it. He said it was a fair assessment of each team, and it turned out that Marco scored the most points, which is why he took first place. However, the hero noticed that the man's suitcase was quite large, so he had only one conclusion. Oswald said it was like trying to put out a fire with straw. No matter how hard you try, nothing will change. Sometimes things don't go the way you want. This bastard's father ruined everything, and there's nothing they can do to fix it. They'll either cut his salary or transfer him to a smaller office. Then she suddenly burst into tears and said that things would be difficult for Marco, and even Finley now, so they needed to keep a close eye on him. Oswald was upset by his poor performance, and Marco felt sorry to see him suffer. He said that the company man must have willpower because he was innocent and nothing else mattered. But Oswald said that his innocence did not help him because his opponent was the son of a member of parliament. Then he asked if Marco was up to something. The boy said he had a plan all along. He just needed to gather up the courage. Then he remembered the day when one of the interns on his team, Kyle, went to bed to start his work that evening. After this, the hero walked down the corridor, thinking about the exam. As he approached his room, the system sent him a notification. Turning around, he saw the system asking him if he could create problems for others for their own good. It was a rather difficult choice for the hero, but the system stated that his decision would determine the future, so he had to think everything through carefully. Sometime later, Marco and Marta entered a small conference room. The meeting had been held so late due to information leaks, as well as suspicions of bribery and even violence. Leonard said this is the first such case since the training center was established. The same woman in glasses stated that everything happened as the director said, because such incidents are simply outrageous. She introduced herself as Moira, the general manager of new employee training, and decided to make a name for herself. He demanded the dismissal and disciplinary action against Team B's leader, Oswald. He also demanded that a new employee, Marco, who was undergoing training, be expelled from the training center and sent back. Finley's mother then intervened, saying she had failed to mention that her son had been abused, which was the main issue at hand. She then leaned over to Finley and stroked his cheek, saying that no one had the right to treat a child like that. He then turned to the directors and declared that violence was a serious matter, and that if they did not make the right decision, he would raise such a scandal that the whole country would know about it. Leonard stated that as the director of this training center, he is responsible for the well-being of all involved, so he will listen to both sides, then analyze the evidence and make a decision. He said that if the parties were dissatisfied with any part of his decision, or had objections to the ruling he had made, they should speak out immediately. Finley and his representatives said they had no objections. Oswald and Marco exchanged glances. Then they said that they had no objections either. Leonard then read a statement from Finley, in which he said that Team B leader Oswald had given Marco questions for the assessment test, and then asked if the party had any evidence. Finley said that all the staff at the training center were highly educated, but no one on Team B, including himself, received a perfect score, and only one person on Team B achieved a high score. He then, without saying anything, pointed out that he had not even attended university, and therefore could not have passed the exam successfully. Leonard then argued that Finley's testimony was circumstantial evidence based on speculation. Finley was very unhappy with this answer. Then Leonard said they needed to reconsider the second question. Finley accused Team B leader Oswald and intern Marco of unfairly grading the team because of some kind of relationship between them, and for the same reason, Finley was stripped of his position as team leader. The police chief said he also believed the evidence presented here was only circumstantial. Finley had no choice but to agree to it. The manager got tired and sighed, realizing that there was nothing significant here either. However, even if these accusations are circumstantial, they raise reasonable doubts, after which he asked if Oswald had anything to refute. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to accept Finley's statement. He then turned to his colleague and agreed with him completely. Leonard said they had heard Finley's statement and now wanted to hear Oswald's side of the story, asking if he had any evidence to contradict his words. However, Oswald stood up and stated that he had nothing to say and no evidence to refute it. Leonard sighed and continued to study the application. The manager then turned to Marco and asked if he had any evidence to the contrary. However, to everyone's surprise, the hero declared that he had nothing. Leonard asked if he should accept Finley's statement. Then Marco stood up and said that there was a man outside who could confirm his innocence. I hoped the manager would let this man in. Finley, his mother, and Moira were very surprised that there was a witness. Marco remembered the night Finley's mother first arrived at the training center. As they passed him, the system appeared in front of him again. She stated that Marco could not avoid the crisis, but he is not alone in this world. He has a close colleague. The system argued that human relationships are typically give and take, but these relationships are based on trust. First, a helping hand must be extended, and the greater the trust, the more generous the reward. Therefore, she asked Marco to seek help from others, and if they were his true friends, they would help him. So the hero decided to write to the guys from his team, hoping to find someone who could help him, but soon realized that there weren't many people willing to protect him. Some people were willing to help the elderly man, for which Marco sincerely thanked them. After that, he headed forward down the corridor. At that moment, he saw Oswald sitting in the office next to the suitcase. So, while he was in the debate room, he asked again if his witness could come up here and say a few words. Leonard did not object, and allowed the man to enter. At that moment, the door opened, and the man who entered greeted everyone present. He introduced himself as Kyle from Team B. He said he had proof that Marco knew the test results in advance. So Kyle said they would need Team B's assessment test and OCR cards first. Then Leonard asked Byron to bring these cards here. Soon, checklists and cards appeared on the table, left by 5 people who had studied the material together with the group leader. Leonard then asked Kyle to explain where the evidence was. Kyle said that every night the 5 of them studied together with Principal Marco, but unfortunately, with the exception of the principal, all 5 of them answered one question incorrectly. Then Leonard asked, "In that case, shouldn't I be even more worried about information leakage?" Kyle said that if all 5 had made the same mistake, his suspicions would be justified. But they answered different questions incorrectly. Byron said that if that were the case, it would give the impression that they had deliberately made mistakes on a number of issues. Kyle then invited the executives to review another document, a list of people who had answered 3 or fewer questions incorrectly on the assessment test. To prove their innocence, they collected all the signatures. Then Leonard said he would check it out. He asked if there were really that many cases where the text had 3 errors or less. Kyle confirmed this. He believes the problem is not a leak, but the difficulty of the test, which turned out to be too simple. The leader of Team B has less training than everyone else, and that's true. But even despite the company's strict selection process, he was able to get here thanks to his talent. Even when they studied at night, he studied harder than the others. And given the low difficulty of the exam, Kyle didn't think getting a perfect score was an impossible task. Leonard had no choice but to agree with her words. In this case, it turned out that the leader of Team B scored the maximum number of points on his own. Leonard said it was obvious. Marco was the perfect prefect and a great intern who gave his all every day. He is always actively involved in the life of the entire team, and the idea of preparing the material and recording the video with gymnastics came from him. It was this idea that brought his team many additional points. Kyle knew his words were just a subjective assessment based on his own opinion, but he suggested that the manager sit down and talk. Didn't a person like Marco deserve the highest score? He said the boss was talented and smart, and that was good reason to suspect that he had a special relationship with the team leader. At that moment, the system informed Marco that he was cleared of all suspicion. The remaining prisoners, who had volunteered to help their commander, waited impatiently at the door, trying to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. At that moment, Kyle left the office. As soon as the door closed behind him, he immediately loosened his tie, saying that he thought he would die of excitement. Meanwhile, Leonard said that after the circumstantial evidence presented by Finley, Kyle's words seemed more convincing to him, and Byron agreed with him. The manager stated that they would take the response from team leader Oswald and intern Marco regarding the bribery and information leak. He stated that Oswald and Marco were found not guilty. As he stated at the beginning of his objections to his decision, he will not accept. Then Finley's mother slammed her palm down on the table. She asked if everyone thought her son had lied to her. She said that she was not going to give up, and that she could accept the fact that this fool had overtaken her son and scored the most points. However, she wanted to clarify the question of when exactly he hit Finley. Oswald realized he was starting to get angry. Then she suddenly got up from the table and said that this mother was taking too much liberty with herself. Marco tried to calm him down, but Oswald said he had something to fight for. He asked if Marco had actually defeated Finley, to which the hero replied that he had not. However, he again asked the manager to sit down and calm down. Oswald had no choice but to comply and return to his desk. Seeing this, Finley and his mother smiled contentedly. So Marco decided to contact Director Leonard. He said he had a refutation regarding the violence. He thought back to the day the system had offered him an option. She told him to turn on the voice recording function on his phone and leave it active for an hour. After that, he entered the room where Finley was sitting. It turned out that he recorded the entire conversation on a dictaphone. He brought this recording into the discussion room. The recording clearly showed that Finley had made up the story about being beaten. Everyone heard him screaming that Marco was beating him, but there was no beating. Oswald couldn't believe his ears. When Finley realized the situation he was in, he gritted his teeth in anger. Moira and Finley's mother didn't know how to react to the audio recording. The director and his colleague looked extremely worried. Marco said the audio recording was 10 minutes long. Finley's mother looked with disgust at her son, who didn't know how to behave. Marco then said that Finley's father was in Parliament, and that it would be very bad if the recording became public. He then said that Finley should admit his mistake and leave the training center, in which case he would delete all the files. He said Finley had made 3 false accusations against him, but he still wanted to give him the opportunity to admit his mistakes. Marco had no intention of making absurd demands or counter-accusations, and thanked everyone present for listening to him. Felipe said that if he decided to give him such a punishment, he would allow it. Finley's mother immediately stood up from her chair and began hitting her son on the back of the head. Moira watched everything that was happening with bewilderment, realizing that she had lost. Once the whole situation was resolved, Finley and his mother drove away in the car. At that moment, someone came out of the training center and called Moira. When the girl turned around, she saw Oswald with a wicked smile on his face. She asked him what had just happened, because she never thought she could humiliate herself in front of anyone like that. He asked why the director decided to turn a blind eye to this. He assumed that Finley's mother had promised to buy him a house or a car. Moira then said that it was all too complicated, and that he wouldn't understand anything. But Oswald continued to taunt her, saying that he probably didn't feel very good about losing to useless people like them. Moira asked him if he was trying to slander her. Then Oswald smiled, took his phone out of his pocket, and turned on the audio recording. It was recorded on the day Moira met Marco in the courtyard of the training center. The girl immediately demanded that the man turn off the audio recording. Oswald asked him if he was in the mood to talk now. Then Anna asked him what he wanted. Oswald said that he had to fulfill Marco's request and disappear from there. She had to find a reason herself to make the decision to leave. Moira demanded that he hand over all the documents to her, and only after that would she leave. Oswald said he wasn't as skilled at intrigue as she was, so he needed confidence. He suggested that she call the HR department herself, or that he do it himself, and only after that, he would delete the audio recording. Moira insulted him. She didn't expect him to do that to her. The man then said that in this case he had no choice but to report it to management. However, the girl suddenly stopped him. He took a phone out of his pocket and dialed someone's number. She called her boss, apologizing for disturbing him at such a late hour. She apologized and said that she was very sorry, but she would have to quit her job. After this, Oswald smiled and deleted all the audio recordings from his phone. Moira apologized to the director again and stated that the reasons for her dismissal were personal. The next morning, Marco could barely open his eyes. All these procedures completely exhausted him. However, after some time, he gathered all his strength and went up to the first floor. The bus should have been on its way by now, and he should have led his group. He entered the courtyard and said that there were 15 minutes left before the start of the tour of the Elsung Group plant. The trip would last 1 hour and 40 minutes, so he asked everyone to go to the toilet beforehand. He said that Team B should take the 3rd bus. At that moment, a girl with a short haircut approached him. She extended her hand and asked if this was the leader of Team B, Marco. The hero's cheeks turned red and he said that it really was him. The girl asked him why he didn't shake her hand, after which Marco, wiping his palms on his suit, complained, saying that his hands were dirty and he wanted to wash them first. After this, he timidly shook the girl's hand, asking who she was, since he was seeing her for the first time, to which the girl replied that her name was Jessica. She said she was taking over Team C this week, so Marco asked her what happened to the person who held that position before her. Jessica said that at first the team's lineup changed every week, and she was surprised that things were different on Team B. However, Marco stated that this was not entirely true. Then the girl suddenly laughed sweetly. She asked him how long he would hold her hand. Marco laughed awkwardly and let go of her hand, saying that he would remember that the girl's name was Jessica. The girl was surprised that he didn't remember her and wondered if it was really the same Marco. The hero said that the girl took 2nd place in the midterm exam, and this is incredible. Jessica then asked him if he was tripping on purpose. Marco scratched the back of his head awkwardly, saying that he was a little nervous and couldn't utter 2 words. However, Jessica apologized, saying that she had been too persistent, and added that if Marco, like her, decided to get a job in the strategic planning department, they would see each other quite often, so she decided to meet with him in advance. The hero was surprised to learn about the existence of the strategic planning department. At this stage, the system has indicated that this department is the brain of the company, determining its future and important moments. Therefore, it is considered key, and the expected value of this department can be calculated ad infinitum. Marco was very surprised that in this department one could earn practically unlimited income. When Jessica saw him looking somewhere behind her, She turned around, thinking that someone was standing behind her. He then turned to the man and told him that tomorrow was the day off, so they could have dinner in a village near the training center. She asked if it would be too much of a burden for Marco. He said he had some ideas for developing a collaborative strategy for learning at the training center. To get into the strategic planning department, you had to be in the top 5 in academic performance. She asked the man to think about it, and expressed hope that he could spare some time for her. He then handed her a piece of paper with his phone number written on it. He said that for those who aspire to reach senior management, there is nothing wrong with sharing information, and Marco thanked him for it. He then said that it was time to board the plane, and that he needed to take care of his team. Marco timidly said that he needed to leave too. After the girl left, he continued to take care of her. Jessica turned around and said that it didn't matter what her colleagues were doing right now, because their union came first. Marco smiled at her and pressed a piece of paper with his phone number to his chest. At that moment, a man looked out from behind a nearby bus and watched Marco and Jessica's conversation. When he looked at the girls, his cheeks turned red. Back in his room, Marco began to reflect on the fact that Jessica's intentions seemed to be less than pure. However, he did not understand why she decided to contact him. I was very worried about this whole situation. Meanwhile, Jessica headed to the board where the test results were posted. She noticed something strange. Marco's name was at the beginning and end of the list at the same time. She couldn't understand why a person with the same name would get different numbers of points. The only information I had was that the grandson of the Elsung Group president Marco was at the training center. However, he realized that he did not have enough information and needed to study the situation better. However, he decided he had learned enough and wondered if the company had removed the president's grandson from the business. That evening, Marco did not wear casual clothes and went to room B20. He opened the door and asked what she needed, because she had already said that she had the weekend and was not going anywhere. However, Marco did come out, and Kyle asked him if he was really inviting him to dinner. However, the hero remained silent, which made Kyle very cautious. Meanwhile, Marco wondered what Jessica's true goal was. The girl herself said that she was too persistent, as she decided to meet him in advance. Marco knew he should aim for the strategic planning department, but he didn't understand why Jessica chose him as a partner when they had won first place. He recalled his words about his union coming first. The hero decided that it was too early to show that he suspected her of anything. He wondered if she was trying to overtake him to get ahead. However, he can also be seen as an outside observer. This girl was smart and quite impressive. All this time, Kyle didn't understand what was happening and asked his boss why he was acting so strange. Not receiving an answer from him, she suddenly ran up to Marco, grabbed him by the neck, started laughing, and asked how long he would ignore her. When the boys finally spoke, Marco asked him what he had been thinking about all this time. Apparently, the boss didn't even realize he was ignoring the guy. He said that Jessica invited him to dinner. Kyle was very surprised because Jessica became the new leader of Team C. She was the same girl who took second place in the midterm exam. Marco noticed that the boy spoke about her with excessive enthusiasm. Suddenly, Kyle hesitated and asked Marco why she was looking at him like that. Because everyone knew that this girl was called the goddess of trainees at the training center. It turned out that she had been called that since the very beginning of her stay here. When Kyle started praising her too much, Marco asked him to stop. Then Kyle asked her when they would meet. Marco said that their meeting would take place right now at his house. And then Kyle began to think about Marco taking first place, Jessica taking second, and him taking third. He then asked if all this was the result of a strange coincidence. Marco said it was not a coincidence, but an alliance. She asked Kyle if he had considered joining the strategic planning department. Kyle asked why she asked him this question so suddenly, since the main topic of this dinner was the strategic planning department. Marco then said that Jessica had originally planned to meet only with him, but she wasn't really into it, so she asked Kyle to join her. Kyle was also on the first list, so she decided to invite him. She apologized for not telling him right away, but Kyle said everything was fine. He said this had been his goal since he entered university. Marco chuckled, realizing that he had actually made it all up. Meanwhile, Jessica was already waiting for Marco at the entrance to the cafe. She was a little upset because he was late. Soon he saw Marco approaching from around the corner. She was delighted and immediately wanted to get up and go towards him. However, a moment later, another boy followed him, whom she saw for the first time. This circumstance worried her greatly. Marco greeted her, but Jessica said she thought Marco would come alone. The hero said that he thought Jessica wouldn't come alone. Soon, all three went to a cafe and ordered food. Marco didn't understand what was happening or what Jessica was thinking. Then the hero turned to her and said that it was a great honor for him to dine with her. The girl said that her feelings were mutual. She said she was very glad to meet such a talented man, and that it was a pity that they were dining in such an inconspicuous place. It seemed to her that Marco had never eaten anything like this. Marco and Kyle were surprised by his words. The hero looked intently at the girl, trying to understand what she meant. Jessica said with some indignation that they had placed first and third on the midterm, which was absolutely amazing. Marco didn't say they tried very hard. She herself took second place, and that was also a very respectable result. However, Jessica didn't react in any way. She just continued eating silently. Soon night fell and the three left the cafe. Jessica said that Marco's team seemed to have become a real family, and that Team C had already earned a good reputation. Despite the incident that happened last night, the interns don't know everything, and this is not an isolated incident. She recalled a video of a boy filming a gymnastics routine for a team. People said he'd done extremely well from day one. There were 5 people in the video. This really angered the training director, so Jessica asked him if Marco knew that the entire S team treated him like an upstart because none of them thought to film their gymnastics routines first. As a result, each member of Team C had a quarter point deducted from their grade, so they decided to change the class monitor. Marco apologized, but Jessica said it was thanks to him that she got the job. Kyle then asked if the meeting was really meant to study the competition and remove obstacles to the owner's strategic planning. Marco tried to stop him, but the girl said that she had nothing to hide, and added that there was some truth in it. She was curious about the kind of person who could beat her in the exam, and she wanted to meet him in person. Then he heard again about the night incident involving him, and became even more interested. Her desire to know more about Marco only grew. That was her motivation. She was very interested in joining the strategic planning department, and was interested in the guy's opinions on the matter. Marco said he hasn't decided anything for sure yet. He's just doing the best he can, day by day. The girl said it was a little disappointing because everyone tried their best. Besides, I didn't understand what other position Marco could have applied for, if not in the strategic planning department. She asked him to think about it, as she didn't know what others expected, but she understood them. Then Jessica thought how great it would be if there was a way to guarantee a top 5 finish. Marco said he wasn't sure if it was possible, and even if it was, wouldn't it be better to give it to someone from Team C? Then Kyle suddenly intervened, saying that Marco also wanted to join the strategic planning department, had been thinking about the idea for a long time, and even had several suggestions. Jessica said it was okay, but he should talk to her about it himself, because if you're not interested in the strategic planning department, then your meeting was pointless. Marco asked her if she meant that only those in the top 5 could do strategic planning, to which Jessica replied yes. Edmund then said that there were 6 of them on the team, including Jessica, but if only those at the top had a chance, then the rest had no chance to join. The girl said that not everyone can do this because they are rivals. Kyle didn't understand what he was talking about, so Marco explained that he wanted them to break up. Jessica offered to negotiate on their behalf. As a former cheerleader, she has a certain advantage in playing with the crowd. Her leader also said she would become a female commander. The maximum number of points that can be obtained is 150. If a player acts as a commander, male or female, they are awarded an additional 50 points, which allows them to take first place with bonus points. He said that he would give Marco a position as a male commander, and that in the future this would help him strengthen his position as the best student. The hero then asked her what she wanted in return, offering her this, as she would take first place anyway if he did not become commander. Then the girl took a sip from her glass. She then said that she wanted to join them, and asked to be accepted as a member of the organization. Marco was very surprised that she wanted to be part of his team. Come to think of it, everyone in the top 6 were members of his group except for the student who placed second. So Marco guessed that he actually wanted to observe them. Personally, he didn't care whether she joined or not, but he needed to know how the others would react. He said he would ask the group members what they thought about it, as he was not the only one making such a decision. They then promised to contact each other a little later. Returning to the training center, Marco informed his students who wanted to join the group. She said that she was the leader of Team C, Jessica. One of the interns was very happy with this news, and said that he completely agreed with it. The girl was also very happy, saying that Jessica was a goddess to the prisoners at the training center. The man supported her, saying that she had everything, intelligence and beauty. He asked her where she was now, and asked her to take her with him at that moment. However, Marco stopped him, saying that she would not just join them, but would make him a male commander in the mass games. Then one of the students said that it didn't matter because she herself asked to join their group, and was very envious of their beauty and femininity. The other girls also agreed with her. So the whole team agreed that Jessica would join them. Marco felt his reaction was an order of magnitude better than he expected. Soon the clock struck 10 p.m. Active negotiations were underway within the coaching staff. At that moment, Jessica entered the office and greeted everyone present. She said that she was going to join his group. The hero noted that he was surprised that the package arrived so quickly. The other prisoners immediately ran up to the girl and started asking her about various things. Time flew by. A whole week has passed since then. One of the interns asked if Jessica had finished her business, but the girl replied that she was more interested in other things. She asked if Marco wasn't a wonderful person. Explain only the most important points. Sometimes they are not so easy to understand on your own. She thought to herself that he was talking about what was necessary, as if he had already learned everything in advance. This was impossible unless he was the director's grandson. A few days later, the test results were posted in the hall again, and Marco was again in first place. However, he realized that one of his interns was no longer in a leadership position. The boy said he had done all he could. Marco then asked him to work harder next time since they were in the same study group. The boy said that his results were quite normal and that he could not compare himself with such monsters of knowledge as himself and Jessica. But the hero still asked him to give it his all because nothing was impossible for him. He assumed that the boy would soon catch up with him. Jessica noticed that Marco was a good communicator. Normally, people would distance themselves from a top intern because they saw him as competition. She suggested that it was all about his calm nature, well-developed leadership qualities, and good sense of humor. She believed that this was why people liked her. However, Jessica wondered if the grandson of a powerful family had any weaknesses. Then she smiled, thinking that this boy was very interesting. Soon Marco went to one of the offices because he had to prepare a presentation, and it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Kyle approached him and asked if his presentation was ready, as he had to give a talk soon. Realizing Marco wasn't ready, he offered to help, but Marco said he needed to handle it himself, though he thanked his friend for his help. The hero desperately tried to think of what to write on the next slide. He understood that all this was not so simple. But time passed. Suddenly, the system appeared above his head again, and announced that new products had appeared in the store. He received 2 honor points for holding first place for 2 weeks in a row. The more honor points he has, the more rare items he can buy in the shop. In the store, you can choose between memorizing all the PowerPoint features and creating the perfect presentation. Marco was pleasantly surprised by such a good selection of goods. Soon it was time for the performance, and Marco carried it out with great success. Kyle said he did a great job, and that his entire team supported him as well. The boy believed that the boss would get his job back. He said that Marco did a great job, and that it was his first time. But the hero replied that he was exaggerating and judging him subjectively. The hero thought to himself that this wasn't the first time. He had learned a lot on the construction site, performing physical exercises in front of an audience of more than 600 people. He even argued with a stranger about the volume of construction work, which sometimes required him to work for several days in a row to earn a salary. It was necessary to always maintain self-confidence. It was necessary to believe that he was able to combine everything within himself: hard work and a sense of responsibility. However, this was not a complete list of what he needed. He also needed to think rationally in order to earn decent money and avoid losses. Compared to him, his classmates are not as socially developed, but they will soon get used to it. He was simply lucky because the people from all walks of life whom he met since childhood helped him a lot. But at the same time, he's also worried about something else. He's come a long way, staying at the top, but he wonders if he can translate his successful actions at the training center into a real-life context. He knew that he would definitely not succeed because things would not always work out the way he wanted, but he decided to accept that. Soon after, a meeting of graduates from various universities took place at the training center. Marco sat in the stands and watched what was happening. At that moment, Oswald came up to him and asked why he was there alone. He said that Marco should return to the office since he was not on the college's graduation list, but the hero replied that there was no need for that. The manager told him that education was not the most important thing, and therefore there was no reason to be so angry. But Marco couldn't help himself. Then Oswald sat down next to her and asked her to go somewhere with him. Marco didn't understand what he was getting at, but Oswald said that he simply needed to listen to him since he was his boss. Soon they left the training center and entered the courtyard. Oswald told him that the director of the Elsung group really loves swimming pools and saunas, so each of his buildings is equipped with them. Then he invited the boy to go to the sauna with him. He said that the class meeting would last for another 2 hours, and they didn't need to be there that long. But Marco asked if it would be weird to spend that much time in the sauna. He said it was quite unusual because he had previously only used the pool and sauna at the construction site. Oswald said the CEO doesn't have many water signs in his horoscope, so there were some funny incidents when the company was founded. But such a large company makes decisions based on Chinese feng shui and the position of the stars. So Marco agreed to go to the sauna with his boss. The man noticed that the prisoner had a fairly strong build. Marco thanked him and said that Oswald also had a good body. Oswald said he needed to take better care of his physical condition because he was no longer young and working in sales was not easy. He had been invited out for drinks many times to get a discount. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he decided to offer Marco something. He asked her to come to his sales department and promised to show her everything. The hero was somewhat surprised by such an unexpected offer. Oswald then said that he didn't need connections with his classmates to do this. He said that it didn't matter where he came from or what he had achieved, as long as he was diligent and hardworking. Marco then apologized and said that he still needed time to make a decision. Then he was silent for a moment. After this, he covered his nose with his fingers and plunged into the water. Underwater, he saw the system window again. She told him that she had completed a secret mission, completed a new program, and could now heal his back. And as a reward, he received a healing elixir capable of curing all ailments. Soon after, Oswald and Marco headed to the bathhouse. Oswald decided he should repeat his offer. He said that Marco was guaranteed to succeed if he worked with him, and that he would make sure of it. However, the hero said that he had doubts, and quite rightly so. Oswald asked him what the reason for his doubts was. Marco said his goal was to get into the strategic planning department. Oswald was surprised by this answer. But Marco showed by his whole behavior that he was full of determination. Afterwards, the men went into a cold bathroom, and Oswald said that he shouldn't go to that department because the job would break him. He said that most people achieve success through connections, and that he probably wouldn't have anyone to help him. In his opinion, working in the strategic planning department wouldn't lead to anything good in life. He insisted that Marco not dwell on it, because his world wasn't as magical as it might seem at first glance, especially the strategic planning department, where all the elite congregated. He again asked the boy to transfer there, because at least in the sales department, his work would be recognized and appreciated. Marco said he would take her words into account, and then asked how she knew all this information so well. Oswald said that at first he also wanted to get a job in the planning department, but then he saw and experienced firsthand what the elite were capable of. She graduated from the center ranked 4th in her class, which earned her a spot in the planning department. He then asked Marco if he knew that to get into that department, you had to work in each position for a year. Oswin himself had failed the final selection, losing an entire year. He said it was because of his education that he graduated from a less popular university than those he competed with. Then Marco wondered what happened to college graduates. If that was true, then he now understood why Oswald had been so eager to tell him about the creation of a sales department. However, he believed that he could get there at any moment, while there was only one opportunity to get a job in the strategic planning department. She felt awkward disturbing Oswald, but she had already made up her mind. He was determined to get into the strategic planning department. Soon a new school day began at the training center. One of the inmates was sitting in room 127 when a man approached him and asked if he'd gotten a job with the company. Realizing the man didn't recognize him, he said he was the assistant manager and his name was Roscoe. However, the boy had no idea where he knew him from. As it turned out, the intern was a third-generation employee of the Elsung Group. Marco had received his position at the company thanks to the vice president, his father, and at the time held the lowest position in management. Roscoe said he saw him once at a high school reunion at Jix University. However, Marco didn't want to listen to this. He asked her not to pretend that they knew each other and not to talk nonsense. He said the others were not allowed to know of his presence. Roscoe said honestly that he understood everything, and added that he never thought he would meet Marco here like this. Then Marco asked him to stop flattering him so much and asked what he could teach him. Roscoe said he had a few exam questions left over from previous years, but Marco was more concerned with where he could have some fun. When he realized that Roscoe didn't know the answer to that question, he said it was pointless. Then he sent the man to buy him something fizzy. When Roscoe left, Marco muttered something under his breath, not understanding why he had to put up with this. He wouldn't even get the director's job. He understood that his grandfather was going to hand over his position to his father, and his father was too greedy. Then it suddenly occurred to him that Roscoe might be one of his father's men. Meanwhile, Roscoe walked up to the board where the test results were posted and saw that Marco's name was at the top of the list. He was happy for the young man and thought the vice president would be pleased to hear that he had won first place again. Shortly after, one of the employees went to inform the vice president that Marco had not been in a leadership position during the first and second weeks. He said it would be a good idea to give him some exam questions beforehand, to which the man replied that his only son had given him a lot of trouble, but now seemed to have calmed down. The man then asked the director what he felt. The man replied that unfortunately he was healthy, The doctor said that the old man would live for at least another 10 years, and the man was extremely upset that he would have to endure this for so long. The man then said that doctors always say something like this, but perhaps the director is hiding his true state of health. The man stated that he needed to collect as many shares as possible and gain control of the company. He said they were purchasing them gradually through close partners, but it would take some time. Meanwhile, preparations were in full swing at the training center. Cadets carried flags of various colors to their commander. Jessica asked each of the interns to take 2 flags and check their order against the draw results. Marco said that in this case, the flags should be taken in the required order. Jessica then suggested that they first watch last year's video and use it as a guide for their practice, and also try adding some new colors. Marco suggested going ahead with the plan, confident that they could handle it. The prisoners shared their feelings and said that together they could achieve this. Thus began preparations for the games. Jessica and Marco showed the interns how they would behave. Before the start of the training, Marco, as the team leader, distributed his points among his teammates. The other prisoners were glad they weren't in their leader's shoes. Everyone else would practice tomorrow, but right now they had to set up the flags. Soon Marco addressed them over the loudspeaker and asked them once again to make sure that each of them carried 2 flags. All of Marco's teammates expressed their gratitude to him, probably mainly because of the exchange of points. The training went smoothly, but that doesn't mean there weren't any problems. One of the interns approached Marco and asked him to take this task seriously, but the boy was confused, not understanding who he was to tell him what to do. The prisoner didn't know what to do because the situation was difficult, so he decided to simply call the boss. He said that his namesake was doing nothing and was just playing with his phone, so Marco said that he would definitely talk to him. He headed straight to the corner of the room where his namesake sat. He said that he was seeing him there for the first time and asked if his name was also Marco. He said that he wanted to ask him what exactly he was not happy with there, because that way he could help him. So Marco simply asked to be left alone, and the boss said that in that case, it would be better to remove him from the team. Marco was surprised by this answer. Then the old man said he would take him out and say he was injured. They already had too many players on the team. Marco seemed pleased with the decision and asked if he would take responsibility for the consequences. A few days later, large-scale games began. As expected, Jessica and Marco emerged as leaders. Almost all students took part in these large-scale games. Marco then announced that the training center was holding its 68th mass games. He raised his hand and shouted the team's battle cry. All of this was closely followed by company executives and journalists. One of the managers approached the director. He said the atmosphere at the training center was surprisingly pleasant. He added that these 2 commanders exude tremendous energy. They seemed worth paying attention to. Then Leonard said that it seemed like Marco and Jessica would leave no chance for others to take first and second place in the final selection. The manager was very surprised to hear Marco's name. Meanwhile, new exam results appeared on the board. Marco, the manager's grandson, discovered that his name was second to last, in second place. He couldn't understand why this had been happening for the 3rd week in a row. He couldn't believe everyone else was doing nothing but studying. However, he understood that his father could not have known about this. At that moment, his phone rang. It turned out that she received a message about an increase in the limit on her card. He didn't understand why this was happening and assumed that his father was in a good mood. Meanwhile, a company management meeting was taking place, at which it was decided to watch a video of large-scale games for new employees, organized by the founder of the Elsung Group. One of the men approached the director, Lennox, and told him that Marco had won first place in the training center. He said he had a good chance of winning, as second place was 18 points behind. Lennox was very surprised that his grandson had finally taken first place. He thought he must have pulled some kind of trick. Then another man approached the director and told him that he had been to these large-scale games. He said that when he first saw Marco, he thought he was a noble young man. He was impressed by the boy's ability to sing well and his successful management of large-scale games. Lennox couldn't believe what these men were saying. The CEO is not one to give praise lightly, so Lennox decided to see his grandson's success for himself by watching the video. He didn't understand when Marco became a commander, but he believed that he had finally decided to settle down. Soon the lights in the hall were turned off, so that everyone could watch the video recording. An image appeared on the screen showing the start of large-scale games. On stage were Jessica and Marco, who were the directors of the game. Soon, a large image of Marco's face appeared on the screen. The CEO then turned to the manager and told him that his grandson had a well-trained voice. However, Marco's father, Seaton, realized that the boy was not his son. Lennox wasn't very surprised, because he knew Marco would never be able to sort out his thoughts. A person couldn't change so quickly. However, there was still something that interested me. She wanted to know who this young man was, whose name was the same as her grandson's. Then he remembered that he had met that guy in the toilet just recently. He wished him luck in all his endeavors. She then realized that it was the same guy she met at the construction site and was glad that she had contacted Elsung Group. When the meeting ended, the CEO said he couldn't believe that Marco had grown up and become part of his company, and then asked the director why he had kept it a secret for so long. However, to his surprise, Lennox replied that he was not his grandson. He said that he personally knows the first-place winner. He then asked his son when the program at the training center would end, and Seaton replied that it would end next week. So Lennox decided that maybe he should take a look. When Ramon was left alone, he decided to call his son. He was extremely upset by everything that was happening. He asked his assistant to bring Marco to him right now. However, at that time, Marco was in one of the expensive bars. The waiter said he had requested a statement for 2,470,000 won, after which Marco said he was going to treat everyone today, and that his friends were happy that his card was finally unlocked. He told the waiter that he would pay the entire amount at once. However, when she applied for the card, something went wrong. The waiter asked him if he had another card, as the system was reporting that his card was blocked. Marco said that was impossible because it was his father's card, and then handed over another card. However, the ATM again refused to accept the card. The waiter reported that the card had been reported lost. Marco didn't understand what had happened to his father, who had recently increased his limit. The waiter then asked him if he had another card. When she realized the man had no credit cards or cash, she said she would call the police. Soon the money for the excursion arrived, and all the interns went to the mountains. The guide asked that anyone who would be unable to take part in the hike due to health reasons be notified in advance. Marco was sitting with Oswald, and the leader asked him how he felt after the training, to which the hero replied that he was very pleased. Oswald said that it looked like he would remain in first place until the very end, which was impressive, but the hero noted that he still had one step to go. Meanwhile, Jessica stared out the window. The remaining prisoners were talking animatedly among themselves. As night fell, the bus arrived at the designated location. Marco informed his team that walking at night was dangerous, so the trainees should always stay in pairs. Soon all the interns went to the mountains. The hero turned again to look at his team. All the prisoners obediently followed him and Oswald, so the boys took up mountaineering for a while. At some point, Marco felt a strong wave of fatigue. Then he suddenly stopped, unable to breathe. Oswald immediately grabbed him by the shoulders and asked what was wrong. Then Marco suddenly said that his back hurt a lot. The next moment he screamed in pain, unable to bear the sensation. They had to stop, and then Marco told Oswald his story. The man asked him how long he'd been living with all this, and if he had any painkillers. He asked Marco to let him know as soon as possible the next time his back flared up, because he couldn't walk while on pills. But the hero replied that refusing to participate in the walk due to health reasons was tantamount to disqualification, and he had no other choice. He turned to Oswald and asked him, if possible, to turn a blind eye to the situation. The manager then asked him if he could continue, to which Marco replied that he would have to. He said he would reach the top again. However, he again asked Oswald to do him a favor and pretend that he had never seen him. The manager then asked him why he had agreed to travel so far in the first place. Marco thought that if he gave up now, he might not even have started. After some time, she realized that her back had started to hurt again, apparently because the painkillers were gradually wearing off. However, he could not give up. He had to endure it to the end, even if it was too painful for him. So she managed to reach the top of the mountain with Oswald and take an unforgettable photo there. Soon, all the students returned to the learning center. At the end of the training, Oswald took to the stage to award those who had achieved amazing results. He asked several people to come up on stage, including Jessica. Marco also stood up from his seat. Then, Marco, Jessica, that guy Warren, who had been watching the couple a few days ago, Kyle, and another intern from Marco's team came on stage. Oswald said that on some special occasion, the director would personally present an award to each of them. He then asked everyone to welcome Director Lennox. When Marco turned to look at the man, his face contorted in surprise. He heard that the director rarely appears in the media. Lennox took the stage and greeted everyone present. Suddenly, Marco realized. He remembered the day he went to the sauna with the old man. And then he realized that this old man was none other than Director Lennox himself. Marco looked at the man in surprise, not knowing how to act. Jessica looked at Lennox with respect. He thought that he had returned here after 10 years, and that he owed him something. Oswald reported that employee Marco received an award for persistence in maintaining his first position during the center's new employee training program. Lennox then asked her how she felt. Marco timidly replied that he was in shock and could hardly believe what was happening. The director then presented him with a certificate, congratulating him on the excellent work he had done and encouraging him to not stop there and continue to conquer incredible heights. Marco accepted the certificate, still not believing that he was actually on this stage. Lennox then turned to Jessica and told her that she was not so lucky that she would have taken first place if her performance had been taken into account by last year's standards. However, he asked her to maintain her commitment to excellence, because his company needed talented people like her. The girl thought that all this happened thanks to Lennox's support, and that thanks to him, her heart disease was cured. She thanked the director and accepted the certificate. This date marks the end of the new employee training program at the training center. The prisoners went to their rooms to pack their things. Now all that was left for Marco to do was wait for the results to find out which unit they would be transferred to in priority order, based on their first, second, and third choices. Now he had 5 days left to rest. During this time, all interns will receive information about their department assignments. Marco knew there was only one thing left for him to do: use the reward he received for the secret mission. Soon the hero arrived at the hospital where his mother was. He understood that he had to hurry. He wondered if this elixir could cure his mother. However, he was also worried about what to do with his back. However, this was not so important, because if her mother was healthy, the worries about her back would disappear on their own. Soon the boy stopped in front of the door of the oncology department. He took the elixir out of his pocket. It turned out that a few days earlier, Deborah's doctor had told Rodney that the breast cancer had spread to the lymph nodes, lungs, and liver, and that further treatment in the hospital was impossible. Rodney immediately shouted, asking what they meant, since this was the best hospital in Korea. The doctor asked her to calm down, because this man was also a doctor, and who could know better than him what was happening to the woman? They then asked Rodney if there was really no way out. The doctor said that the best option would be to spend the last moments of her life next to him, and this is exactly what the patient herself wants. Afterwards, Rodney went to Deborah's room. The woman told him not to worry, that her sister would pick her up in 3 hours, and that she needed to go home. However, Rodney insisted and said that he would pick her up himself and take care of her. He packed her things into a suitcase, put her in a stroller, and said that they would go home. At that moment, Deborah's son entered the room. Rodney was irritated by Marco's presence, because he knew he would have to tell him bad news. Deborah was also surprised to see her son here. The hero did not understand why his mother was suddenly discharged from the hospital. He then knelt down in front of her, and Deborah told him that she wanted to go home. But Marco asked her why she was in a wheelchair if the treatment was not finished yet. Deborah smiled weakly and said she had her reasons. However, Marco didn't want to hear all this and said that he could definitely fix everything. Then Deborah hugged him tightly and held him close. She started crying, saying that she was very sorry. As night fell, Rodney called a taxi to go alone with Deborah. The woman asked him why he asked to go separately, to which the man replied that he wanted to discuss something with her alone. Then he walked away from her, not knowing where to begin, but determined to tell her everything as it was. He proposed to Deborah. The woman was shocked by this proposal. She asked him what he was talking about because he needed to live his life. Rodney said that this was his life, and that he regretted letting Deborah leave with her husband long ago. They could have lived happily together if this had not happened. She said she believed her husband would support them from heaven, that he would take responsibility for Deborah's life and be there until one of them died. Deborah burst into tears, saying that she would only be a burden to him, but Rodney replied that he did not want to have any more regrets. Soon night fell, and Marco arrived at his mother's apartment. He took his suitcase and carried it upstairs. However, when she opened the bedroom door, she realized that no one was home. At that moment, Rodney came out of Deborah's room and said that she had fallen asleep after taking the painkiller. After this, the men entered the living room, and an awkward pause ensued between them. Rodney said he had to leave, but that he would be back soon with his things as he planned to settle down there for a while. Hearing this, Marco smiled and approved of the man's decision. She walked him to the exit and watched him while he got dressed. Finally, Rodney turned and walked over to Marco. He asked her not to worry about her mother because he would take care of her. After that, he said that I could call him if anything happened. When Rodney left, Marco headed to the room where his mother was. He sat down next to her on the bed, thinking that she had been through a lot. Then he put his hand into his jacket. Soon he took out a bottle with a multicolored liquid. He said that he wanted to give this elixir to his mother. He tipped the bottle down, intending to give it to Deborah, but no water came out. Marco stared at the bottle, not understanding why the liquid wasn't flowing out. The system then told him that the liquid would automatically flow when he brought it to the correct place for use, after which Marco tilted the elixir back to his mother's lips, and the liquid began to flow. As the liquid touched her lips, her mother's bed suddenly became brightly lit. He intended to give his mother the whole bottle, but when she drank half, the liquid stopped flowing again. The system informed him that he had used enough, and asked Marco to use the remaining amount to treat his back. Then Marco suddenly realized that the system knew he was using the elixir to heal his mother, not himself. After some time, morning came. When Deborah woke up, she was surprised to find that her body was completely pain-free. She couldn't believe that this had happened to her. It was like some kind of miracle. Marco looked at his mother with a smile. Then he turned to the bottle and said he didn't know who was behind all this, but he was immensely grateful. Rodney arrived at the apartment shortly afterward. He still couldn't believe the woman could go downstairs alone. He offered to help her, but Deborah said she was fine. She couldn't understand how this was possible. At first, she thought she was simply dreaming. Then Rodney suggested she go to the doctor and see what he said. But for now, it would be best for her to take it easy. Ultimately, the test confirmed that all cancer cells had completely disappeared from Deborah's body, and her doctor accepted the results, although he found it hard to believe what was happening. Mr. Rodney, a doctor from a different specialty, could not accept the reality of what was happening without a proper medical explanation, but in the end he had no other choice. She left the office and sat down next to Deborah and Marco, saying that miracles certainly happen, but they needed to monitor the woman's health very closely. After some time, Deborah, Rodney, and Marco finally got used to the situation and began their lives as heroes, full-time employees. He arrived at the Elsung Group headquarters, where one of the employees approached them and asked if the others had received their salaries, as they were supposed to be paid 3 million won, while he had only received 2,210,000 won. Kyle then told him that a senior colleague had informed them that during their internships, they were only paid 80% of their salary. He then turned to Warren, who was the leader of Team A. The boy said his name was Fenton, and that he was pleased to meet the team leader. He said everyone there was about 26 years old, but Marco said he was 25, explaining that he started school early. Warren said he is turning 28 this year, studied abroad, and joined the company a little later. She and Fenton decided that they would take care of each other. At that moment, Ambrose, the director of strategic planning, approached them. He said they had little time and asked everyone to go to the conference room. Once everyone had gathered, he greeted everyone in his department and said he wasn't sure if they had heard of this, but the planning department hires people who have been with the Elsung Group for 3 years and then decides which 5 people will stay. Kyle then said he had a question. What would they do for the 2 years while they waited to be accepted into the department? Or he said that everyone knows what to do, and strategic planning is called the flower of the Elsung Group of companies. He then asked the workers what happens when a flower does not open its petals, to which Kyle replied that in this case, the flower is not able to reproduce. Byron said that without flowering, there is no reproduction, and without reproduction, the plant cannot grow and will wither. To have a successful future in the global market, a company must continue to grow. A company that is falling apart will not survive. So everyone here must be willing to become a flower to join their department. They need to excel in several areas to achieve their goal. You can't teach how to become a flower. Employees must achieve it themselves. True growth comes only through personal experience. He then took out small sheets of paper from under his pen, rolled them into tubes, and said that these were the departments in which the workers would have to work. They would have to choose one after another in reverse order, all the way to the top of the rating scale. Marco couldn't believe that he had to rely on chance. First up was Fenton, who said he worked on the 3rd life insurance sales team. Kyle said he was assigned to the electronic quality control department at Elsung Group. Warren said he worked in human resources. Jessica said she worked in the company's electronics and appliance sales department. Marco wanted to say what department he worked in, but Ambrose stopped him. He said there was no need to say it out loud. Anyway, there was only one apartment left. He then turned to the staff and said that in 2 months, he would receive a report from the department heads on his work in progress, based on which they would evaluate his abilities. Fenton then asked what would happen after those 2 months. Ambrose replied that they would be transferred to another department under the same conditions as today. A few days later, Marco was sitting at the bus stop, waiting for his bus. However, before he could stop, a black car suddenly stopped. Rodney looked back and said he would take him to the station, or he would be late for his first day of work. She said she knew the address of Marco's office because she had it saved on her phone. She was lucky to work close to the company, and she also told the young man not to worry, saying that she used to live in the area and he could stay with them until he got married. Marco said he wasn't worried, even grateful that he had a place to stay in Seoul, and that if it weren't for Rodney, he would have had to make the entire journey alone or find a studio. Then the doctor asked him how his back was doing. The hero hesitated a little, not knowing what to answer. The day he gave his mother half of the healing elixir came back to him. After this, the system suggested that he use the remaining medicine to treat his back. Marco obediently finished the rest of the elixir. Immediately after this, He felt that the pain in his back went away. At that moment, he heard his mother's voice from behind the door. When he realized that his mother wanted to see him immediately and tell him that she was feeling well, the system immediately made it clear to Marco that he needed to hurry and hide the elixir. A few seconds later, the woman opened the door and asked what her son was doing there. Rodney said that if Marco needed painkillers, he could ask for them. Maybe he would get better, but it was only a matter of time. He said that he would not tell his mother anything, but the operation should not be postponed. Then Marco said with a smile that he would come to him soon to examine his back. Rodney smiled and looked warmly at the boy. Meanwhile, the action moves to the life insurance sales department branch. Oswald paced back and forth in the apartment, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he saw that a new advertisement had appeared on the platform and immediately went there. I was very pleased to see Marco's name on the list of new employees in the department. At that moment, the branch manager approached him, and Oswald immediately headed towards him. He said that a new employee would come today, and he would train him. But the manager said that he heard that he lost a lot of money because he was forced to become a manager. Oswald said that in return, they got a capable worker, since Marco was a very smart guy, and he wanted to show him around and teach him a thing or two. The manager said that if he wanted to help him so much, then he would help him. He said that the new employee was currently in the cafeteria on the first floor, apparently having forgotten his pass, so he asked Oswald to go down and bring the employee to them. Oswald replied that this was completely out of character for Marco. When he went downstairs, he saw a complete stranger. Marco, the vice president's son, informed him that he was now a new employee of the company. He calmly finished his coffee and didn't even get up to greet Team B's leader, whom he remembered from the training center. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Elsung Group headquarters. Marco arrived at his workplace and found that Warren was working there too. The men realized that they had apparently been assigned to the same department. He asked seriously if the HR department really was unaware of their presence through the strategic planning department. Warren laughed and said that they probably didn't know. Soon the men arrived at the office they needed. There was a little girl sitting inside, and she was immediately greeted. The girl realized that they were new employees and asked them to wait a couple of minutes on the sofa. Warren and Marco sat down on the couch and waited for the girl to approach them. She soon approached them and said that she was sure they recognized her because they had met while taking personality tests. Marco immediately realized that she had turned her badge, which had her name written on it, away from them. Then Marco suddenly remembered the day he took the exam. The girl introduced herself as Rosalind and said that she joined the company in 2017 and hoped for a fruitful collaboration. He then told her that he remembered her and how she got a job at the company. The girl replied that he had a very good memory. He even remembered her name. He didn't say that the result of his personality test was actually unexpected. He was very surprised when he saw it, and that's why he remembered it. Then another man entered the office and asked how Rosalind was doing. The girl said the new employees remembered her name. Apparently, they did well on the personality tests. Then the man, whose badge was also hidden in his pocket, asked Warren if he remembered his name. The man was confused. He did not understand how this man knew his name, and moreover, he did not understand how he was supposed to remember his name. He decided that in order to win her favor, he needed to guess her name. He then guessed that the man's name was Oswald. Hearing this, the man became very upset. Warren then decided to admit that he didn't remember his name. Rosalind said that it was normal since it had already been 2 months since they met. However, the man said that if they wanted to make a good impression, they should point their finger to the sky. He asked Warren if he was going to guess the names of the clients he would be working with. He then turned to Marco and asked if he remembered his name. The hero introduced himself as Assistant Manager Byron, who became an employee of the corporation in 2014. Then Byron shook his hand, praising him for his good memory. He said that Rosalind was bringing them up to speed and that they should start sorting through resumes, but added that they would be joining the strategic planning department later, and he doubted they could be trusted with personal information and data. Byron said that as soon as he arrived here, he was pushed around everywhere, and no one paid attention to his personal data, so they should be allowed to integrate into the work process. They would leave his department very quickly anyway. They are not people to him. Marco was surprised to learn that they knew about the application being submitted to the planning department. Then Rosalind laughed and said that perhaps they would change their minds and stay there as before, because they needed workers too. Byron then said he didn't care because it wasn't his decision anyway, and left the office. Rosalind explained to the guys that frankly, she loved the job too. She worked in strategic planning and had dreamed of working there, but after trying out many other areas, she suddenly realized that HR was the best option for her and decided to stay there. Marco realized that this meant that Rosalind was also one of the best interns. The girl asked him if he knew what the job of an HR manager was. Marco said that, as far as he knows, work in the department includes regular training, during which they are engaged in the selection of personnel, for example, for state or special purposes, and department employees are also responsible for the redeployment of personnel. Rosalind smiled and said it seemed she was preparing for the meeting. She explained that they were responsible for everything related to personnel and management. Their main task was collecting employee data and organizing it in a database. He then asked the men if they were familiar with their company's office software, to which the men responded affirmatively. He said they currently have about 3,000 applications for workers with specialized functions, so he asked them to categorize them by criteria, such as location of work abroad, at least 3 years of experience, and the department they work in. The men will be working on this together, so they need to divide the functions. Marco and Warren immediately agreed. Warren said there were only 3,000 applications, so they had to be split in half. He asked Marco to process the first 1,500 documents, and he would take care of the second half. Marco asked him if he really believed there was any way to do it faster. Warren asked him if he agreed with him. Rosalind then asked them to hurry up and get started as she had to hand in her work before noon. Warren immediately got ready and said that he would start work immediately. So they worked for 3 hours. Marco was almost finished. All he had to do was transfer the information from the documents to the desk. It wouldn't take long. However, things were not going well for Warren. He was exhausted from the work and was not sure that he would be able to finish it that evening. Then Marco stood up and approached Warren, asking if he was finished. The man looked surprised and asked if he had finished his part of the job yet. The hero said that the program had an auto-filter and search function. He used it to sort the data into categories, and now all he had to do was print the documents. Warren said it looked like he wouldn't be able to finish today, and he didn't know what to do. Then Marco said that he also took care of his half of the documents. You could say that they all did it together. Warren couldn't believe his partner had helped him so much. The hero said that you need to respect your comrades and love your country, and then everything will be fine. Then he called Rosalind and told her that they had finished the job together, that they had done it much faster. At first, the girl didn't believe it, and asked again if they were sure they could send her the finished file. Then Marco said he would send it via corporate email. When Rosalind looked over her paperwork, she noticed that everything looked pretty good. She told the assistant manager that the new employees were very good. Byron chuckled and asked if they smoked. Warren raised his hand and said he smoked. He then called him up to the roof and asked if Marco wanted to join them. However, the boy thanked her for the invitation, but was forced to decline it. Soon after, Warren and Byron went to the roof of the company's headquarters for a smoke. Byron asked the man how his first day was going, but Warren himself still didn't understand anything. Byron said that he shouldn't worry because it's always difficult at first, but he'll get used to it. Warren really hoped that would be the case. Then Byron asked him how well he knew Marco. Warren said he knew him well. He was the team leader, and Marco led the B team during training. Byron said the man, a high-profile team leader who had moved into the strategic planning department, seemed to understand that he was the best of the best. He said that Marco is a wonderful person for many reasons. He didn't graduate from a prestigious university, but he got by on student loans and is doing well here. The only work experience he's ever had is physical labor, which is useless in an office. Warren couldn't believe that Marco had previously earned his living through physical labor. Byron asked if he knew anything about it. Warren said he had no idea since they only met at the training center. He said that, based on information from HR, Marco's situation was fundamentally different from Warren's. He asked the boy to be kinder to his classmate because he was older than him. Warren smiled and replied that it was. Byron then returned to the building and said that he always enjoyed being friends with his colleagues, and asked Warren not to distrust Marco just because they had different classifications. When Warren realized how kind and caring the older people there were, he smiled. Night fell soon after. Marco and Warren were walking together after work when the younger man asked the hero if the team threw a party for new recruits. Marco replied that no one else did anything like that. Warren then suggested celebrating his first day on the job, and Marco asked him where he wanted to go. Warren said he knew a place. Soon the men approached a small food stall. They sat down at the table, and Warren asked the vendor to bring them fish soup and 2 bottles of soju. She poured the drink into Marco's glass and offered it to him. Then he asked her where she was from. Marco said he was from Chonan, and also heard that Warren was from Sokcho. The man said that they were both from provincial towns, and that it wouldn't hurt for them to get to know each other better. He said that since they had joined the company at the same time, they could talk to him calmly and avoid formalities. Marco smiled and accepted the offer. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone in which Fenton wrote about how much Marco irritated him. The hero was surprised, not understanding what relation he had to this, and why he was bothering anyone. He then said he hadn't meant him, reminded Marco that he had an annoying namesake, and explained that his boss at the training center had signed an insurance contract with a client today. But Marco stood there, looking at her with his arms crossed and his eyes wide open. The customer immediately became indignant and asked why this young man was looking at her like that. It turned out that the client hadn't signed anything, and the company lost $200 million. Warren then asked Marco what was going on. The hero said that his friend wrote several messages in the educational chat. Warren was surprised that they were having this conversation. Marco then reminded him of the group he had studied with at the training center, saying that they had created a group chat that included everyone who worked in the strategic planning department. He then asked if he remembered Marco and his teams, and Warren's face immediately twisted in anger, telling him not to even start talking about him because the guy was just awful. At that moment, the hero remembered the day he met his namesake. She approached him and asked what was upsetting him so much. In response, Marco simply asked to be left alone. Warren then asked if Jessica was in that chat. Marco said she was there and asked why she was asking. Warren's face turned red. He said that the girl was very beautiful and smart, and then asked to add him to the chat. The hero said that he would ask the others and added if they didn't mind. Warren then stood up from the table and said that all drinks would be on him. The next day, the men returned to work at the company. Rosalind said that at the bottom of her company's website, they would find videos with a list of selection criteria, and their task today was to watch these videos, and next week they would be published. She asked them to think about what they needed to prepare for and what they needed to watch. The men said I could trust them. At that moment, the phone did not ring again. Picking up the phone, he saw that the manager's assistant, Oswald, was calling him. But the hero did not understand why he was calling him at that moment. She picked up the phone and greeted him in a whisper. Oswald then shouted, saying that he had been causing them trouble since day one, and today, he didn't even show up to the event without prior notice. Then Marco said he was at work now. Apparently, Oswald had called the wrong Marco. The man apologized for the mistake in the numbers, and then said that the guy was really annoying him. So he decided to ask his friend what department he was currently working in. Marco said he was working in HR at the time, and Oswald suggested they call each other later. The man was very unhappy because no one answered his co-worker's phone calls, so he decided to simply call his co-worker's home number. Meanwhile, the action moves to the hut of Elsung Group Director Lennox. In the middle of the day, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked up the phone and asked who was calling. It was Oswald, who wished the man good morning, and said that he was the assistant manager at the company where Marco worked. Lennox asked him why he was calling him. Oswald explained that Marco hadn't shown up for work today, so he wanted to know if anything had happened that caused him to miss work. Lennox said that everything was calm between them, and then asked again if Marco really hadn't shown up for work. Oswald said he was warned yesterday about his behavior, and today he is concerned that it could happen again. Lennox asked the man his name again, and Oswald introduced himself again. The director said that he himself did not know where he had gone, but he would try to call him and ask him to contact him. Oswald apologized to him for disturbing him and thanked him for his help. Before hanging up, Lennox heard the manager's voice asking where Marco was, but Oswald said his family didn't know anything either. The man said the guy should be fired immediately. He was refusing to come to work simply because he had reprimanded him for inappropriate behavior over an unfulfilled $200 million contract. It turned out that Lennox had overheard the entire conversation. Realizing what had happened, he immediately cursed his grandson. The man's secretary asked him if he had a problem. Lennox then screamed and ordered his secretary to call the company's vice president and order him to grab his son by the neck and drag him away by the back of the head within an hour. The man decided to inquire about the reason for such a rush. Lennox then said that no reason was needed. The secretary should call them right now. 3 hours had passed since then. Work in the company was in full swing, but Marco had encountered some difficulties. There was a questionnaire in English in front of him. At that moment, Byron approached him and asked if there was a problem with the resume. Then Marco scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said that his knowledge of English left much to be desired. Byron said that the level of English here was not very high, that basic English would be enough for him, and Marco explained that his English was simply terrible. Byron asked how many marks he got on the exam and expected the answer to be around 800 or 900. However, Marco said he only received 500 points because his writing skills were not taken into account. Byron then asked him to send the file, saying that he would take care of the resume himself, but warned Marco that he needed to improve his English if he wanted to continue working for the company. After work, they went to the store to buy English textbooks, but I didn't know which book to start with. Suddenly, he saw a book called English for Business and decided that it would be a good choice. This book cost 18,000 won. Soon, night fell, and the heroes returned to their apartment. He tried to learn English with the help of a book he had just bought. However, he was very worried that everything he wrote was very difficult to remember. He has no problem understanding politics, economics, and current events, but has difficulty with language, perhaps because he is only good at remembering information. The system then offered him the opportunity to use the services of a store selling exclusive products. Among them was a starter kit for learning Arabic, Portuguese, Korean, and perfumery. The system also said that there were 7 days left until the store update, so Marco thought that maybe the English skill would appear here later, but he didn't understand how he could get enough points. The system offered him the opportunity to take advantage of available mini-missions, but the hero was very tired and decided to think about it after a good night's sleep. The next day, he returned to the company's head office. Rosalind's work was in full swing. Then Marco blinked and decided to activate his ability. I had to look at a person or object for more than 10 seconds, after which the mini-task I needed would appear. At that moment, a message appeared over Rosalind's head, stating that the employee's computer had been experiencing blue screens periodically lately, and that Marco needed to request permission to fix the software. The hero then turned to the girl and told her that he heard that her computer had been freezing up a lot over the past few days. The girl asked him why he suddenly started talking about this. Marco didn't say that he thought it was due to updates, so he asked if he could take a look at her computer, since his own had been acting the same way before. The girl agreed, since she had to leave anyway to give her morning report. Marco said he could trust him. He soon began upgrading his computer, which was almost complete. He then went to Byron and told him he'd heard he'd decided to quit smoking, so he'd brought him some candy to help him cope. The man asked him how he knew he was quitting, since he'd only decided to do so that day. The hero smiled and said that the bird had whispered something to him, and then wished the manager good luck. Byron thanked her for the sweets and words of support. After that, the system informed him that the mini-mission had been completed. Marco now had 4 points. The boy then asked if there were any more missions. He turned his head to the side, expecting to see the system window there. Then he turned his head the other way. However, when he realized that there were no more tasks, he became very upset. At that moment, a man entered the office. It was Remington's general manager of human resources. He asked if anything important had happened while he was away. Byron said they were stable, and was then asked how his holiday had been. However, Remington noticed the new arrivals and asked who these guys were. Marco immediately approached him and greeted the man, saying that he was a new employee and would try to do his best. Warren then greeted him. Remington was surprised, as he'd originally applied to the strategic planning department, which irritated him a bit, as none of the new hires had intended to apply to HR. Byron then said they didn't specifically hire anyone to select someone from among the candidates for the strategic planning position. Remington said that, come to think of it, they've never had new employees fresh out of training. It seemed like only yesterday that Byron and Rosalind had decided to stay in their apartment, despite asking for a plan to be made for them. Time had flown by so quickly. If, after completing the HR planning program, men like it here better, they should tell Remington, because HR may be better than planning. Warren couldn't believe his ears. Was he really going to stay there instead of focusing on strategic planning? Remington added that this is not a place where you can just hope for the best. Everything will depend on the results of their work. Meanwhile, the action shifts back to Director Lennox's house. Even from the street, his cry could be heard that he had been asking men to come to him for half an hour. She asked Marco why it took him so long to get there and why he didn't show up for work. The boy said he was late for his friend's birthday and apologized to his grandfather. Lennox asked if that was really an excuse. Then Marco bowed again, asking his grandfather for forgiveness. Then Lennox picked up the phone and started calling someone. It turned out he called the HR department. Marco picked up the phone and asked how he could help. Lennox introduced himself as the president. At first, Marco couldn't believe that the president of Elsung Group was calling him. Rosalind and Remington were also very surprised. Lennox then asked to transfer Marco to the company's construction department. The hero then said that at that moment, he was in the HR department, and asked if the president really wanted to transfer him to another department. Severin then clarified that he meant his grandson, and again asked to transfer him to construction work. The hero replied that he would definitely do it, and before he could ask if the president needed anything else, the man hung up. Remington asked him if the president had actually called him. The hero said the president wanted him to transfer Marco from the life insurance department to the construction department. Remington asked him why it happened so suddenly and why he called him personally. Rosalinda said that Marco is the president's grandson. Remington couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't believe that they were talking about the code name SSS. Then they finally realized that the boy from the training center was the director's grandson. Meanwhile, Marco fell to his knees, begging his grandfather to forgive. Lennox said there was no need to apologize. He would still transfer his grandson to an overseas branch and work a year on a construction site in the Middle East. Perhaps the desert heat would help him recover. Marco couldn't believe his grandfather was taking him to the desert. He then said that he would definitely improve and would not make such a mistake again. They just needed to forget about everything this time. He fell at his grandfather's feet, begging him to leave him there, saying that he did not like the sand at all. Lennox then kicked him and called him a pathetic fool. The blow was so strong that Marco was thrown to the ground. At that moment, the secretary approached him and helped him to his feet. Lennox said he didn't help him because his grandson didn't deserve help. The secretary had no choice but to correct herself. Then she left the room with Lennox. He asked the man to inform the managers, who were working without a break during lunch because of the delay. Marco sat alone in the room. When everyone left, she suddenly started crying. The next day arrived, and the heroes returned to work in the HR department. He said they had received applications for annual leave this month, and asked Rosalind to let him distribute them, as he had nothing better to do. The girl said that if he wanted to do it, she would be happy, and so the hero got to work. The girl noticed to herself that Marco is a person who independently searches for and completes tasks. Then she noticed that Warren had gone out for a smoke again, something he apparently did often. At this point, Marco noticed a mistake in the documents, called someone and said that there was a mistake in the form, so he wanted to ask permission to correct it. The interlocutor thanked the young man for his attention. At that moment, a man in a suit and glasses entered the office. Marco immediately stood up from his seat, greeted the man and asked how he could help him. The man introduced himself as Gideon from the university's Career Services Department, who had come to discuss a business opportunity, and asked where he could find Byron's supervisor. Marco said that he was leaving for a short while, but would be back soon, and invited the man to wait for him on the sofa for a while. Gideon sat down on the couch and started reading something on his phone. Rosalind was worried because the manager had not returned and was keeping the customer waiting. Marco realized this too, so he made Gideon a cup of coffee and told him that the manager had been notified and would be there in 10 minutes. Gideon thanked him for his vigilance and the coffee. Rosalind sighed, glad that Marco was there. Otherwise, she would have had to do all the work herself. Warren entered the room shortly after. He sprayed his clothes, hoping it would remove the smell of tobacco, and Rosalind noticed that he was not putting much effort into his work. Shortly after him, Byron entered the room and greeted Gideon, saying that he should not have come in person, but thanking him for coming so far. Gideon said that Byron was a contractor, and he was a subcontractor, so he couldn't not come. He asked the man when the university's career information meeting was taking place. Byron said he thought they should schedule this meeting for the holiday period because the recruitment spree starts in the second half of the year, around August, so they need to act quickly. Gideon said students should constantly think about their careers. After all, it's up to them whether they become employees of this company or not. Before leaving, she apologized for disturbing them while they were working and said that they needed to talk outside, but first she would go to the toilet. Byron said he would wait for him. Before leaving the office, he called Marco. He thanked the boy for informing him of the client's arrival, as he had completely forgotten about his appointment for that day. Marco said that he should have been the one thanking him. He resumed his work soon after. At that moment, someone called the office. Rosalind answered and said that she heard that the part of the document that the boss was checking was not mentioned. Then Marco realized he had to answer that call. She picked up the phone and joined the conversation. He introduced himself and said that he was currently replacing Byron. It turned out that it was Lennox who called and asked for someone to be sent to his office urgently. Marco said that the request would be fulfilled immediately. Then Rosalind asked him who he was. Marco said that the president asked him to come to him. Apparently, he was going to call Byron, but since he was busy, it was better for him to go to him. Rosalind then asked who answered the phone, and Marco said it was him. The girl said that in that case, it was worth listening to him. After that, Marco went to the elevator. It was his first call from the president, and he was a little nervous. He soon reached the right floor, where he was met by a receptionist. She asked how she could help him, and Marco replied that he had come from the HR department at the request of the president. The girl called the president, asked if he had called the man, and brought up the subject of the staff, after which Lennox told her to let him in. After that, the girl smiled and said that Marco could come in. When the hero entered the office, he saw his namesake kneeling in front of Lennox, who was shouting that he would definitely go abroad. This time Marco apologized. The hero then attracted attention by claiming that the president had called him. His namesake, kneeling, did not understand what was happening. The hero didn't like the atmosphere of this room at all. Lennox then told Marco to go with his grandson to the airport and buy him a plane ticket, personally put him on the flight to the Middle East, and let him return on his own once he had gained some decent work experience. Marco again begged his grandfather to forgive him. Then his father intervened in the conversation, saying that Marco was the president's grandson and that he should forgive him. Lennox then wondered if he should forgive him again. Images from the past, from 1970, appeared before his eyes again. The woman stood on the pier and shouted the boy's name, tears streaming from her eyes. Soon a man approached her, and the woman said that she could not find him. The man tried to calm her down and told her not to worry because they would definitely find him. It turned out that her 5-year-old son was missing. The woman said she wanted to die because she saw no point in living without her son. After this, the action moves to the orphanage, 2 years later. It turned out that the couple could not find their son and decided to adopt another child. They promised to take good care of him and raise him as their own son. Then Lennox remembered all the troubles that had haunted this man since his arrival, and he was simply enraged. Then he turned to Marco, and both boys thought the president was talking to them specifically. He said that Marco could get his job back thanks to the HR department. The hero said that he understood and left the office. Lennox then turned to his grandson. He said the boy who had just left was number 1, so he asked his grandson what he thought when he saw him. However, Marco only lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Lennox said the boy demonstrates that he puts so much effort into his work that no one envies him. He achieves incredible heights, probably by working so hard that he sleeps only a couple of hours a day. He said that the boy was the team captain, and his grandson was just a fan, and then asked what place he occupied on the list of players. Hearing this question, Father Marco immediately winced. Lennox said he was in last place, and that he would inherit this company, but he didn't even show up for work. Marco then said that he realized his mistake and asked to give him another chance, promising that he would work his hardest. Marco's father apologized to the president and said that he would raise him better and try to ensure that he did not make the same mistakes again. He addressed him as his only son, saying that Marco was his only grandson, so he should show leniency. Lennox thought about her words. Then he said he was giving her one last chance. Marco immediately became happy and thanked his grandfather for the opportunity he had given him. Lennox said he was giving him a chance, but not his company. Marco had made a big mistake, so he needed to look for work elsewhere. Meanwhile, the case returns to the HR department. To everyone's surprise, Marco, the president's grandson, entered the office. The hero asked what brought him here. He said that the president asked to transfer him to another unit, so he came here to have Marco transfer him to Seoul. The next day, Jessica informed the hero that Marco, the president's grandson, had transferred to his department. The hero was very unhappy that they were laughing at his name again. He then asked the girl what the guy had done this time. He also said that an elderly couple came into his store and flipped through channels for 30 minutes, appearing to be about to watch a movie. Marco then approached the couple and told them to leave if they were not going to buy anything. After that, they went to the help desk and complained, saying that the new employees had no manners at all. So they called Jessica and the entire staff to scold her and complained that it was not okay to be rude to customers. Marco couldn't believe that this guy was causing trouble again on his first day in the new department. After some time, he did something again in the middle of the conference. He said that he was going to the toilet for a short while, but it turned out that he never returned, and everyone was shocked by his behavior. Soon it was Saturday, and the action moved to church. It turned out that Deborah accepted Rodney's proposal. They decided to get married and invited Marco to their wedding. The young man noticed that his mother was wearing a wig, and the woman asked him if she looked too strange in it. Marco said that she just seemed unusual, that she was very beautiful in her own right, and that he would always support her, and also hoped that she would find happiness with Rodney. Soon the wedding ceremony began in the church, and the pastor came over to say, "I do." She wanted their love to grow stronger and their relationship to develop favorably. Marco noted that it was a wedding with only one guest, but that was exactly what his mother and Rodney wanted. Rodney promised to do everything he could to save the marriage, just as he had done when he confessed the feelings he had long harbored. Anna agreed to give all her love to her husband, because in heaven they usually don't give a second chance to find your soulmate. The pastor then said that the ceremony should end with a kiss. After this, Deborah and Rodney kissed. Sometime later, they arrived at the pastor's office. The man congratulated them with a smile and said he thought Rodney would continue to be a loner. Rodney thanked him for taking the time to formalize the ceremony and said they were now in his debt. The man said it didn't matter much since he was planning to retire anyway. Then Hanku chuckled and said that many people trust him. However, the pastor said he did not believe that a priest would approve of a second marriage for such an ordinary person as he. Deborah replied that this man was also her benefactor. The pastor chuckled, saying he wasn't much of a do-gooder, but he thanked the woman for her kind words and asked what they planned to do next. The couple said they wanted to visit the cemetery where Deborah's ex-husband, Stanford, is buried. The pastor was quite surprised by this answer. Rodney said they should stop there before going anywhere. The pastor sighed, not understanding how a man who was destined to outlive everyone could leave this world so soon. Soon, Deborah, Rodney, and Marco went to the cemetery and told the boy that long before his father met his mother, he had paid for his education in medical school. Deborah was surprised to hear this. Rodney later revealed that they had to leave the orphanage at age 20 and had to pay for the first few months only from the government budget, and medical school was expensive, so Stanford helped him a lot with the costs. Rodney was surprised that he had never told them about this. Deborah said he always said they were just good friends and nothing more. Then Marco became thoughtful and curious to know how his father was doing now. Soon they arrived at the cemetery. Rodney knelt at Stanford's grave and said he had married Deborah. He said it seemed as if heaven itself wished them a happy life. But the doctor declared that Deborah was completely cured of cancer, and now Stanford would have to provide for her new life. Deborah cried, saying that even before his death he had asked her to continue living happily, and she would have done so, raised Marco and looked after him properly, tried to enjoy every day, if only he had supported them. Marco decided to do everything possible to make his father proud of his son, and thanked him for everything. However, later the hero said that it was time to leave, and his mother asked him to stay and have dinner with him before leaving. However, Marco said that they needed to get ready for their honeymoon, and that he would only get in their way. She said goodbye to her mother and Rodney and asked them to take care of themselves. On Monday morning, he returned to work at the company. Just in case, he took a spare amplifier with him. Byron found him in the parking lot and asked if he was ready. Marco said he installed a microphone amplifier and 3 controls. Byron said he shouldn't smile like that. An informational conference about jobs and employment might seem interesting, especially since it would be his first event, but they had a tight schedule. They had to host it at several universities, and then they would see if Marco could smile like that at the end of the day. They soon arrived at So-On University. Marco tried to adjust the microphone. He asked Warren, who was helping him, if he could hear him. Warren said he could be heard perfectly. Marco then asked him to go to the other side and check where the sound was coming from. He suspected it might be a buzzing sound. Warren made it to the other side, but he still didn't understand what it meant to be radioactive. Then he noticed with surprise that he heard Marco's voice twice. The hero said that this is what the word phonite means, then added that something needed to be adjusted in the amplifiers, and asked to wait a second, as he needed to check the volume settings. Warren chuckled and said there was nothing Marco couldn't do. While adjusting the equalizer, the hero reflected on the fact that past experience is always useful. Then he decided to try the microphone again. He asked Warren if the sound quality had improved. Warren said there were no more strange sounds. Then the hero said that in that case, he could go to the bottom. At that moment, Byron entered the room and asked if everything was ready. Marco said they had prepared everything they needed: a computer, video files, sound systems, microphones, and input/output devices, so the conference could begin. Byron smiled and said it was a very impressive piece of work. Soon the students arrived at the conference. Byron greeted them and informed them that an informational conference about employment at Elsung Group would be held today. He said that this was his second visit to the university. The last one was a year ago, and he had already seen several familiar faces here. Rosalind asked those who were here last year to raise their hands. Among those who raised their hand was a student wearing glasses and a green t-shirt. The girl then said she remembered him and asked if he would like to join the company in the first half of the year. The boy didn't say he applied but failed a background check during this year's recruitment process. He wants to apply again. The girl said that the paperwork might be difficult the first time, but wished her luck next time. Byron then pointed out that if they hadn't passed the paperwork stage, someone must have beaten them to the extra skill points. Starting this year, passing the English language test will no longer be mandatory. Results from this test will count as an extra skill, and bonus points will be awarded for it. To ensure fairness, work experience, even if unrelated to their specialty, will also be an advantage. Therefore, it is important to take into account several points that will help collect a sufficient number of analogs. Then the boy realized that he had passed the exam not only because of this. He needed to use at least some additional achievements. Warren said the seniors have a lot of experience and work very well as a team. When the conference ended, Byron said it was time to pack up and return to the company. Afterwards, the 4 returned to the office and said that the manager wanted to assign the conference to the new guys this week. Rosalind was surprised. She thought it was too early to give them the job. Byron said it appeared the manager wanted to test them in a conference room before moving forward, and the results would likely influence the assessment that would be sent to the strategic planning department. Then Marco said that he would prepare everything for tomorrow, and Warren replied that he would do the same. However, he was surprised that this test came upon them so unexpectedly. The next day, Marco went to the HR conference room. Remington asked who wanted to go first. Byron then said that Marco was younger than Warren, so they should start with the younger ones. The hero was surprised. No matter how you look at it, the fact that he spoke first did not give him any advantage. Then Warren raised his hand and said he would like to begin. Marco was surprised by her initiative. At first he thought he had misheard. Apparently, Byron had said shortly before that he would ask Marco to speak first so that Warren could be better prepared. He said that in this case, the second person would have priority. He couldn't let the one who took out a student loan pass him by, because there are places where some people just don't belong. Warren was silent, not knowing what to say. It turned out that Marco was eavesdropping on their conversation. Remington then said that order had been established and that the seniors were to give way, so Warren would now speak. Warren said that 300 people will be hired in the second half of the year to undergo the document verification process. The first step, of course, is to prepare a resume, followed by additional steps. Rosalind noted that her performance started well and that her breathing was stable. However, the presentation was a bit boring. Nothing caught her attention, and her voice sounded rather monotonous. Apparently, Remington noticed this too. He stopped Warren, saying he had had enough, and then added that it was Marco's turn now. The heroes rose from their seats and introduced themselves. He said that before moving on to the main topic, he would like to introduce those present in the office as students from the university they would be visiting next. Remington realized he had a good start. Marco then turned to the chart and said there was a reason his company was at the top of the rankings. He said that no other company can match their results because they are, without exaggeration, the best in Korea. He then asked them to raise their hands if they were truly interested in applying for a job at Elsung Group. Rosalind raised her hand to show she was interested. Marco then turned to Warren and told him that he should already be handing out the gifts the company had prepared for the students. They wanted to give them to all the conference participants. Warren looked surprised and asked if he really wanted him to do it right now. Remington noted that this was a rather interesting way of presenting information. Marco then decided to tell them why they should choose his company, and said that to keep up with the era of globalization, the company is focused on 6 core projects. First, the company's electronics division is developing a new growth engine using OLED panels. Rosalind emphasized that things were going very well. Her speech, by showcasing the company's future prospects, inspired people to apply for jobs. Byron also noted his engaging, factual voice, as well as his work on the visuals of the slides. Remington thought the guy was doing a great job, even better than Byron's assistant and Rosalind. Then Byron suddenly stopped him, explaining that Marco didn't speak English very well. He then said, "Imagine he is a foreigner and asks him something in English," and then asked what Marco would do in that situation. The hero did not lose his composure, and again turned to Warren for help. Warren was surprised that they wanted to force him to do something again. He then asked her to go to Mr. Byron and explain to him in English the details of the hiring process. Remington was very pleased with this solution to the problem. Rosalind laughed, realizing how cleverly she had managed to extricate herself from this situation. Then Byron thought that, apparently, the winner had already been decided. Marco turned to the manager and asked if he should continue. Remington then said that was enough for today and thanked the boy for his excellent work. Shortly thereafter, the university held another information conference on employment opportunities at Elsung Group. This time Marco spoke and asked the students to sit closer to him, as the lecture would start in 5 minutes. Byron noted that a lot of people had gathered today. Gideon said that Elsung Group is one of the largest companies in Korea, and of course, people are interested in learning about it. When the conference started, Marco introduced himself, saying that he worked in the HR department and that he would be moderating the conference today. Gideon was pleasantly surprised that this was the man chairing the conference today. Byron then explained that this was a new employee of his company. Gideon said he seemed professional, so it didn't surprise him that he was so kind and respectful that day. Byron said that this was not entirely true, since Marco did not graduate from a prestigious university, and his knowledge of English was quite weak, so he assumed that working for the company was not for him. However, Gideon disagreed, stating that the prestige of a university is not valued as highly as it once was, and that people's competence is judged by how much they are respected and recognized at that age. So Marco decided to start the conference with a question for the students. Does anyone know 3 qualities a company looks for in new employees? However, the students did not know the answer to this question. Marco then went on to say that these qualities are enthusiasm, ethics, and innovative thinking. His company seeks people who come to work with a sparkle in their eyes. They seek those who are not limited by past beliefs, but are capable of leading the company toward an innovative future. However, when working with everyone, you must adhere to your values and principles, since these qualities apply to everyone present. Then one of the students raised his hand, intending to ask a question. Marco immediately gave him the opportunity to speak. The man said he'd heard that rural university graduates who applied to the company had failed document checks. He wanted to know if that was true, and if not, what the hiring requirements were. Marco didn't know how to answer this question, as he had never heard of it before. And as for the hiring process, He said it was a blind audit that didn't take into account the university's approach. He said he had studied on an academic credit system and was hired anyway. Hearing this, the students were delighted and decided that they should also try to apply in this case. Then another student decided to speak up. He said he'd been applying to the company for 3 years, and even though he'd graduated, he still hadn't passed the background check. He asked if they really were hiring blindly and how they knew they weren't lying. Warren replied that the guy was being rather rude. Marco then confirmed that this was true, and since this guy had worked for the company for 3 years, it could be assumed he was older than Marco himself. The hero said he started working as a carpenter on a construction site at age 20. He said that any work experience is important. It can be anything that demonstrates that a person has the qualities that a company is looking for in employees. The student then said that he was preparing for employment, which is why he got a driver's license. Marco said that in such a case, he should use his time wisely. Document review focuses on the candidate's prior lives, as described in their resumes, and every second counts. The student then asked what he should prepare in such a case. Marco said he needed to prepare a resume that described his lifestyle and experience, as well as his personality, and the company would look into every detail of the resume. He said, now is the time to ask yourself, how can you prove your strength to qualify? Then the student realized why he was rejected every time and decided to review his resume and add a few points to it. Gideon noted that the boy gave good advice because a resume is the first thing people look at during the selection process. Byron agreed with him and said that this described the candidate's entire life. He recalled an incident that had happened 4 months ago when he approached Rosalind and asked her why she had put aside some of the questionnaires. The girl said that these documents contained information about Marco, whose code name was SSS, which stands for the name of the vice president's son. Byron thought that was probably why he found his resume so interesting. It described how he got into the system, how he worked there. It outlined his values and beliefs. It all looked pretty decent. The girl said that, on the other hand, the resume of that guy from abroad was simply terrible. It was full of monosyllabic phrases, devoid of any sincerity. Byron said the SSS must have had a vision of the vice president raising his son in humble circumstances. Then he remembered a situation that happened 2 months ago. Byron asked the girl if the vice president's son was in first place. Rosalind said it wasn't him, that he was at the bottom of the list, and that whoever wrote a good resume ended up at the top. At first, Byron didn't believe that a boy with a good education took first place, but the girl suggested that he had a lot of work experience, despite not having the best education. Byron now suggested that his opinion had changed somewhat. Gideon asked him what he meant. Meanwhile, Marco continued the conference by stating that they were accepting people with experience, so it would be even easier to get into the company, and they shouldn't consider the entry-level program as their only option. He said that time is short, so students need to use it as efficiently as possible. One of the students said that he considered this his last chance, and would also consider other companies. Marco chuckled and said that he shouldn't talk so openly about other companies, but he would pretend he had never heard of it. The boy awkwardly apologized for his words. Byron said Marilyn was very competent and pleasant to talk to, but his education had given him a biased view. Gideon laughed, saying he still had a lot to learn because education wasn't a measure of a person's worth. Byron agreed with him and said that, after all, his life was just beginning. After the conference, Warren approached his friend and asked how he was feeling, because the boy had been quite rude. But the hero replied that everything was fine. He was just tired. He said that he understood this guy, said that he had proven his worth in the company for 3 whole years, and if Marco were in his place, his reaction to such words would be identical. Warren said he wasn't that kind of person, but Marco said he was actually desperate to get the job. He did very hard physical labor, and his mother was also ill. At that moment, Byron entered the room and asked if the conference was over, to which Marco replied that that was all for today, and they should head to the next location. When everyone had left, they said goodbye to Gideon, who said that they should keep up the good work, as they had done a great job. As they got into the car, Gideon signaled for them to leave. He thought to himself that Byron was really still a child. A few days later, while running errands, Remington consulted with the assistant manager about whether to give the glasses to Marco or Warren. He couldn't decide because his opinion was rather relative. Byron said it was up to the manager, after which Remington asked him if he recommended Warren because he had studied abroad. Then Byron said that Marco should get the highest score because he is better. Remington said he was a very competent worker, but his education was not impressive. Byron then said that they live in a time where it doesn't really matter. He is smart and capable, and they should support him in that. Remington agreed with him, and said that he thought exactly the same thing. 2 weeks have passed since then. One day at work, Warren approached Marco and asked what he was looking at. At that moment, the hero was entering his data somewhere. He said that he was going to check something, that he was interested in the results of the English exam. Warren asked about age or how many points he scored last time. Marco said he scored 705 points, studied the material for a whole month, and was only able to get an additional 180 points, and this result left him very upset. However, Warren was surprised. He couldn't understand how a person could improve their results so much in just 1 month. At that moment, Byron entered the office and, noticing the strange expression on Marco's face, asked what had happened. Warren then said that Marco had scored 705 in English and that he was unhappy because his score had gone up 180 points in a month. Byron chuckled and said that it looked like his limited knowledge of English would no longer be a problem. Marco said that he is not good enough yet, but he will try to work even harder. Then Byron approached him and asked him to stay with them in the HR department. However, he did not say that his goal was to get a job in the strategic planning department. Byron said they were thinking about adding another person to their team, and the boss recommended him and agreed with his candidacy. Warren was surprised to learn of a vacancy in the HR department and offered it to Marco. Byron said he can't say that HR is better than strategic planning, but his employees are promoted faster than those in other departments and are sometimes called into meetings with the company's CEO, which helps them keep an eye on their manager's work. However, Marco apologized and said that he wanted to prioritize the strategic planning department, even if it meant losing his job in HR. Byron said he was very sorry to hear that, but he didn't want to pressure him into making that decision, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it later. Marco thanked the man for the offer but knew he couldn't accept it. Byron said that everything was fine, and that if he didn't want to stay, there was nothing he could do about it. Warren was a little annoyed that Byron didn't offer him the job. Byron then returned to Remington and informed him that Marco had rejected his offer. Remington was surprised by the refusal, despite his words that he would hire him. He said he made the offer twice, but Marco remained adamant about moving to the strategic planning department. Remington said they seemed to be the only ones paying attention to him. He couldn't understand how someone who didn't speak English could be so keen on planning. He then asked Byron whether he'd turned him down before or after learning he needed to score at least a 700 on the business English exam. Byron sighed wearily and said that he had already received 705 points this month, so he didn't think they could convince him otherwise. That same evening, the HR department decided to organize a corporate dinner. Remington praised all of his employees and said they did an excellent job. She then turned to Marco and told him he was very lucky because she had offered him the opportunity to stay in the department, but then reluctantly gave him a high five and let him go. Marco apologized, but said that he would be able to fully apply the skills he had acquired there in the strategic planning department. The manager then turned to Warren and asked if he would be upset if he got a lower rating than Marco. Warren said he wasn't upset. He knew he wasn't as good as him, so it was okay. Remington said this score will not impact their overall performance rating. They are simply tracking candidates' progress in strategic planning. However, Warren didn't understand what he meant. Rosalind explained that the manager asked her if she wanted to stay in HR because they wanted to see if Warren would take the position Marco had turned down. At first, Warren couldn't believe his ears. Marco thought it was a great decision, as Warren really wanted to stay there. Remington said that since Warren was currently drunk, they would continue the discussion tomorrow. He said the men were free to leave or stay if they wished. The main thing was to work hard, wherever they were, so he decided to raise a toast to it and let go of all his worries. When the evening ended, Marco and Warren went home together, and Warren offered his partner another drink. However, Marco insisted that he was drunk and should not drink anymore, and despite all of Warren's pleas, she did not give in and refused to drink with him again. Soon after, they decided to sit down and rest on a bench, and then Warren said that he wanted to tell her something. Marco suggested talking tomorrow because Warren was too drunk. However, Warren ignored this, saying that sometimes he felt worse than Marco. The hero asked why he thought so, since he had studied abroad and had much better grades. Warren then said that it didn't make sense, since he was going to get all the credit anyway, and he doubted he'd ever get to the planning department at this rate. Marco then suggested that they go home since Warren could barely speak. Warren said that he would stay in HR and that he would be promoted faster than Marco, but the hero did not understand what he meant. He asked Marco to give it his all, so that he wouldn't have to swallow the dust that would fall on him later, since they joined the company at the same time, and they would continue to compete until he left. Hearing this, the hero smiled and said that Warren could do everything in his power and would give his all wherever he went, and then they would meet at the top of the business, try to rise to assistant managers, then to directors, and then even to general managers. Warren promised that he would never lose to him. Marco promised him the same. A few days later, Marco was invited to a conference in the Strategic Planning Department's office. Ambrose asked if all the candidates who applied for membership had come here. All four said they were there. Ambrose said he heard that Warren had decided to stay in HR, so another employee would be joining them today, and the others should give him a warm welcome. Marco was very surprised to hear this. At that moment, the office door opened, and a young man entered. It turned out that everyone present was greeted by Marco, the president's grandson. Jessica, frowning at these thoughts, couldn't help but feel a strong dislike for him, silently wondering how such a person managed to get into the strategic planning department. Meanwhile, Ambrose, visibly nervous, bit the corner of his lip and picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, the director's voice informed him that the distribution of duties in the department would change every 2 months. He informed the others that after passing the preliminary screening stage, candidates would be notified in person and given permission to continue participating. After the meeting, Jessica, absent-mindedly holding a bottle of Coke, asked Marco if he wanted to have lunch with her, but he replied that they could also invite their colleagues from the group chat. Then Jessica, closing her eyes in disappointment, explained that she had meant just the two of them. The protagonist, puzzled, explained that it would be more fun that way, especially considering that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And besides, everyone seemed to be involved with the strategy department in one way or another. Marco, the president's grandson, wide-eyed with excitement, enthusiastically confirmed that he would also join them. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and silently admitted that this was the last thing he needed. He simply couldn't refuse like that, face to face. Then his namesake raised a finger and asked if he could join in, quickly adding that he would pay the bill. Marco, looking at him, suggested that perhaps they should consult with the others first to make sure they were on board. Jessica, watching him, thought with irritation that he clearly hadn't gotten the hint. Meanwhile, the action moves to the El Sung Hotel. That evening, the team gathered there and raised a toast to the victory. As the protagonist sipped his drink, he reflected on how their entire lives seemed to revolve around money. Marco had previously made the bold announcement that he would be paying for all food and drinks at the hotel's Riverside restaurant, and even boasted of the 30% discount he could get with his club card. Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if she was serious, as the place was clearly expensive. Jessica, her mouth slightly open, also expressed her doubts, admitting to herself that the mere thought of spending so much made her physically nauseous. Cademan, rubbing his palms, declared that the decision had already been made. Marco, holding a can of Coca-Cola, quietly remarked that this place seemed completely different from his usual habitat. Then Marco, the director's grandson, said that if the main character joined his company, he would be there too. Lowering his hand, the protagonist asked if he could invite one more person and received permission in response. That evening she invited Warren, who immediately looked at Jessica with shy admiration. He had liked her for a long time. Earlier, the young man, clutching his head, considered her beautiful and smart, and asked if he could add her to his group chat. As the team continued drinking that evening, they soon received a message on one of their phones from the Strategic Planning Department. Apparently, a document regarding the appointment of personnel has been published. Marco looked at him and wondered out loud if it had anything to do with the branch of life. Kyle looked at his phone and wondered if ESCOM was some kind of cockroach control station, and why they sent her there. Jessica, smiling slyly, thought it was a good place. Cademan looked up from his drink and mentioned that he had been assigned to human resources, and asked if the working conditions there were comfortable. Marco then suggested turning to his friend, as he could give detailed instructions. Warren, arms crossed confidently over his chest, said he was ready to help. He had only been there 2 months, but he was ready to answer any questions. The other Marco put his hand to his forehead and mentally lamented that this time he was being sent to Qatar, and began to wonder who was behind this decision. Noticing her deep sigh, the protagonist asked if anything was bothering her. Not long before, Seaton, arms crossed, turned to the director and declared that Marco was his grandson, wondering how the director could be so strict with him if he was expected to inherit the company. Lennox responded bluntly that no inheritance was required. He could simply hand the company over to competent managers, or admit his own incompetence and begin making a real effort. However, Seaton urged them to give Marco a chance, and asked them to consider transferring him to the Strategic Planning Department, confident that he would achieve great success there. The man turned his head with a sigh and relented, agreeing to reconsider the decision at the next stage of staff assignments. After the farewell bow, Father Marco thanked the director. Soon after, he sent his son a text message informing him that he had been accepted to the team. In the restaurant, The man clenched his fist and muttered something in disappointment, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Baring his teeth in anger, he added that his grandfather had deliberately sent him abroad. Startled, Marco asked if he meant the director. Jessica, her eyes wide with embarrassment, admitted that she didn't understand anything. After all, she thought the main character was the director's grandson. Then Marco got up from the table and announced that they needed to call him. As he walked down the corridor, he informed Lennox that although he had been assigned to Elsung, he was now unexpectedly being sent to Qatar. Meanwhile, the girl, pointing to the main character, asked him if he was the director's grandson. He immediately denied this, stating that the real grandson was Marco. Then Jessica finally understood why he kept making so many stupid mistakes. Cademan clenched his fists and demanded an explanation, insisting on knowing whether this clown was really the director's grandson. Marco, smiling, admitted that at first he didn't understand it either, but now he decided that it was better to pretend that he didn't know the truth until the main character himself told it. Lennox's grandson soon returned, scratching his head and offering everyone something to drink. The whole situation was beginning to tire him. Jessica handed him the bottle and tried to cheer him up by telling him everything would be okay and offering him some wine, and he accepted. As Jessica poured him a glass of wine, she told him she could add him to a chat room for candidates applying for strategic planning positions and that she would give him her phone number. Then Marco narrowed his eyes and said that I should add him to the chat if he was there. Surprised, the girl opened her eyes slightly but still agreed. The next day, the protagonist came to work and opened the chat. He saw that his colleagues had created a separate chat, one that didn't include the other Marco. He chuckled to himself, thinking that they had probably gotten too drunk the night before. Meanwhile, the action moves to the life branch in Elsung. There, after a long absence, Oswald reappeared, standing in the lobby with his hands in his pockets. He smiled and announced that he had become the head of the 3rd sales department. The main character, opening his mouth, realized that a curator was working there. The man raised a finger, indicating that they should leave. The team briefing was about to begin. Meanwhile, Marco, sitting on the sofa, asked his father if it was true that the main character did not get along with his grandfather. Not long before, Lennox had wondered if his grandson had gotten into any trouble. Seaton said he was told his son told the customer to leave if he did not intend to buy anything, and that a formal complaint had been made. The president, frowning with disappointment, admitted he had no idea where his son and grandson had acquired such qualities. Both were completely incompetent, and he didn't know how he could entrust the company to either of them. He even considered handing it over entirely to a third party. The president, seated at a small table, admitted to Marco that he knew little about the situation, while Lennox remained silent, giving no hints about his true intentions. Meanwhile, the young man, putting his hand to his chest, nervously asked what he should do next. The man replied that the only sensible option for him was to leave the country. Perhaps he could find true recognition elsewhere, with his grandfather, but in a different environment. Marco, with his head down, considered this proposal extremely unfair and asked why he was being treated like this. Meanwhile, inside the Elsung life branch in Yeongdongpo, the voice of the leader of the first group was heard calling for attention. The team captain, standing in front of the man, introduced himself to him in an official tone. His mentor, pointing his finger at him, asked if the young man had gone mad. The team captain bowed his head and quickly apologized. However, the coach demanded to know why the young man had been training all week since he had not signed a new contract. After hearing several more apologies, the manager emphasized that they had worked as a team and had to fulfill the plan by signing at least 5 contracts. He then criticized him for recklessly spending corporate funds to keep his job, warning him not to exceed the monthly limit of 1 to 1.2 million won. The team captain bit his lip, clearly irritated. The mentor, hands on his hips, turned to the leader of the second group. He noted with a smile that the man had done well on his last contract job and had earned 6 million won in bonuses alone. The mentor then asked why others could not follow his example and began openly praising their efforts. Meanwhile, another employee wearing glasses was standing nearby, holding a stack of documents in his hands. The manager, frowning slightly, called the leader of the third team. Puzzled, Oswald listened intently as one of his senior employees told him about the recent decline in productivity, wondering how the situation could have deteriorated so quickly. The man sincerely promised to do everything possible to improve. The mentor then told him he would be watching him closely, confident in his ability to achieve better results. Oswald, arms crossed, took this calmly and declared that he understood everything. At that moment, Marco, watching the proceedings with wide eyes, realized that the atmosphere in the office was far from carefree. It was more reminiscent of a strict meritocracy. Suddenly, the curator gestured to the newcomer. The team leaders turned their attention to the main character. The mentor raised his hand and asked who was ready to accept the newcomer into their team. In response, all the captains raised their hands impatiently. The coach, with his hands behind his back, noticed that everyone seemed to want to see him and asked which team he supported. The second team's leader insisted that he would take good care of the newcomer. He believed that under his guidance, the newcomer could perform at the highest level. He just needed the opportunity to prove his worth. The boss then turned to the protagonist and asked him if he wanted to join the team. Marco, with his palms folded respectfully, announced that he would work under Mr. Oswald's orders. However, the captain of the second team frowned, clearly disappointed that the newcomer had chosen someone else. After applause marked the end of the discussion, the curator officially appointed the newcomer to the third team and declared the meeting closed. Later, Oswald, sitting at the table, asked if Marco had made himself comfortable. Clenching his fists, the protagonist admitted that he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown and felt as if he could incinerate someone with a glance. The deputy director, raising his mug, noted that such a mood was typical for this environment. After all, bonus payments often exceed base salary. At this stage, the protagonist began to understand how the system actually works. Oswald added that the newcomer made the right decision. If he had joined the second team, that leader would have used his connections and then dumped him once he had completed his task. Then the protagonist, his eyes wide, asked for clarification. Leaning his elbow on the table, Oswald explained that the strategy was known as sales presentations, a classic approach in the insurance industry, where newcomers are accustomed to getting leads and then letting them go. Marco, not believing what he heard, admitted that he also sold insurance policies. Then Oswald, raising his cup, replied that he considered himself not at all like these people, and that such a comparison irritated him. However, the hero admitted that he does not quite understand the difference. Oswald raised his finger and told him to go to the office and come back after training, emphasizing the importance of understanding the basics of the field. Taking a glass in his hand, the young man asked if the training had already begun. The deputy explained that training for new employees is conducted every 2 weeks, adding that although officially everyone works full-time, there are exceptions, and asked the newcomer not to inform others about his full-time work. Meanwhile, events take us to a branch of the Yado company, or, more precisely, to the insurance business department. There, the employees sat at their desks. Meanwhile, the main character, nervously biting his lips, wondered if anyone present belonged to the second team. Suddenly, a woman appeared before the group with a microphone and introduced herself as the course organizer and instructor. Her name was Hazel, and she wished them success in mastering the basics of insurance. The workers looked closely at the girl and thanked her. He added that most of the participants responded to job postings on the site, were recommended by friends, or were promoted from temporary to permanent positions. She asked if anyone in the room fell into either category, but no one raised their hand. Holding up 3 fingers, Hazel began to tell her personal story, how she started, who her mentors were, and the path she had taken. Taking the microphone, he asked whether the participants were aiming to earn 5 million won a month, or even more than 100 million a year. Marco, who was sitting at the table, found her an excellent speaker. It was no wonder that she took on the role of teacher. Hazel then explained that in the first year alone, he made $70 million, and by the second year, his income had doubled to $130 million, and asked if those in the room had already set personal financial goals. Then, pointing to the notice board, he explained the relationship between revenue and staff losses. The woman then addressed the issue of staff turnover and ways to effectively address this problem, and suggested distributing methodological guidelines among employees to better understand the situation. She then described the contents of these guides and invited the group to review them, after which Hazel announced a 20-minute break, after which the class would resume. During the break, a stranger approached the main character. When she looked up, the young man introduced himself and said that they had met that same day. He introduced himself as Vern, said that he worked in the second team of the Yongdong-po branch, and that he had only joined the company 2 weeks ago. Marco, holding the phone in his hand, extended his hand to Vern and greeted him. As they shook hands, Vern curiously asked why Marco had decided to work for an insurance company. It must have been an easy decision. The hero then remembered Oswald telling him about a full-time vacancy and asking him not to tell anyone about it. Opening his mouth, the protagonist admitted that this decision was dictated by necessity. He simply needed to somehow earn money. Vern, crossing his arms over his chest, assured her that he had made the right choice, noting that he had only started working in this field a month ago, but had already earned 5 million. He said insurance turned out to be an unexpectedly exciting industry, and Marco's eyes widened, Clearly surprised by his earnings, the lesson continued, and Hazel enthusiastically declared that insurance was the last resort in helping the sick. She began to explain in detail how to draw up contracts correctly. But the protagonist, frowning, tried his best to understand her. In his opinion, insurance was the solution to all problems. The hero remembered a scene from the past in which he and his mother took part. She clenched her fists in frustration as she tried to explain why they hadn't received any insurance payments after her husband's death, and asked what the problem was. The young woman pointed to some documents and explained that no payments would be made if the insured person had harmed himself. Upon hearing this, Deborah burst into tears, unable to accept the suggestion that her husband had deliberately caused her death, and insisted that he would never have done such a thing. Now Marco couldn't help but imagine how many cruel people there were in the world. Hazel then picked up the book and announced that it was time to move on to the terms and conditions of the insurance, and gave everyone a minute to review the material. As the students flipped through the pages, Marco noticed a section on cancer treatment cases. The short articles highlighted in red immediately caught his attention. Even in them, the flaws were obvious. As she continued to flip through the pages, she realized that car insurance was not even mentioned, and for many more serious illnesses there were restrictions, again highlighted in red. The young man concluded that insurance coverage is often only available to people in the later stages of the disease, and the conditions for receiving payments are extremely strict. Hazel then suggested that they look into the terms of the universal variable cost insurance. The protagonist reflected on how the prices were absurdly high. It looked more like an investment plan than insurance, and wondered why an insurance company would offer such a service. Hazel, standing near the tables, said she hoped everyone now understood what type of insurance her company actually provided. At this point, he concluded his speech, and the conference participants thanked him for the lesson. Shortly after, the deputy director's phone rang, and the protagonist answered by holding the phone to his ear. Oswald, smiling on the other end of the line, asked if he liked what the professor had said. Marco admitted that he couldn't imagine working for an insurance company. It just wasn't for him. The man then asked him if he now felt like he was deceiving people, and when he answered hesitantly, the deputy seemed to understand completely. He noted that while proposals may seem dubious, not all of them are bad. Depending on the client's situation, even a seemingly unsuccessful proposal can be very helpful or cause significant harm. Marco frowned and remained silent, so Oswald said they would discuss the matter later. The hero bowed his head and admitted the truth. Insurance was definitely not his calling. Unexpectedly, Vern received a call and answered with a satisfied smile. The man, also a member of parliament, congratulated Marco, saying he had heard about his new job. When asked how he was doing, Vern replied that everything was fine and that he had recently won the jackpot, after which the man asked with interest what he meant. Vern said a financial advisor shared some investment strategies with him and asked if Marco would like to hear them too. The man raised his eyebrows and replied that everyone already knew that Vern had made unfavorable insurance offers to their mutual friends. At this point, Vern's face contorted with anger, and he demanded to know who said it. But the caller asked not to contact him again, and abruptly ended the conversation. Vern, enraged, began shouting into the phone. Meanwhile, the main character could not get the thought out of his head that Vern had sold insurance to all his friends. Meanwhile, Vern was outraged. He did not understand why this man was behaving like trash, and asked who was spreading such rumors. Then the workers exchanged uncertain glances. The protagonist, his eyes wide, admitted that he seemed to have failed, but Vern, clenching his fists, insisted that everything was fine. Running his hand through his hair, Marco noticed he could hear her calling, but it was hard not to eavesdrop. Leaning on the table, Vern suddenly asked if Marco would like to work with his team leader. However, Marco did not understand what he meant by the word partner. Taking off his glasses, the newbie offered to call a friend. If Marco could persuade someone to sign an insurance contract, he would receive 30% of the profits, and all it would take was one call. Even his parents would agree. Watching him, the protagonist realized that this man only sees people as bags of money. After refusing, Marco explained that he had not betrayed his friends and was forced to decline the offer. Vern's eyes widened in shock. Then Marco, clenching his fingers, declared that he was not ashamed to deny the lie. The investment Vern had boasted about had turned out to be just another insurance stock. The young man, smiling maliciously, noted that the leader of the second team was praised, while the third was constantly humiliated. Now, he said smugly, their leader had sunk to the very bottom. Putting his hand on his hip, Marco asked him to stop, insisting that Oswald was a good man, and not someone who sought to take advantage of others. Then Vern bit his lip and muttered that he had only asked to be introduced to a couple of people, not to listen to a sermon. A week later, in another lesson, Hazel looked at the protagonist and noticed that he was the best performer among all the students. She appreciated his efforts, and the protagonist bowed in gratitude. As she walked down the corridor, she noticed Oswald in the bouquet of flowers he was holding in his hands. Oswald, smiling warmly, praised him and handed him a bouquet. Marco, surprised, asked why they were giving him flowers. After all, they were both men. However, inside the bouquet was a small card with congratulations from the group's leader. And Marco, finally realizing what was happening, opened his mouth wide in surprise. Oswald explained that he had received the flowers from one of his clients so that they would not go to waste. Looking at him, Oswald added that Marco was now officially part of the team. Then the hero replied that of course he knew, and that although the mission was only planned for 2 months in advance, he was completely ready. Meanwhile, the deputy began to lecture Vern, declaring that if this was all he could do, he clearly lacked valuable connections. He noted with obvious disappointment that Vern had once shown great promise, but if this was his limit, there was no point in continuing to mentor him. Vern, stung by the criticism, apologized while the staff around him watched in silence. Oswald, his hands in his pockets, noted bitterly that this was the inevitable outcome for those who built business relationships on superficial gain. Over time, they were used and discarded. Meanwhile, Vern, clearly agitated, clenched his teeth in despair. The action then shifts to a busy highway, along which a car was moving. Inside, the deputy director, focused on the road, mentioned that there should be a book in the back seat. Marco looked around and asked for clarification, suspecting that they might be talking about investment funds. When he took out the book, Oswald nodded and insisted that Marco read it carefully, adding that it contained questions that had appeared on last year's exam. When Marco expressed disinterest in selling insurance, Oswald firmly stated that he would return to the matter in 2 months, and until then, would dedicate himself to teaching Marco everything he knew, urging him to at least understand the field before forming his own opinion. Marco's eyes widened as he realized that Oswald was serious about this partnership and determined to shape his future in business. The next day, Marco sat in the office, diligently taking notes. At that moment, his mentor passed by him. Noticing his determination, Oswald gently reminded him that today was a day off, and work could wait until Monday. However, Marco explained that he just wanted to do his best. Smiling, Oswald asked if he could drive. In response, Marco confidently folded his fingers together and said that he worked in construction and even had a truck driver's license. With these words, Oswald raised his finger and suggested taking a short trip out of town to complete a certain task. During the trip, the hero asked why they were making such a long journey. Oswald wasn't the least bit concerned, replying that location matters little in the insurance business. Marco asked if Oswald was preparing a report. Typing rapidly on his laptop, Oswald explained that he was studying the previous day's Kospi closing index. When Marco, still interested, asked this question, Oswald explained that the market fluctuates constantly. Therefore, it became necessary to contact clients who had managed to accumulate savings, since profitability depended on such opportunities. In fact, he made one of these calls. He lifted the receiver to his ear, greeted the person on the other end of the line, and asked how he was feeling. With a mocking smile, he began to explain that due to the recent volatility in the stock market, they needed to develop a strategy and consider reducing the share of stocks in the portfolio in favor of bonds to reduce risk. The woman on the other end of the line, clearly unsure, asked what the best course of action was. Oswald acknowledged that it was difficult to give a definitive answer, but went on to describe several options. The woman then thanked him for his concern. The man replied that it was his duty to protect her property, and assured her that he would call her back soon. Meanwhile, Marco was amazed by the meticulousness with which Oswald carried out his work. His next stop was the City Medical Center of Internal Medicine. Upon arrival, the deputy director warmly greeted his old acquaintance, the doctor, who responded respectfully, noting how far they had come. Oswald, holding a small box in his hands, remarked that he did not want to come empty-handed, and offered a modest gift. The doctor then pointed to his office and said that it was not necessary, although he appreciated the idea. Sitting down, Oswald asked how often representatives of the insurance company came to see them. The doctor replied that such visits were not uncommon, although he privately expressed doubts about whether these people could be trusted. Placing his hand on his chest, Oswald admitted his skepticism and said that if he were the doctor, he might have felt the same way. He then took out a book, explained that he had collected 14 clinical cases related to medicine, and asked if the doctor would be interested in a detailed presentation of the material. Marco thought that the doctor, as a medical professional, might be interested in the recommendations of specialists, but he was even more surprised by how Oswald found the time to prepare all these documents. Pointing to one of them, Oswald said the 45-year-old director of a private clinic lacked insurance savings and emphasized that his services filled that gap. The doctor, having studied the book, asked for confirmation. Oswald responded that he viewed the plan less as a tax-saving measure and more as a smart investment, and even included alternative options for consideration. The doctor, clearly intrigued, admitted that he himself had considered variable cost insurance after hearing positive reviews about its benefits. Oswald, after reviewing the situation, asked if the policy was for corporate use and was confirmed. He proposed revising the company's charter, noting that if all conditions were agreed upon, the company itself could be appointed as the insurer. Oswald narrowed his eyes slightly and suggested that if the doctor really was the head of the corporation, then perhaps he should change the memo to suit his needs. He even suggested taking out insurance in the company's name instead of his own, and the doctor asked him to explain the benefits it offered. In response, the man explained that personal bonus payments would not be necessary, corporate taxes would be reduced, and the funds involved would already represent after-tax assets. Marco, who was still listening attentively, was surprised by the depth of his colleague's financial knowledge. Oswald provided more detail, distinguishing between the various categories of a company's assets and explaining what actions should be taken with respect to each. He also noted that using funds taxed at a rate of 42% is extremely inefficient. Marco realized that Oswald would tailor his plan depending on whether the client was an individual or a corporation, so Oswald insisted that he review the investment fund's materials. The doctor, folding his hands thoughtfully, remarked that no one had ever explained these concepts to him so clearly, and sincerely thanked Oswald. Rising from his seat, Oswald announced that he had nothing more to say today. If the doctor wanted to know more, he could contact him. As they prepared to leave, Marco, still stunned, tried to understand why they had come all the way to Daejeon to leave without a contract. The deputy director handed over a business card and made it clear that if anyone needed to contact him, they could simply call him. Seeing the text on the card, the doctor accepted it and remarked that it must have taken the director a long time to obtain all these licenses. Holding the folder in his hands, Oswald confirmed this, explaining that it had indeed taken him considerable effort to become an expert in his field. The slightly surprised doctor asked if he could email the recommendations they had discussed, saying he would think about them over the weekend. Leaning forward, the man assured him that he would, of course, send them, and wished the doctor a good weekend. Later, during the ride, Oswald asked if they were wearing their seatbelts, implying that if they were, they could leave. Marco turned to him, noting that he was an impressive mentor and admitting that he hadn't realized how skilled the team was. When Oswald suggested something to eat, he added that they would go to Jeonju to eat a bowl of rice. Having calculated in advance that the journey would take 2 hours, he asked if it would be convenient. The protagonist, turning his head, made sure that it was indeed convenient. Marco was genuinely surprised to learn that they were heading to Jeonju at this particular time. As they left, she began to wonder if they were really going to dine at the client's establishment. When the men arrived at the place, they found a richly laid table in front of them. Oswald gave a thumbs up and made it clear that his rice dish never disappoints. The owner, smiling, was glad that they liked the food. Marco, stirring the food, thought that it was indeed delicious, although perhaps not as exceptional as it had been described. Oswald then handed over a business card and remarked that the food was divine, explaining that every time he came to Jeonju, he only ate at this particular restaurant. In response, the restaurant employee warmly thanked them and said that he would ask neighboring businesses if they were interested in this offer and call back. The deputy director was clearly grateful for the gesture. Marco, smiling, realized that to increase sales, it was necessary to maintain good relationships with business owners and sincerely praise what they offer. Then, when they were outside, Oswald asked if they were going home now that all the work was done, to which she replied in the affirmative. 2 days later, Oswald stood on the street, checking his phone for a missed call from the restaurant owner. He raised his eyebrows and answered, noticing that the caller was a fairly early riser. On the other end of the line, the owner explained that several nearby shop owners had expressed interest in the insurance offer, and added that if Oswald was in Jeonju next week, he should stop by. Oswald, closing his eyes in gratitude, promised to try to find time as soon as possible. Returning to the office, he greeted everyone and said hello happily. Then the man saw that the main character was typing something on his computer. There were several documents on his desk awaiting approval. Then Oswald, squinting, asked what kind of papers these were. Marco explained that he had collected data from his recent visits to clients, believing the information would be useful, and sent all the materials to the director. At this point, Oswald expressed genuine surprise at the work done. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was the clinic director calling, and the deputy director greeted him with a warm "good morning." The doctor greeted Oswald and added that he had received all the documents the day before, confirming that they had been sent over the weekend without any interruptions. Looking at the main character, the man guessed what his teammate had told the doctor. Then the latter stated that, having carefully considered everything, he had made a decision, agreed to sign the contract, and would wait. Oswald bowed slightly and expressed his deep gratitude. Raising his fist, Marco began to think about how he could share more accurate and meaningful information with his clients. Meanwhile, Oswald, looking at his colleague, thought that for the first time in his entire career he had such a diligent partner. Perhaps, he thought, this was due to the protagonist's rich social experience. A week later, the team reviewed the results chart. Scratching his head, Marco noticed that, as expected, the third team had come out ahead, and was surprised that they had won the $4 million bonus in just 2 weekends. Oswald paid tribute to the protagonist, noting that such results had not been achieved before he joined the team. Smiling, Marco tried to deflect praise, saying he was simply sorting out paperwork and handling logistics. With a casual gesture, the group leader invited them to go and have a bite to eat. However, they suddenly heard someone insulting the staff, accusing them of laziness, and implying that this was the only thing they did. At this point, the leader of the second team, grabbing the folder, angrily attacked Vern, demanding to know why his team had failed to convince a single client, accused his teammate of bullying, and asked if he had any friends at all. Vern pursed his lips and replied that he couldn't go on like this any longer. His friends stopped talking to him altogether. The team leader, gritting his teeth, insisted that this was no reason to give up, emphasizing that persistence and tenacity were essential qualities for an insurance agent. He urged Vern to contact everyone, friends, family, even neighbors, and the young man, barely containing his emotions, admitted that he simply wanted to leave. In response, the group's leader informed him that he could leave, but only if he returned the $5 million bonus he had received. Raising an eyebrow, he asked if Vern was familiar with the rules. The worried man said he couldn't get his money back. He had already spent part of it on food for those who signed the contract. Then the manager, waving the folder, cried out in disbelief, which greatly frightened the young man. Marco and Oswald, who witnessed this scene, were clearly shocked. Suddenly, a notification from the vice principal appeared on Oswald's phone, reminding everyone that it was time for the weekly meeting. At the negotiating table, the manager asked the workers whether they intended to continue working, and turned to the leader of the first team. Then the man, lowering his head, apologized. The coach then crossed his arms and pointed out that the second team's results had dropped by 25%, and asked if something had happened to the team. The leader of the second team, speaking hesitantly, promised to play better. Gritting his teeth, the manager turned to Oswald and told him that the third team was finally in shape. Oswald explained that this was due to the signing of a major contract, and thanked the team for their efforts. Placing his hand on the documents, the mentor called Marco. Meanwhile, Marco, his eyes wide and smiling, listened attentively to the man. The man noted that it looked like he had also been offered a contract, and he had heard rumors that he had earned $2.8 million in bonuses. This caught the protagonist off guard, his pupils dilated in amazement. Meanwhile, the manager contacted the team director, and responded to this by noting that apparently Marco had not been fully informed, although all the necessary information was already available. Oswald looked at him and replied that Marco had played a vital role in securing one of the contracts. His input had significantly influenced the client's decision to proceed with the contract. Later, as they sat in the car, Marco said that if they went to Incheon, he would be driving, and Oswald half-jokingly asked if that meant they were about to get into an accident. In response, the man, offering him a cup of coffee, explained that he bought it because Marco looked tired that morning, adding that since the man could sleep, he would take over driving the car, and Oswald thanked him for the gesture. As he got behind the wheel, Marco assured her that there was nothing to worry about. He would drive carefully. Soon after, the car continued moving silently down the road. After some time, Oswald met his first client. However, when she closed her eyes, she felt as if something had gone wrong in the conversation. Marco, noticing the gloomy expression on his face, inquired about the result. The colleague, with one hand in his pocket, replied that things don't always go according to plan, and suggested moving on. Soon the men decided to stop at a rest area to have lunch. Soon a large cafe came into their field of vision, where the men decided to stop. Nearby was a tall building where his next meeting with the client was scheduled. Inside, Oswald, sitting across from the client, began reviewing the client's current insurance, offered to duplicate the policies to ensure adequate compensation, and explained that one of the policies would eventually have to be canceled. In response, the client raised his hand in protest, stating that the insurance consultant had not mentioned this detail during their previous conversations. Taking up a pen, the deputy director calmly explained that the second insurance policy would not bring any real benefit. It would only benefit the insurance company. The client, understanding his arguments, thanked him sincerely. Finally, Oswald handed the client a card and advised him to contact his consultant if he had any questions. As Marco left the meeting room, he admitted it hadn't been his most productive day, but Oswald assured him that days like that happened from time to time and were perfectly normal. Marco smiled back and said he would give it his all no matter what. During this time, he and the director traveled almost all over the country, and Marco reflected on how some days could be truly disappointing. Oswald scratched his forehead and agreed that it had been a difficult day. Later, Marco thought that, despite the difficulties, they had managed to secure a decent number of contracts. One of their clients acknowledged over the phone that they were right to advise him to cancel his second insurance policy, and that he is now looking forward to using their company's services, asking which insurance plan would suit him best. Marco, after thinking about the situation, came to the conclusion that the probability of his contract being successful was 99%. So Oswald said that he would send the client a list of rules by mail and asked him to call as soon as he had read them. After some time, the man sat down and began to read the documents. Marco turned his head in his direction and wondered why he had such a serious expression on his face. Approaching Oswald, he asked if everything was okay. The team leader, clasping his hands, acknowledged that the next client was particularly important and that the meeting would be challenging, and explained that he had been mentally rehearsing the conversation. Marco replied that simple clients were rare, reminded her that this was not the first difficult situation in his life, and assured her that everything would be fine. However, Oswald, covering his face with his hands, emphasized that this client was different. He was the founder of the company. Marco's eyes widened when he heard these words, realizing that the client must have worked incredibly hard, perhaps even harder than he did. The next day, they arrived at the client's company. Oswald leaned forward to greet the man. The customer, holding his hands behind his back, returned the greeting and invited them in. A woman standing nearby asked him why he had invited them. He replied that Mr. Kim had introduced him to the team and that he could not refuse them, since they would not be staying long anyway. As the client crossed his arms and began to listen, a small building appeared in the background. Marco, offering them a cup of coffee, explained that they had picked it up on the road and suggested that they help themselves. The buyer raised his palm and politely declined the offer, asking to get straight to the point. Then Marco felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere was strange. Oswald, placing his fingers on the documents, explained that his director had mentioned that the client might need help managing his finances. Smiling, he asked if he could see the company's current financial plan, as this would allow him to recommend the most appropriate insurance. The hesitant client replied that they might not have a plan yet, but he was willing to listen to their presentation first. The assistant manager then began listing and explaining each insurance option in detail. Some time passed, and the woman took a deep breath. It was clear that the presentation had tired her out, and she was simply waiting for it to end. Meanwhile, Marco again felt that something was wrong. Watching the visibly nervous manager, she silently considered what she should do. At the same time, Marco noticed the woman's displeasure. He also noticed that the buyer was yawning out of boredom. Marco reacted quickly and walked up to the man, attracting the attention of both himself and his colleagues. Suddenly becoming animated, Marco explained that he had worked in this industry before, but last year he had been a painter, and before that he had been a carpenter until he was forced to quit due to back problems. The man, his mouth slightly open in surprise, noticed that Marco looked very young and must have worked a lot. Looking in his direction, Marco continued to explain that his experience allowed him to understand the client's problems, and that he was genuinely concerned about not wasting the director's valuable time. The client, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand, acknowledged that there was indeed no room for rest on a construction site, and added that he needed to create a work schedule and properly organize the distribution of labor, which he called the foundation of his business. Nodding in agreement, Marco confirmed that this was true, mentioned that they had prepared a special plan tailored to the director's needs, and added that his colleagues spoke highly of him. With that, the discussion of insurance plans continued without a hitch. One client, raising a thoughtful finger, asked if Marco was considering changing the company's capital structure, noting that in the past, he had had to take out a loan every November. Marco replied that early withdrawal was possible under the current insurance plan, and, addressing the woman, he clarified that the corporation itself would be withdrawing the funds, since technically the money did not yet belong to it. The woman, rubbing her palms, nodded in response to this remark, reminding them that they had paid for the previous insurance with their own funds, but at the same time had no right to dispose of these funds as they saw fit. Marco, smiling broadly, enthusiastically explained that this was why they had recommended the director's plan, and then added details about how the plan would handle financial matters. The hero then approached the director and proposed adding a clause that would give the manager the right to receive pension payments 3 times greater than those of other employees. He noted that under this system, they could potentially receive pension payments of 600 million won instead of the original 200 million. The deputy director, his eyes wide with surprise, stood silent and perplexed, while Marco found the time to prepare all of this. Marco simply smiled and explained that the proposed benefits would apply to both the director and the woman. When considered in terms of the pension plan, the overall tax burden would be significantly reduced, resulting in a total savings of 100 million won. He emphasized that everything was completely legal. Marco, holding out his hands, concluded that this agreement would allow management to focus on the company's growth, while they themselves could focus on improving the well-being of their clients. The director, leaning his elbows on the table, politely asked that all the details be sent to him by email, to which the manager confirmed his understanding. Later on the street, the man remarked that Marco had explained everything very clearly, and now they finally understood how it all worked. The woman nodded and added that she thought he had a promising career future. In response, Marco, clearly inspired, raised his fists in the air and urged clients to trust them, assuring them that they would achieve only the best results. The clients said goodbye to them, and the manager wished them all the best. As the car pulled out onto the road, Oswald smiled and remarked that Marco had a real talent for such presentations. The hero smiled and admitted that he was glad that his speech did not raise any doubts, adding that he was incredibly nervous during the exchange of lines. His colleague, touching his chin with his finger, replied that he had not noticed any nervousness, and added that apparently, Marco had many years of experience in this field. But Marco insisted that all the credit went to Mr. Oswald, under whose wise mentorship he had learned rapidly. Oswald raised a finger and jokingly asked him to stop flattering, then changed the subject, and reminded him that they should move on to the next item on the agenda, and Marco replied that he was ready. A month later, at one of Elsung's branches, the manager stood before the employees, ready to announce the Insurance King of the Month. He raised his hand solemnly and announced that the honor would go to team leader Oswald, whose performance this month had been exceptional. Oswald crossed his arms over his chest and thanked the manager with a wide smile. The manager explained that Oswald's rating had surpassed that of all other branches combined, and congratulated him on this remarkable achievement. Marco was stunned. He did not expect such praise, and thought about Oswald's incredible hard work. At that moment, a man came forward with a folder in his hands and shouted Marco's name. Marco turned to him, his mouth slightly open in surprise. The man raised his finger and announced that he had been dubbed the new king of insurance, especially among all the new employees across the country. Marco scratched the back of his head and asked for confirmation again, hardly believing his ears. The manager smiled and assured him that he had earned over 19 million won in bonuses this month, and had certainly earned the title, suggesting that Marco enjoy the moment because he truly deserved it. Then the hero joyfully raised his hands and thanked everyone. Oswald, watching what was happening, smiled and thought that Marco seemed genuinely pleased. Shortly after, the man received a call from a man who identified himself as the head of the Yongdongpo Youth Insurance Office and asked how he could help him. Warren introduced himself and explained that he had recently completed his training and had called because Marco's employment paperwork had not arrived yet, and they needed to check if he could be transferred to the strategic planning department. Meanwhile, the action moves to a skyscraper, where someone asks if Marco really plans to leave. The manager, with his hands behind his back, asked him if he would like to stay, saying it would be a shame to see him go. Oswald noted that while following your dreams was important, it was equally important to make sure the new position was a good fit, reminding Marco that he had succeeded in both sales and insurance, and asking why he didn't want to stay. Marco, smiling softly, apologized and said that he really wanted to go to the planning department. He folded his hands in front of him and promised that if things went badly, he would definitely come back. and wondered aloud if they would want to take him back. Oswald smiled and replied without hesitation that of course they would agree. If Marco ever changed his mind, there would be a suitable position for him. The branch manager, also smiling, confirmed that Marco could return at any moment. Meanwhile, the action moved to the platform of Seoul's express buses. The driver, pointing to the door, urged the passengers to quickly take their seats, since there were only 2 minutes left before departure. Standing nearby, Marco thanked Oswald, saying that he had learned a lot from him over the past 2 months. Adjusting his tie, Oswald replied that he believed Marco would succeed in his planning, but reminded him not to give up halfway, as he had once done. Then Marco raised his fist and firmly declared that he would do everything in his power. Soon the driver asked everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Meanwhile, Oswald, slightly lowering the corners of his lips, quietly whispered that he sincerely hoped that everything would end well for Marco. The action shifts to the city of Cheonan at dusk, where tall buildings towered. In one of the apartments, Deborah pointed to a photograph and asked Rodney if the man in the photograph was really him, only younger. It was a photograph of an orphanage, showing a man surrounded by children. My uncle explained that the photograph was taken on the day the orphanage opened. The woman raised her eyebrows and noticed that the image was so blurry that she could barely make out who was who. Rodney, thoughtfully adjusting his glasses, noted that a long time had passed since they were so little that they didn't even know their names. Deborah, wide-eyed with surprise, asked if her birth name had been Rodney. The man admitted that if he knew his real name, it would be easier for him to find his biological parents. But he did not remember his real name and expressed regret about it. Deborah, still holding the photograph in her hands, nodded silently. Meanwhile, Marco entered the password into the door lock, took off his shoes and announced his return home. His mother greeted him, noticing that he had arrived early, and Rodney said he was glad to see him. The young man smiled and explained that he had arrived half an hour earlier than expected because the group leader had dropped them off at the station and then suggested they take a walk and get a bite to eat. Rodney wondered if it would be better to leave the mother and son alone, since the main character had not been home for a long time. However, Marco, holding the bag in his hands, asked if Rodney would like to have dinner with them and inquired about his preferences. The uncle, with his hands folded behind his back, offered them to choose a restaurant and insisted on paying himself. Pointing to the closet, the man asked for a few minutes to change. Marco nodded. While he waited, Marco glanced at the table and was struck by the photograph. His eyes widened when he realized it was a photograph of his father as a child. Soon the family arrived at the restaurant, where dishes were already laid out on the table. Marco took one and offered a piece to his mother. Without thinking twice, the woman agreed. She raised her eyebrows and realized it was beef, and it was delicious. Holding his chopsticks, Marco thought about how glad he was that his mother was eating well. It had been so painful for him when she could only eat hospital food. Meanwhile, Rodney pursed his lips, reflecting on his responsibilities. Now that he was considered the protagonist's father, he felt he had done little more than care for the young man's mother. Suddenly, the protagonist was faced with a side quest. Wrap a piece of food in lettuce leaves and win over Rodney, who was tormented by guilt over his indifferent attitude toward the young man. Marco opened his eyes. He had no idea that his uncle was suffering. The young man began to place the meat on lettuce leaves, offered it to Rodney and asked him to eat it. The man agreed without question and tried the dish. At that moment, she realized that Marco did not hold a grudge against her. The notification confirmed the task had been completed, and Marco received a point. Then, smiling, the protagonist's mother asked him about his work at the office. He smiled back and assured her that everything was fine, that it had been fun, and that everyone had been kind to him. Rodney, crossing his arms over his chest, expressed concern about the strain on Marco's back and added that if it became too much, he could always find work at the hospital to avoid strain. Keeping his hands under the table, Marco assured everyone that he felt no pain, and moreover, that he was very interested in the work. Giving a thumbs up, he thanked Rodney for the offer and expressed his appreciation for having such a reliable person by his mother's side. The man, crossing his arms over his chest again, asked the young man not to flatter him. Deborah thought she had never seen that expression on Rodney's face before. Later, Rodney asked Marco if he wanted a drink at home. However, Marco smiled and said that he was sure they would get along just fine without him, so he would return to Seoul. Raising her eyebrows, Deborah asked if he was leaving and offered to let him spend the night. Rodney agreed, reminding the young man that this was his home and that he could rest if he wanted. But Marco smiled and explained that he couldn't stay. He had to work the next day, then thanked his mother and uncle for dinner and said goodbye to them. When Marco left, Rodney's lips curled thoughtfully, wondering if the young man felt awkward. And yet Marco was like a son to him. At this point, Another secondary task arose. Marco was urged to call Rodney, his father, to close the emotional distance and lift his spirits. Then Marco paused, pursed his lips, and looked at Rodney, saying that he was like an old man to him, and then suggested that they have a drink together sometime, since they were family now. Rodney happily agreed, and said that it sounded good. Deborah raised her eyebrows and reminded her son not to skip meals, and to call her if anything happened. Marco waved them goodbye, and assured them that he would take a taxi to the station. Raising his palm, he stopped a taxi. He then waved to them from the open window, telling them not to stay outside. Deborah returned the greeting and asked her son to stay longer next time, and Rodney, in turn, wished the young man good luck. Sitting in the taxi, Marco crossed his arms over his chest and thought how glad he was that they seemed genuinely pleased. At that very moment, a new notification appeared. The side quest had not been completed. Covering his face with his hand, Marco silently addressed his father, acknowledging that it might be too early to call Rodney his father, as a message appeared in front of him explaining that the system was not his father. Then the hero wondered if Rodney wasn't really his father. Then why had he so selflessly helped him and his mother? Although he could deny it as much as he wanted, deep down he believed these instructions were given to him by his father. But the system simply remained silent. Then the hero crossed his arms over his chest again, admitting that there was no point in denying it. He had already been caught. The next morning, a tall building came into view. Marco picked up his phone, muttering something under his breath, wondering what interesting thing could have happened in the group chat so early in the morning. In the chat, Kyle asked what everyone's plans were for the day, and Cademan replied that they had a strategic planning meeting and suggested they go for a drink afterward. Glancing at his phone screen, Marco wondered if his colleagues were planning to go out for drinks that day, to which Cadman replied that while he wanted to stay in HR, he was having problems because of Marco. Marco assumed they must be talking about someone else, someone who had gone abroad and was somehow continuing to cause trouble from afar. He texted Cademan, asking if anything specific had happened. Cademan's curt reply confirmed that he was indeed referring to the protagonist, and Marco stared at the screen in confusion. In the chat, his colleagues jokingly blamed him for everything, claiming that he worked too much. But the hero did not understand why he was being scolded for something so positive. Meanwhile, the group decided to have a drink and called Marco over, inviting him to join them. As he sat down, he wondered if these were the same people who had been angry with him just a second ago. The tone in the chat changed again. They asked if he'd pay, then quickly added that they were just joking. Smiling weakly, Marco told himself not to be angry. Then, with mock seriousness, he replied in the chat that the drinks were fine, but only those who had made fun of him would be paying the bill. The event was postponed in the conference room of Elsung's strategic planning department. The department employees sat down at their places. Ambrose, holding a folder in his hand, announced that 4 months had already passed and asked the team if they were working hard. When he appeared before them, the staff unanimously answered in the affirmative. Frowning slightly, the director turned his attention to Jessica and asked her why she had changed her mind about joining the planning team, especially given her impressive work. Marco glanced quickly at the girl and thought that she had indeed decided not to participate in strategic planning. Jessica opened her mouth to explain that she was better suited to supporting roles than action roles, adding that she doubted she could perform well in such a stressful department. Ambrose replied that he categorically disagreed. In his opinion, she was already doing a better job than most of the men she'd worked with. He confidently added that she was perfectly capable of handling such a job and urged her to seriously consider it. Jessica looked at her boss, silently wondering if she could really succeed in the strategic planning department. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Elsung Children's Hospital, founded 12 years ago. Lennox donated 3 billion won to the development of this institution. The doctor, leaning over the young woman's bed, shared the good news with her, informing her that the president had promised to pay for all her operations. The astonished girl asked if this meant that she could really survive. The doctor nodded and assured her that this was true, adding that President Lennox would be arriving soon, and suggested that she give him a proper welcome. Shortly after, the president entered the room, accompanied by his 16-year-old grandson, Marco. Standing with his hands folded behind his back, Lennox asked if this was what they were talking about. The doctor respectfully folded his hands in gratitude and explained that the large donation would go not only to the girl's treatment, but also to operations and medicines for 50 other children, and expressed his gratitude. The president, raising his eyebrows, asked if the girl's name was Jessica, and expressed hope that she would soon recover, be able to get back on her feet, and devote herself to her studies. In response, the girl smiled gratefully. At that moment, Marco put his hand on his neck and muttered that studying didn't really mean anything. The grandfather, frowning disapprovingly, asked her how she could say such a thing in the girl's presence. Marco put his hand to his chest and explained that only people like her, who came from a poor family, needed to try their best, while people like him didn't need to study because his grandfather would take care of everything. An indignant Lennox pointed to the door and ordered his grandson to leave the room. Addressing Jessica, the president kindly explained that Marco's mother had recently passed away and asked her to be understanding. Jessica responded with calm resignation, insisting that it was nothing serious and thanking him again for funding the operation. The doctor praised Jessica for her kindness and offered to accompany the president to his next patient. When the girl's bedroom door closed behind them, she lay on her back and stared at the ceiling, thinking about Marco's words. Suddenly it dawned on her, and she admitted that she was not entirely wrong. She had no one to pay for the operation. Given Jessica's only two options, take this opportunity or face a future in which she would have to work multiple jobs and constantly struggle to survive, it became clear to her that staying in the secretarial department was the smartest choice. It provided stability and opportunities for career advancement. Smiling slightly, she confirmed that she had already made her decision to stay, and that the head of the department had also agreed to keep her in this position. Later, Ambrose extended his hand and told Jessica she could leave, her shoes clicking softly as she left. Meanwhile, 3 more employees remained at the table. The director, still holding the folder, turned to Marco and remarked that he had a talent for sales, adding that he had heard the young man nicknamed the King of Newbies. Marco smiled and modestly stated that it was all thanks to a competent team leader, and that he had only contributed to the essence of the work. Ambrose responded that Oswald had spoken very highly of him, and that Oswald had said that Marco was qualified, very responsive, and an excellent candidate for the strategic planning team. Marco's eyes widened in surprise, and he silently wondered if Oswald had actually said that. Ambrose then, placing his fingers on his chin, declared that if Marco had graduated from a more prestigious university, he would have hired him into this department immediately and without hesitation. Marco couldn't believe that the director who had just praised him was now standing there with such a conflicted expression on his face. Suddenly, an ad appeared in front of him stating that his education was the main obstacle to career advancement. After glancing at the ad, Marco finally understood what was holding him back from joining the strategic planning team. Ambrose then opened the folder and officially announced that Marco would be transferred to the Electronics and Home Appliances Department of Elsung, adding that Marco would have to demonstrate high performance. Then Marco said that he would give it his all. Ambrose then announced that Cademan would be transferred to the Secretariat, where he would serve as the Vice President's personal secretary for 2 months. Cademan, smiling broadly, accepted the order with understanding. With the corners of his lips drawn down, Ambrose continued to inform Kyle of his transfer to the Life Insurance Department of Elsung. He added that he expected even better results, and Kyle, gritting his teeth, promised that he would try not to disappoint him. Putting the folder aside, the department head noted that it seemed like everyone had already received their new responsibilities, and asked if anyone had any questions. Then Kyle raised his hand, asking about the situation with the other Marco. Ambrose took the folder and explained that Marco was still abroad. The action moves to a construction site in Qatar. Adjusting his helmet, Marco wondered why the heat was so unbearable, noticed that the workers there were exceptionally hard-working, and thought it would be fair to let him have a little fun. Meanwhile, the department head suggested that Marco was probably working tirelessly, and mentioned that the next task would be sent to him at the appointed time. Later, a group of colleagues raised glasses to congratulate each other on their health. Warren, holding his glass in hand, exclaimed that Marco was incredible, and expressed disbelief that the protagonist had managed to become the king of rookies. Marco, with a modest smile, downplayed the achievement and casually asked how the other man was doing in his quality control department, jokingly mentioning that they sometimes find cockroaches. Warren picked up his chopsticks and replied that the job was physically demanding, especially considering they had to disinfect and clean every time customers came in, but that it was nothing serious. Leaning on his arm and sighing, Warren quietly admitted that he missed Jessica, imagining her on a date with some rich idiot who constantly admitted to himself how much he liked her. Marco smiled, noting that he was still in Qatar and that there was nothing between him and Jessica, adding that if Warren really missed her, he could just call her. Warren then smiled widely and asked if Marco was serious. When the phone rang, Jessica looked at it. At that moment, Lennox's secretary Virgil picked up the phone, informed him that he was out of the office, and asked him to check if he had received the photograph of the O's orphanage by email. Jessica's eyes widened, and she assured him that she would check everything immediately. A message appeared on the laptop screen stating that Virgil had been sent a photograph of a child who had been admitted to the orphanage 45 years ago, which was attached to an email. Jessica's mouth dropped open slightly in surprise, wondering who this child was and what the photograph had to do with all of this. At that moment, Vice President Ambrose entered her office and addressed her by name. When he asked why she looked scared, she turned to him and then asked him to prepare the car for the trip to the airport. Jessica replied that she would contact the driver immediately. Closing her eyes for a moment, Jessica reminded herself that she needed to make a good impression. Meanwhile, in the chief secretary's office, Virgil stared at the printed photograph of the shelter and silently convinced himself that it was the photograph he was looking for. After this, the man decided to print it. After some time, he knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. Chungo raised his head and gave permission. Once inside, Virgil showed Lennox a photograph, explaining that it depicted children from the orphanage who had been taken in 45 years earlier. She noted that the difference between the date of the photograph and the time of her son's disappearance was only 3 months. The assistant pointed out that the man in the center was the director of an orphanage, and that the 2 children in front had recently been hospitalized, and then asked if Lennox recognized the young man. Lennox frowned, admitting to himself that it was difficult to draw a definitive conclusion from just one photograph. Virgil, surprised, found it tragic that the search for his son had only now become a priority. If Lennox had truly wanted his son back, his desire should have arisen the moment he disappeared. The director then raised his finger and ordered him to go to the shelter, get confirmation, and, if possible, meet the young man in person and conduct genetic testing. Then Virgil asked if there was anything else needed. The director crossed his arms and warned him not to let the information leak and to keep Seaton completely in the dark. The assistant bowed and promised to carry out the task as discreetly as possible. 15 years ago, Lennox was in a hospital room with his ailing wife, who begged him to find their son and asked him to fulfill her dying wish. The man then insisted that she stop talking nonsense and focus on self-improvement. But suddenly the medical devices began to emit ominous signals. Now, with his head in his hands, Lennox turned to his beloved wife and whispered that things had become much more complicated, and wondered aloud if Seaton was alive. The man even began to think that perhaps it would be better to forget everything. Meanwhile, the plot takes a sudden turn, and someone happily remarks that the last time they saw each other was 2 months. Warren raised his glass and asked how the protagonist managed to win the title of King of Rookies, still not believing his eyes. Holding a spoon in his hand, Marco explained that he was simply following the orders of team leader Oswald. Kyle smiled, noting that Marco must have talent, because simply following advice would not make a king just anyone. Resting his head on his hand, Marco added that from now on, he would work directly in the sales department. Warren then raised his eyebrows and said that Marco should give it his all. After all, if he wanted to get into the planning department, all he had to do was follow instructions to the letter. The friends then raised their glasses again, and Warren made a toast, inviting them to forget all their worries and drink to the end. In the morning, the action moves to the Elsung Electronics building. Marco entered the office where manager Beatrice worked. Leaning forward, he was surprised to discover that the branch manager was a woman. The office door opened slightly, and the woman apologized for the delay. Then Beatrice herself entered the office and invited the hero to sit down. Marco turned and obeyed without hesitation. The woman placed her hands firmly on her knees and immediately declared that she would get straight to the point, asking the protagonist if he would like to work in the strategic planning department. Marco smiled and assured her that he would do his best to complete any task assigned to her, but the manager explained that he didn't have to try too hard. Beatrice, arms crossed confidently over her chest, explained that Marco wouldn't be selling anything for the next 2 months, so she could relax. Marco looked at her in surprise and apologized, asking what exactly she meant. The manager pointed to the protagonist, confirming that Marco had understood correctly, and then warned him to be careful and not make his existing problems worse. Introducing another Marco, the woman explained that a new employee had joined the company 3 months ago. The new employee apparently made a rude remark about customers, which the manager quoted, causing everyone to be shocked and surprised. Frowning, the manager admitted that it was a coincidence that they had the same names, but added that she was still biased and didn't want something like that to happen again. Marco, gritting his teeth in anxiety, confirmed that he understood everything, but suddenly someone called out to the woman, and a branch employee entered the office to inform her that the new employee needed to undergo training and start work immediately because the bus would be leaving soon. Beatrice waved her hand dismissively, advising the protagonist to learn the ropes. She promised to leave a positive review, so he had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the hero was heading to the corporate bus of the Elsung Electronics branch. Soon Marco was driving inside, his head down, realizing that everything had gone wrong. Fabian, the store clerk, gritted his teeth and muttered that it was all incredibly annoying, wondering why he had to go through this training again. Gideon, another salesman, crossed his arms and asked if Fabian planned to leave, to which Fabian replied that he intended to ruin everything, suggesting that perhaps the problem was the people and not the products. Looking around, Gideon came to the conclusion that the lessons were a waste of time, since they would not teach him anything new. Marco's jaw dropped in surprise when he realized how depressing the atmosphere was on the bus. The Queen of Sales was then announced, after which Una appeared, raised her hand in greeting, and asked if anyone had encountered any difficulties in selling their products. Taking the microphone, Una explained that she started out as a regular supermarket employee, was discovered when she led a team at Linnea, and now heads its Korean branch. The sales queen raised a finger to highlight that since taking over the company has opened 6 more stores, and sales have grown by over 200% in Korea alone. And she enthusiastically shared the journey she took to achieve such success. Fabian pursed his lips and thought that she had succeeded because the company was recognizable in the global market, which he attributed to her skills.